I can do it all, I will never fall. It's the Renaissance, you know that I got the mother sauce, man. You know I'm the boss, I know what it costs. Have you what a loss? I'm so versatile, yeah, I'm a Renaissance, man. I can do it all, I will never fall. It's the Renaissance, you know that I got the mother sauce, man. You know I'm the boss, I know what it costs. Have you what a loss? I'm so versatile, yeah, I'm a Renaissance, man.
Congratulations, brother.
And here we're here. We're live. Ladies and gentlemen, it's official. It is freaking draft night, and you have just stepped into the first annual ever watch party on this channel. Listen, I'm excited. You should be excited. The New York Jets tonight get to add another key component to this roster after having an incredible freaking offseason. Joe Douglas has been cooking. Chef JD has done his thing. And tonight we get to go ahead and embrace this. Watch the New York Jets add another key component to this freaking roster that is built to go ahead and win now. Now, listen, I know a lot of us probably have our own opinions on what that should be. We're going to watch this thing together. We're going to go ahead and enjoy what we see. And don't forget, if you haven't already, make sure in the comments you put what you think the AFC East is going to do. And, of course, whether or not there's going to be will there be a tight end drafted in the first round or in the top 10 picks? And how many wide receivers will be drafted in the first round? Don't forget the rules for the giveaway. Make sure you guys are participating. This is going to be a fun night. Listen, I got to step away for a little while, but don't worry. I'm going to keep y'all in really, really good hands. I'll be back. Tigo is going to go ahead and step in for me, and then I got a plethora of other individuals watching this game with you guys tonight. It's going to be a fun night. I'll be back in a little bit, but for now, enjoy. I'll catch y'all in a little bit. Tigo, you're up.
Friends, we're here. It is draft night. All of the last couple of months have been leading up to this moment. Every bit of debate, all of the drama, all of the everything is coming to head. Everything is coming here. But boys, I'm excited. There's no other ways to say it. I'm very, very excited because we say this every year. This is going to be a franchise-defining draft and yada, yada, yada. I truly believe that this year's draft has the opportunity and the potential to be a franchise-defining draft. Whatever it is that we do over the next 3 days and from now until the first game in September is going to be absolutely phenomenal. And I'm just excited. Guys, there are other people that are here with me. So let's not just sit here and stare at my horrible, ugly face. Let's bring in some guests. Let's talk to some people. And the draft is always fun with some more friends. So we're bringing in one of my good friends, Italy Jet. What is going on, man? How are you doing today?
Oh, man, it just feels better with the draft with this logo. It so comes full complete with this logo. I got the full-on outfit. I mean, whoever knows me personally knows that I got the Italy Jet necklace. I'm ready to go, man. Hey, enough speculation now. This is what it's all about. This is a holiday for everybody. I'm excited to be here with you, Tigo. Tigo, how are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing great, man. I've been building up to today. I had the whole family ready for today. That's not a joke. Me and my boys in our Jets gear all day. Today is a national holiday. It should be a bank holiday. No one should be allowed to work on draft day. Just it's a great day. And like I said, it's one of those things where the future of the franchise is going to get dictated today. And whatever decision Joe Douglas and staff make is we're going to have to live with it. And I know most years people are worried. I'm really not.
I think any draft that draft pick that we get right now, I think it's going to be an A no matter what, unless you're going to get a defensive guy. That means lock Salah in the closet. I honestly, if whatever we do, we get a O lineman. If we even get a wide receiver, whatever happens, I think it is going to be an A. Just like Connor Hughes has said a bunch of times, Rich Cimini, whatever we get, either we move up or stay at 10. If we move down, maybe. I think it's going to be a good pick. I think it's going to help the future of this team. I'm excited. I'm ready to get going. I got all my drinks. I got my snacks. I mean, if you look at everything in the background, I'm ready to go. This is awesome. I got my first time I got a TV next to me. So I splashed a little bit of money on that. So I'm happy.
I am so excited. I'm so excited that this is the last year I'm going to ever have to wear this jersey. I'm so happy that this jersey is dead and gone. You know, going to get the new jerseys, going to go get all of the stuff that's going on. I'm just so excited. And I think what you said is so right in that it doesn't matter what we do. If we go up to go get a guy, that's awesome because the guys that we would be moving up to go get are awesome. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If we stick and pick at 10, well, you know what? There's guys that are at 10 that at least I think are going to be there at 10 that we're going to be able to get. Those guys are awesome as well. We decide to trade back. You know what? We're probably going to get another awesome player in the mid rounds that would really, really help this team. This is a draft that has endless possibility. And you know that JD is working the phones to go get Knobles. And that's that, man.
Oh my God, I'm so glad I didn't fall for that. I thought I was going to fall for that. I'm so glad I didn't. So glad I didn't.
That is one of the best Jets memes in a while.
Oh, for sure. Especially when NYJ Matt did that Adam Gase thing. I totally fell for that when he got another job.
As a high school.
Oh my God, I totally fell for that. So I'm happy I didn't fall for this one. I love it that's in Detroit. I think it's really cool that's in Detroit. The atmosphere there. I think the fans deserve everything there. What's going on, the whole venue. A lot of Jets fans there. I love seeing the old logo there, Gotham City. I'm really happy about it. And also, I gotta say this: if we do get a guy that's going to help us not only down the line, but it's going to help us with everything going on to make this run. We know we're going to lock him in for at least 3 to 4 years. This is the time, and it's now. I don't even want to think about next year. I don't want to think about the year after that.
Thank you.
It's our time. This is our time.
DK,
you look like you just came from church, buddy. I love it.
Boyz, I'm still at work. I hear a little "the time is now" chatter going on.
Yeah, man, the time is now.
Italy, you took it away. You took it out. You took the words out of my mouth. DK had a stream earlier today during his lunchtime, and I was in there harassing him as I do with my friends when they go live. Got to harass you guys, keep you honest. I'm here for the content. But one of the things that I said, and this isn't even in perspective of trade up, trade back. I don't care what the move is, but ultimately, I look at it and I go, F them picks. F the future. Forget what's happening later. I don't care about next year. Next year is next year's problem. This roster is ready for the now. I don't care about next year. We don't know if we're going to have Aaron Rodgers next year. We don't know if we're going to have Hassan Reddick next year. We don't know what next year holds. So I'm not going to worry about next year because ultimately, if we can hoist up a Lombardi, that's all that matters. I don't care if we go 2-15 next year because Aaron doesn't come back, Tyron Smith doesn't come back, and we run out with, we convince Josh McCown to come out of retirement to be our quarterback. Go and get the Lombardi. That's it. That's it. But DK, welcome. And the draft has officially started. They're bringing out the Detroit Lion players in Detroit. Chicago is about to be on the clock. DK, how are you doing? What are you expecting tonight?
Chaos.
How's everything?
Chaos and excitement, my man. I was curious along the line of what y'all saying, although shout out to Detroit. I'm from the east side, not quite that area, but I heard they got like 150K strong strolling around out there. That's nuts. Do you guys feel like we've made enough right now kind of moves? I don't think there's necessarily anything that we've done that we've missed out on. We grabbed Tyron Smith. We've grabbed one of the more underrated guards that were coming out. We've stolen Morgan Moses. We got Mike Williams, right? There's the amount of moves that Joe Douglas was able to make has impressed me this season, considering the amount of guaranteed money that we've dished out. I've never seen another GM convince this many people to bet on themselves and hope that you can get a ring, especially given the recent history and kind of bias that I feel like, the outside perspective of our franchise is like.
I want to add to that. I think whatever we do in this draft is just going to be another weapon, another bonus to get to where we need to be. We got to remember, even after training camp, there's going to be more cuts. We can get more veterans. We can get a safety. We can get a linebacker. We get a running back. Maybe whatever we do in this draft is going to predict what we can do after that. I'm not even worried. Like that, we've done this last 2 years when we got Alexander, and even last year. Like, I'm not worried. I feel like we have done. GD has reconstructed that O-line very well. I know a lot of durability is on there. I know getting Mike Williams is a little bit of risk, but that's why we have drafts. That's why we do have cuts to get those people. I'm not worried. I think we have done enough for now. Yes.
I think you're right. I think the only move that we haven't made that would have been considered, to me, would have been the over the top, oh, we're serious, is like bringing in Justin Simmons. That was never on the table, in my opinion, right? Like, we were never going to pay big money to a safety. It wasn't going to happen. But like, that's the only move that I can say, which was like just bringing back Chuck Clark, bringing back Ashton Davis, because those are very, compared to the rest of the moves that we've made this offseason, those are the mundane moves. You know what I mean? Outside of that, like, every move has been, let's go. We robbed Morgan Moses and brought him back, correcting the mistake of the past. And Chicago is on the clock. Went and brought in Tyron Smith, Mike Williams, and all. It's just awesome. But let's talk about Chicago, right? The draft starts at 1, obviously, in Chicago. Do you think it's just going to be business as usual? Caleb Williams is the pick? Or do you think that there might be some opportunity for shenaniganery here?
Nah, it's Caleb Williams. Not even wasting a breath. It's Caleb Williams.
Yeah, I don't see any shenanigans. I will say this. I think they try to take a page out of the Texans playbook from last year. They're not going to go offense and defense, but I can see them grabbing Caleb and then trying to trade back up to 4 and snatching a Marvin to pair with them and really finish out that offense. I mean, right now it's already a vicious offense. DJ Moore, Keenan Allen over there. You want to,
that's my thing, is that's already a vicious offense that Caleb's going into. Adding another weapon seems like, to me at least, like a misallocation of assets. No?
I would
defense
say
is the problem, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think it's an easier situation these days for you to go about trying to correct the defense, or at least put them in a decent enough shape to where you don't have to go and just play shootout, games the entire season, as opposed to when you have an elite defense like us and the leaders in. What's good, Gunny?
I appreciate you guys holding it down, man. I was able to go to my daughter's play, watch her do her 2 parts, and I threw up the deuces, and I didn't miss anything. I'm excited. But I've been hearing y'all the whole time, just chopping it up. Go ahead, continue.
How did the rehearsal go, my boy? How did our young lady?
Oh yeah, what was she? I was a theater kid, man. What show did she do? What was her part?
So it was, I guess it's an improv, right? So it was kind of fun. It was kind of weird because it was an improv and
random things. Yeah,
I can't hear y'all at all. Say something real quick.
Hello.
Ciao.
Am I muted? Can y'all hear me?
Nah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Testing 1 2 3.
We hear you.
There it is.
Okay. There it is.
And I'm
back. I'm just gonna monologue until he can hear me.
Yeah. Nah. So she did an improv. So she was it was like I guess like speed dating or something like that, right? And she had 2 different characters she had to play, and it's just them, a whole bunch of her theater guys guys and girls going up there, and they're doing like improv to what dating is like in the 21st century. I'm not gonna lie to you, those kids crushed it in terms of what kind of weird stuff you see out there. So I thought she crushed it. But yeah, she had two spots, two parts, and she crushed them. And then I had to run and get back here so we can go ahead and not miss a beat, because I didn't want to miss a beat when it came to this.
That's fire. I couldn't have been a theater kid, but improv would have been the thing to bring me in. That's always looked pretty fun.
I can't.
It's her first time acting in anything, which was kind of surprising because like she's very
I remember you telling me super reserved.
very reserved, bro.
Yeah,
like,
I remember
she
you
was
said
in
that,
theater, but she was like in the creating the sets. You know what I'm saying? She was a stagehand and stuff like that. So it was her first time actually like acting it out. So I had to be there, got to be there, and still make it in time for this. So it's a win-win situation.
Being a dad comes first.
100%.
Always comes first.
100%.
Dude, you know what I think is ridiculous? I'm going to bring this up. I saw this tweet. This is not my idea, so I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Because the fact that the first pick in the draft gets 10 minutes is absolutely absurd. You've had all offseason. You get 5 minutes.
I know. Yeah, what the hell?
You get 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Now, if a trade happens, the person coming in, they get 10. They get the whole 10. I'll give them the whole 10. But, like, we know what the pick is. Everybody knows what the pick is. They know what the pick is. The NFL knows what the pick is. Just let's get to number 2. The draft starts at 2.
I won't say that's guaranteed every year, though, which is why I can't see them changing it. You think back like 10 years ago when people had to choose between taking like when generally you'd have like tackle, quarterback, 2 quarterbacks, maybe a tackle, maybe wide receiver in like the top 4, and you generally couldn't pigeonhole somebody in there. I'm trying to think of the year. What's the Titans kid?
No, but I'm talking just the first pick, not the first round.
Yeah,
just
but
the number 1 overall pick.
Pick's not always guaranteed.
Come on. No, but what I'm saying is the team knows who they're going to pick. They don't wait until they're on the clock to finally decide who they're going to pick.
Right.
They've known for weeks now.
I won't say from being in a corporate environment, granted it's not apples to apples, but I will say this is not always the case. I have meetings upon meetings upon meetings for a project that we've known about for a year, and we always get closer and closer and closer, feel like we're doing things, everybody's in one accord, and then we have one final meeting, and some jackass has changed their mind or they want to alter something, and now we got to have a whole conversation. So, like, I could see that happening, and they want to, give the full 10, but I'm in agreement. At this point, you probably
So the pick is in, but someone brought it up in the chat, and I did want to bring it up. JFM making some cryptic tweets here. Life's a trampoline. I'm going to bounce back regardless. Are we taking any stock into this? Is JFM being traded? Are we getting our second round pick with JFM? What is this?
I don't know if he gives us
Does it tell you anything?
I don't know.
He's a top 15 edge in the league.
Even when his best value was what, let's say 2 years ago, right? When he was putting up Aaron Donald like pressure numbers in the middle, and then he was going out on the outside and still being able to pass rush and set the edge. And even then, I only remember people, the rumor mill being a 3rd, 4th round kind of value. So it's odd timing if we're talking about letting him go now, but maybe he's too deep into the grapevines right now.
Maybe
he still hasn't changed like his freaking profile, so it still says New York Jets defensive end. I don't know. It might be a little bit of a smokescreen, but
it's a little bit of everything.
Yeah,
it could be.
Right.
It's
part of the process. Could be though. This could be what Titty Boy did in Buffalo, tweeting something cryptic, and then he gets the extension because JFM is a guy who is could be up for an extension.
I would say it's more likely there's a mystery injury or something, and like he's trying to give us advance notice that maybe he might not be there at the start of training camp.
Oh man, like an injury during training.
Yeah, like nothing major, but something enough to where if we don't see him out there during like mandatory mini camp or something, we'll be like, what the hell?
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
That is odd, though. Normally, though, when we see our guys get pissed, they go scorched earth pretty quick. Like, it's not a whole lot of crypticism. Like, Elijah Moore was probably king of that. But everybody else is generally like, all right, I'm not happy. And then, like, we're not even waiting the 2-day period to see if you get over it. They fire off something later that night, and they're like, F the Jets. Somebody come get me.
All right. Pick is in.
The pick is officially in.
Caleb Williams.
Caleb Williams is officially going to Chicago.
Big bust Williams.
Get ready for the downfall.
It's-
Starting
Danny, are you still
now.
down on him?
Say it again.
Are you still not a Caleb guy? And I know,
not
not
at
that
all.
you have a thing against USC,
No.
but I know in general you don't feel like they really.
I do.
I do. I
USC
I
quarterback,
think
yeah.
USC, and then you throw in Lincoln Riley. That is just the
That's
old.
the key.
That's just you're playing yourself. We've seen this happen numerous times now, and to allow themselves. Okay, we got another guest. My bad, Abby. I apologize.
Damn, I was backstage waiting this whole time.
That's my fault. That's my fault. Let me see here. I'm gonna.
What's good?
Okay, boom, boom.
What's up,
Yeah, nah,
Ab?
man. What's up, Abs? How you doing?
What up? I'm excited. I just saw Caleb Williams, of course.
Yeah, they just
I'm not a
drafted the
fan.
big bust. Yeah, I'm not
Not
a
a
fan. As well.
fan. Not a
I
fan.
think Caleb Williams is going to be he won't resign with the Bears. He'll be a free
I
agent
was
by the
going
end
to
of his
say,
4
what do you
years.
mean by bust? Are we saying like this guy is like Zach Wilson territory? Are we just saying he's
No,
not gonna
I don't
be
think
number one?
anybody can be Zach Wilson territory.
Well,
I
shit,
just don't
nobody
think.
thought anybody could reach Jamarcus Russell again, and then we got
And then
Zach.
boom, Zach surprised us.
I don't
But,
think
yeah,
he gets
I
a second contract.
No, I know he won't. I don't think he will. I think we've seen this so often, man, with USC quarterbacks, and then you couple the whole Lincoln Riley aspect, man. We've seen it before. It's just another repetition of that. This is a guy that I saw him struggle mightily against freaking top 15 teams that he went off against. He has a losing record. All of his stat lines dropped dramatically. He's going to the next level where a lot of those guys, they're pretty good. There's not going to be a lot of scrubs for you to stack up freaking stats against. And I just think his attitude as well. I don't know if he's got the mental fortitude to go ahead and handle the L's that are coming. Kid's really feeling himself, as he should be. You're the first overall pick, man. You've
He just made
earned
$40
that.
million.
Yeah, you've earned that by all means. But I think that he's going to go ahead and crumble under the pressure that is required of him as the first overall pick. And it's Chicago, man. I think they made a mistake letting go Justin Fields. I think if you watch
Same.
Justin Fields freaking progress from year one to this last year, the dude got better every single year. He got more accurate every single year. He got more efficient every single year. And he's still giving you that elite production with his legs. But you didn't put anything around him. The offensive line was atrocious. Like, I think they quit on Justin Fields a little too quickly. And we're going to see that now. We're going to see Justin Fields probably eat as a Steeler, which really, like, grinds my gears. But, yeah, I'm not a Caleb Williams fan. But to be fair, I don't like any of these quarterbacks in this draft class. I
was about
really
to say,
don't think any of these quarterbacks are going to live up to the hype that they've been put on them in regards to this
See, I
class.
disagree.
Stuff like that makes me concerned about us saying we want to pick a quarterback later on. Then, because if the top guys seem like they have no chance of succeeding, why in the hell are we investing?
But we're not risking a premium asset to get one of those guys that may or may not be able to play at the NFL level.
Well, they got no choice now. Like you said, Justin Fields, they moved on from and all
Yeah.
of that. But I mean, this is probably the closest thing to what we've seen, and I can't remember the other quarterback's name, but Cam Newton coming in, another round one quarterback, immediately replacing the guy that they drafted in the first round prior. Like it just is smart business sense. It's like going in and somebody gives you the choice between 3 loans, you take the one with the highest interest and lowest dollar value. Like you just don't do that. You hope they learn their lesson from Justin Fields and they can apply that to Caleb here. But I think people are undervaluing and underrating him massively. I'm not a huge fan of USC guys, but I think Caleb's going to go out there and shock quite a few people, especially
I
the
don't
way they
think
set
so,
up that offense.
The problem is Kurt, of all people, Kurt Benkert is the guy I think who said it perfectly, and especially because he also was a Lincoln Riley product. Like, a lot of people don't remember this, but I believe he ran a Lincoln Riley offense when he was in college, and they didn't have a playbook. They didn't have plays. They didn't do X's and O's. That's not how he played football in college. And I can tell you right now, that's not what Lincoln Riley does at USC. I have no beef with USC. I think having a beef with the school is kind of ridiculous. I have beefs with coaches because the coaches and what they're doing, that's what dictates how the school is going to perform. It's like why I can't trust a Tennessee quarterback. It's because the head coach. I saw what he did at UCF for years. And not because he's at Tennessee and he's got more money doesn't mean that his system now magically works. Caleb's going to go into the perfect situation in Chicago on offense. There are no excuses for him not to work. The offensive coordinator was picked for him specifically out of Seattle, and he runs an offense that should be able to highlight his skill set. You've got DJ Moore and Keenan Allen. You have a really solid offensive line there right in front of them. They've got a solid run game. Cole Kmet is low-key a really good tight end in the NFL. And even with all of that, I agree with Gunny. I don't see him making a second contract. I don't agree moving on from Fields was the right move. I don't see Fields working out in the NFL. He's the new Sam Darnold, where they're going to be like, oh, the Jets ruined him. And then he's going to go to Seattle and he's not going to beat out Russell Wilson. And then he's not going to get another contract with not Seattle, it's the Steelers. And then he's going to leave the Steelers and go to freaking insert other team here. And he's just going to bounce around and he's just going to be a perennial backup from this point on. I don't see him working out in the NFL. But passing up on like Drake May, for me, who is my QB1, that's the mistake in my eyes. Passing on Drake May would run the Chicago offense. It would be lights out. But
I'd have to say, if you're going to roll the dice here.
Dark Soldier, what are the rules for the giveaway? Real quick, since the Patriots have not gone yet. If you're in the chat or you're watching now, as long as you get your comment in the YouTube or the comment right now, what you think the AFC East is going to do, right? What are the Patriots going to do? What are the Jets going to do? What are the Dolphins are going to do? And what the Bills are going to do? And then once you comment that, you're going to go ahead and answer these questions. Will there be a tight end drafted in the top 10? And how many wide receivers will be drafted in the first round? That's going to go ahead and allow you to go ahead and get selected to win the jersey. I don't see a lot of individuals that have participated, so the odds are really, really high. It's going to be an AVT autographed jersey, Dark Soldier. So make sure you go ahead and put in the comments exactly what you think is going to happen with the AFC East. If the Jets are – what's up? What happened?
Feed behind?
yeah.
I think
Dang, you guys are delayed.
Yeah, we are. I haven't seen the pick yet.
Oh, man.
I didn't see the pick yet.
I'm on YouTube TV, so I didn't see it.
I'm
on
looking at
Fubo.
you.
I'm on Fubo.
No, it's no surprise.
Yeah.
No surprise.
Wait. Is she
That
saying
makes
we're
sense.
behind or she's ahead of us?
She's way ahead.
She's
She
way
saw the pick.
So she already sees the Jets pick. All right.
Hold on.
Dang, I'm gonna like mute when the Jets pick because I'm gonna like lose my.
She's gonna go off camera.
Right,
If she goes off camera, they either pick Bowers or they pick defense. Just
You
so y'all
already know.
If she goes off camera,
Yeah, you
it was
already know,
Bowers or
right.
defense.
Beanies
right,
are flying in
Daniels.
the air.
It's the perfect fit. It's the
I
perfect
think Daniels
fit
is
for,
the smart move.
I
for
don't
sure.
think so. Again,
Not for
I
this
don't like.
team,
No,
se.
for this team, it's the right pick. Cliff Kingsbury's offense ran with Jaden Daniels. That's a match made in heaven.
Everybody treats Drake May like he's a stump in the ground.
I'm not saying, dude, Drake May's my QB1. I would have taken Drake May in this situation. But the fit, Jaden Daniels' athleticisms with the air raid offense and all of that stuff, it's a match made in heaven. You just got to hope that he can take a hit, man. He's got to be able to play through a whole game. What is he, 175 pounds? You know what I mean? He's light, man.
He's
He's like 210, bro.
He's not.
No. His playing weight's like 190 something. He put on weight for the combine, but his playing weight.
I
Was
think
like
he's going to try to keep that on.
195. I mean, yeah, NFL weight room should be able to assist. Oh man, Abby saw what the Jets just did. She just jumped off the camera. It's Bowers are freaking.
They traded up for Quinyon Mitchell.
traded up.
Jesus.
I needed to move closer to the TV.
Oh.
Guy, I'm gonna be in agony when I gotta touch road to try to get home, and I'm not gonna see shit. I'm gonna just be listening to the stream in the background praying.
Oh,
Right.
no. Wait, you're at work still?
Yeah, I'm at work. I got like 10
Well, yeah,
minutes
because he's
to
2
wrap
hours
up.
ahead of
That's
us.
right. I keep
Well, so
getting
is
behind us.
Abby. So is
I'm
Abby.
3
too.
hours behind you guys.
Yeah, she's in Cali.
She took the day
No,
off.
Arizona.
Yeah,
Arizona. My bad.
get it right.
I apologize. I just remembered.
I know our team's been absent in the playoffs, but I'm still here. Damn Suns, man, they're driving me nuts.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. I was just like, I forgot. She's a Suns fan going through
If
it right
the
now.
Suns are eliminated, which they might be, honestly, they could get swept at this point. I'm like, you're
Looking
already
like
down
it.
0-2.
It's looking
but
like that's going to be the norm.
Yeah, I'll go. I'll cheer for the Knicks because a lot of the Jets fans are Knicks fans, so I don't have no issue. MSG looked crazy the other night, though. I was a little jealous.
Yeah, I just remember the game is on tonight too, isn't it?
Yeah,
Going on right now. Apparently they're
6:30 Central Time.
apparently they've been dogging
throw it on the
Embiid.
iPad. Next, boom.
That's facts. Lamar was light too, but
Lamar wasn't. Look at that picture, dude.
It's different.
I can see his ribs.
6'3",
all right, the
210.
pick is in for me, so I'll mute.
Oh man, you can.
Oh no, but they made the pick.
No, not yet.
Nah, Patriots
No,
are
no,
still
but the
waiting.
Patriots
Yeah.
made the
Not
pick.
yet.
No. Still picking.
Oh, I
Still
saw
on
the
clock.
pick.
Still on the clock.
Yeah, the Patriots made their pick. Interesting. What do you guys think it's going to be? Patriots
May,
are on the clock.
May.
They're sticking and picking.
Drake
They're
May.
not trading back. What are they taking?
No, it's wide receiver.
Look, the
It's Marvin Harrison
Patriots,
Jr.
the Patriots don't follow the standard trend for creating a roster. I think they go with the most elite weapon or
Marvin
player
Harrison
on the
Jr.
board. It's Marvin.
100%.
Interesting.
That's what I think.
Quarterback
And then they
makes
punt
no
the
sense.
quarterback,
But,
and then they punt the quarterback till next year.
Yeah,
I think
they're going to
try
ride it
find
out with
somebody
Jacoby
later.
Brissett. Although next year's quarterback class is just a bunch of doo-doo, so I don't know.
Bro,
I don't think they're waiting.
dog water.
Who's in their quarterback room right now? It's
Jacoby Brissett.
Zappy.
They got Zappy and Brissett. You can win games with Brissett, bro. Like,
There's
yeah.
that
No.
much.
We would've won 11 games last year with
He's
Brissett.
still my top
We all
guy.
know you feel.
That I'm on board with, but I think they still find a way to go and land a guy. I think they'll land a guy before day 2 ends.
A lot of
Jacoby's
people are
not
going to get
gonna last the
eliminated
full
right now
season.
from the giveaway.
Facts.
Let
Imagine
me see how I'm
imagine
doing.
they take Bowers.
I would love it.
This guy.
I would love it so much if they
I
took
would
Bowers.
not.
It would make my whole day.
That is not that. I would not like that.
I hope they do. I hope they take him.
The reason I say that,
Oh my god.
the reason I say that is because
That's right.
I don't think we have a linebacker that can cover him.
What?
disagree.
Quincy and CJ can't keep up with him.
CJ
Quincy
Quincy is
can.
gonna get ate up.
But Quincy
think it's
can't
gonna be
cover all
May.
that well.
I think it's gonna be May
did
right here. I don't think it's MHJ.
Much
What do you guys
better
think?
than he did.
I
think
already
it's
know.
MHJ.
I already know, so I'm not going to tip it. I saw it on Twitter.
I think it's gonna be May. I think
I
it's
think
gonna
it's
be May.
MHJ.
This is why I'm glad I don't have social media. They stopped ruining shit for me a long
Yeah,
time.
I
Jermaine
turned off all
Johnson.
notifications on Twitter and everything just because
Bro, I'm about
Abby
to
said
have
she
some
knew.
beef.
I was like, let me go ahead.
The
and
family knows. I'm like, if I get a text and somebody spoils this from me, I'm going to take a flight and I'm
Oh,
going to come
yeah.
John with you.
It's on site. It's on site.
It's equalizer time.
I'm gonna
Sick
make
of
sure
this
to
shit.
turn up my TV so you can hear.
Bro, I'm pissed. Jermaine, I'm mad. Oh, we're all going to be mad at Jermaine Johnson right now. Jermaine Johnson out here trying to mess with our hearts. He's like the defensive line about to get better.
Being saucy
Please
that
don't.
bullshit
Please
earlier
don't.
too.
Okay, lock him in the closet with Salah.
The defense is just having a fun. They think it's all shits and giggles until they actually get somebody
Oh
new.
no, they haven't been here long enough, DK, to know our hearts and shit.
Hey, you know what's crazy? I was thinking about this the other day. You remember
Wow.
when we
Yep.
said
May.
This
What did
this
I
was
tell
my
you,
worst
dude?
case scenario.
What did I tell
This
you?
was my worst case scenario. They walked away with QB1 at 3. Oh man.
they
I
don't
like
have
this.
a great infrastructure around
I
him.
don't like
so
that.
now
I
they-
don't like Drake May. I'm sorry.
If
I
you
like
take
this
a look
lot.
at this is why I've been so high on Devontae Walker. He didn't have his one weapon, and it's not like they had a ton of
Wow.
other people, but he was
Drake
arguably average this season. So I don't know if they got enough support to really help him out, but it makes sense. I just
Fun
didn't
fact.
think they were going to do it.
According to reports, the Giants and the Vikings tried to get to this pick to get May,
I heard.
and the Patriots
Yeah.
hung the phone up.
Well, they said they had laughable offers, so I don't know what
Right,
they were
right.
necessarily pushing out there, but should have tried harder.
So the draft starts at 4.
Facts.
This is where the draft starts. This is how I predicted the draft was going to go. So if you guys, this is where I'm curious. If you're Arizona, do you take the King's ransom that the Vikings and or the Giants are giving you?
Yeah. Right
or
now,
do you stick and pick?
you've got to take the King's ransom. I'm sorry, you got to take the King's ransom because you're talking about with Drake May coming off the board. Minnesota right now is like shitting their pants. They're freaking out.
Right.
They're like, damn it, man. There goes the top 3, like 1, 2, 3. I think they want to move up now to get their guy in terms. I think it's going to be JJ McCarthy, which is kind of crazy to me that he's going to go this high. But I think this kind of solidifies he'll be probably a top 10 pick. Drake May at 3.
Who did we say we expect him to drop down to?
So,
Vikings?
fun fact.
Vikings.
So
Yeah.
Adam Schefter with a tweet 2 seconds ago, Cardinals are not expected to trade pick number 4. After last year's movement all
MHJ.
around the first
It's
round, the
MHJ.
Cardinals are expected to stay put and take an offensive weapon. Marvin Harrison, you're
Marvin
headed
Harrison.
to
To
Abbey.
Arizona.
It's
Well,
off the clock.
a
Gonna
lot
be
of
your
what they
neighbor.
were talking about earlier is that at 4, nobody's really offering a king's ransom. That's what I saw this morning, is that whatever these trade packages are looking like, it's only it's nothing like we seen with like even the RG3 trade, right? 3 first, a couple of seconds, a third, all of this crazy shit. Nobody's giving up a whole draft class here for some reason. So I don't know how much variety we're going to get here from maybe most of the recent mock drafts that we've actually seen. This seems pretty lock in step with what I think most of us have discussed in the last week.
Is there any possibility of a shakeup here? Is there any possibility of a Neighbors here, of an Odunze here? And the only reason I'm saying that is just,
Neighbors
does
fit
anything
best.
of their skill set?
Neighbors fits best with what Kyle Murray's gonna do and needing to move the pocket and do all that kind of stuff. Marvin Harrison has the higher upside in terms of just elite skill set in everything you'll ask from him, but Neighbors has the burst and explosion they're gonna look for.
Yo, Garrett Wilson's like, shut up, bro. To JJ too. I love it. That's awesome.
I'd say Neighbors. I don't know how confident I would be in that, but I think Neighbors
You
fits
have
what
to
they're
be.
going to look for.
I would consider, and the only reason, like,
Made their pick, by the way.
What?
They made
People
their
aren't
pick.
even-
MHJ, you're off the board.
yep.
If a trade's going to pop off, I think is most likely going to be the Chargers. The Giants, I don't know about all these other teams in between, but the Chargers can't really lose out. They're still going to get a top tackle. They're still going to either get a top wide receiver, or they're going to end up with Brock Bowers, and they'll be perfectly satisfied with either of those options. And probably don't need to leave the top 10.
The question now comes, if you're the Chargers, like the Vikings, you can't go into the year with Sam Darnold as your quarterback. You just can't, right?
Says who?
So bro, Justin Jefferson. He's who?
DK.
Justin Jefferson. That's who.
You don't think he likes that live arm that Sam Darnold's bringing?
So if you're the Vikings, do you just you have to get in front of the Giants, right? The Giants are going to take JJ. Or do you guys think that's just smoke? Do you
I think that's smoke.
I think they can stay at 11. It's a huge gamble, but still land McCarthy. It's probably the closest thing to a Kirk Cousins they have to run that offense in a similar fashion, and they'll be just fine.
JJ making it to 11? I don't see it.
I think they overhyped his value too much.
I
Now,
don't
obviously,
disagree.
quarterback is, that position that'll make people do nutty stuff. But I think realistically, he'll probably drop to 11 unless the Giants get jumpy. It's the only team I really think that makes sense to take him. MHJ?
They stayed. Yeah, they stayed.
Motherfuckers. I hate it here.
I have to have like a delayed reaction.
Well, we called it.
Yep, it makes
Like
sense
we-
right
Yeah,
there.
it's MHJ.
Yeah,
I don't
it makes
think
all the
anybody
sense
was
in the world. This doesn't surprise me at all.
How many
fact they
many
did
more of these
back,
weapons do you
man.
think need to come off for Joe Douglas to say, fuck it, I need to make something happen?
If
Is
the
this
Giants,
If Neighbors comes off.
if
I
Neighbors
think
comes
so.
off the board, you have to come up.
You think
I
he's
agree.
trading up for Odunze? I think that was the one guy that was kind of excluded
Odunze-
from that conversation.
Odunze is close enough to that to Neighbors. Odunze is closer to Neighbors than Neighbors is to MHJ.
I look at it different. Odunze has a closer skill set to what Marvin can offer than what he has with Neighbors. And so I think if they're going to trade up, that would probably be the reason. But I don't know, man. I would probably try to wait it out and see if he drops to us.
I would
I
would
hate
not
the
risk
idea
it.
of moving up for him.
I think you got to move up to pick 8, man. I think if Neighbors goes here in the next 2 picks, if you really want a Dunze, you've got to go ahead and make a move to get to pick 8. And I think Joe is probably feeling the pressure.
I don't know. The Falcons most likely need to go Verse or Turner. And if
That's
the
assuming
Bears,
they stick and pick.
yeah, but who else would want to come up that much and take a wide receiver and have the package that would make sense other than like, and I don't even think the Eagles is an option no more because they just paid AJ Brown.
Right.
The Bears could still take a wide receiver for Caleb to try to force that to make it work. If you want Odunze, and like I said, in my grading, I have Odunze as wide receiver 3. He's clear-cut wide receiver 3, but he isn't so far. It's not like it's Marvin Harrison and Malik Neighbors and then Rome Odunze. It's Marvin Harrison, then Malik Neighbors and Rome Odunze. They're really close.
Yeah, it's kind of
And
a
it's-
1A, 1B type thing.
It's
Right.
it's a 2A, 2B kind of a thing, you know? And it's flips on skill set. What do you want? Do you want the big contested jump, go get it ball? Do you want Mike Evans? Or do you want like Devontae Adams? That's the question. They're both elite wide receivers. They're both 1,000 yards every year. That's the conversation. And so it's very, very interesting to see how this plays out.
The one thing I'll say I'm happy about is I'm not if we stay at 10, and I don't think there's any crazy order of picks here of players that can go off in these next couple picks. I'm not really stressed about anybody I've necessarily missed out on. I think we still have a very, very strong chance of getting arguably one of the best tackles in the class. I think Fashanu's still going to end up being there. Or worst case scenario, you get a Brock Bowers and you say, fuck it, we'll make it work. But we have a guy with a skill set that can do damage in the NFL.
I'd rather us
Team
trade
weapon,
back
take
and
Brian
get
Thomas at 10.
BTJ. Yep. Yeah. I'm actually okay if they went BTJ at 10. If they can't trade back, I'd do that before I would go ahead and go Bowers.
Scares the hell out of me. I don't think he's necessarily a round one guy.
Oh, he is. He's
I
wide
love-
receiver
he
4,
is.
clear cut.
Yeah.
It's not even close.
It's not even close, man. And in all actuality, I seen him ahead of some of the top 3 guys that were
Over
going.
Corey?
I
I
wouldn't
see
put
that
him there,
too. I don't see
I
the
wouldn't
love
put him there.
fest.
but I love BTJ.
He was objectively the better receiver on LSU last year.
That's facts.
He is a bigger reason for Jaden Daniels winning the Heisman than Neighbors is. Neighbors is a
17
stud.
Hey,
Neighbors is a stud.
hey.
17 touchdowns, my guy.
This man,
17?
3.2% drop
this
rate.
man is pulling off a Joe Burrows like illusion on people. It's 1 year of a supers and
And
I'm
Joe
not taking
Burrow went
anything
to the
away from this
Super Bowl.
1 year.
You sure did.
Facts. But that's quarterback, a completely different position. Wide receiver is not going to have the same impact. He's had one very elite year production. 2 years prior, everybody acts like what did he do? What
But
did
what
he
did
do
Malik
impressive?
Wide
Neighbors
receiver
do
3.
the
He
first-
wasn't a part of the
first
playbook.
couple years?
He wasn't a major part of the playbook. The playbook was when Jaden Daniels got there, Jaden Daniels had to evolve as a quarterback. He was a one read and throw kind of guy when he got there. So the one read was Malik Neighbors. You'd be dumb if the one read wasn't Malik Neighbors. And as he developed, he gets that role. It's
What
the
did
same.
he have?
The
30
people that
combined
dog on
catches in
BTJ
2
are the
years?
same people that love Xavier Leggett. Xavier Leggett's been in college for 5
Very
years with
different
1 year of
situation.
production.
Very different situation. That man had a number of extenuating circumstances that impacted him getting on the field and being productive in that offense as a guy that was mostly looked at as a core special teamer. Brian Thomas didn't have that same element or factor to him. So
Couldn't he make the roster? I love Leggett, by the way. This isn't me crapping on. I like Leggett, but it's just it's always this way. Is the people who are anti BTJ are pro Leggett, and it's just like it's always this like run of excuses of like, oh, he was a special teamer, oh, he couldn't make the field, and oh, they didn't want to use him as a wide receiver, and I was like, so if you're
my
as good
argument
as you
stands
are,
for
why
both,
can't you?
by the way. To me,
why can't
Brian
you make
Thomas
it?
should be looked at the same way Xavier Leggett is to an extent. Obviously better, in my opinion. But I'm just saying I don't see the round one talent there.
Oh, I got a question for you guys. Oh, okay. Wants to know: do we trade up or down?
Down.
What do y'all think gonna
I'll
happen?
tell you after the Chargers pick.
Down.
I think we're gonna trade down.
I've kind of changed personally. I think I might want to stand pat and pick up Fashanu, but
I wouldn't be mad at that. I wouldn't be mad at that.
Fuaga.
Chargers are sticking and
at 10.
picking. They are not trading. They are making their pick.
ooh,
So there
Joe
goes
Alt.
neighbors.
I think
No,
it's all.
No, you're right. It's all.
I think it's all.
Yeah, no,
Bro,
it's all.
I
all
know
for
there's
sure.
been smoke. I've
Wait,
got
is
a gut
Neighbors
feeling
still-
it's going to be Latham.
Neighbors is still there. Yep.
Yeah, neighbor's still there.
Here's the thing. So let's ask this question, right? Let's say it is Alt or Latham that goes to the Chargers here at 5. We have no idea. Maybe Abby does because she's like on pick 15 already. Right?
The pick is in. That's
See,
exciting.
she knows.
The Jets
She
will drop
already
back
knows
to
what the pick is.
19 with the rest.
Okay, Abby, stop texting your source. Okay, stop texting your source.
Let's assume that it's offensive line, and let's assume the Giants go JJ. Just let's have that assumption. Do you call the Falcons? Do you go to 7 for Neighbors? Not 7. 7 is not the Falcons. The Falcons
That's
are 8.
Titans. That's Titans.
7. Do you call the Titans?
If
You try to
neighbors
get
is
this-
still there,
If
yeah,
if
you
it
got
goes
to.
Alt/Latham and then JJ,
You
it
think
goes
the Titans would
goes
be willing
offensive.
to trade that up though if he falls in his lap?
I'm just saying. You have to at least call.
Yeah, I don't
If
think you
the
want to risk it.
Giants go JJ, you have to call.
I think
Yeah.
it just depends on how far on the spectrum you are on buying all the way in or maximizing what the draft class offers. If you're not all the way in, then I think you're like, nah, fuck it. It's a couple of picks, take the chance. If you are, then you're foolish not to go up to 7 and try to get them at least.
Dude, the Chargers can't mess this up, right? It's
No,
just
they gotta go all. They gotta go all right here.
There's
It's
5
all their
guys
neighbors,
right
right?
now that fit.
It's alter neighbors. Like they has to be
Yeah.
the Latham stuff has to be
Listen.
smoke, right?
Yes.
No. Latham is generally a classic hardball built kind of tight end, and he's going to bring an
Yeah,
old
and-
school element to
You
his
mean-
offensive
Yeah.
line.
I
Latham?
love Latham. I
Latham?
love Latham.
You mean
I think
offensive
he'll be good
line?
for
You
it.
say tight end. You mean offensive line?
Yeah, my bad. Yeah, offensive line.
Dude,
Yeah, he's a throwback tackle. that can play the
just go
modern
offensive
game.
tackle. I don't care which one. Just go offensive tackle. Don't take the wide receiver here.
Pick is in.
Let me see.
I haven't seen it yet, Abby. I don't know.
I was like, the pick was in 5 minutes
She
ago.
says y'all are just now getting there.
They
I don't
look pretty
understand.
happy in that draft room, though. So I'm like,
Hey, what's the food? Where's the food? I want to know what the food looks like.
I just need the pick. I'm gonna bounce after this.
That's
I can
it. I
kinda
just need a
rush home.
pick. I just
all right.
I need.
What
that
are you
weight
watching
off
it
my
on,
chest.
Abby? Are you like
no,
on
it's
cable?
on ABC.
She's in
Morgan.
person. You don't see the background? What's wrong?
Yeah,
Ah,
I'm watching it on
she's there.
ABC.
Yeah, I'm here.
Welcome, I'm-
That makes more sense.
She's
I'll be
on
right
the
back. I'm gonna get my
stage announcing picks when she mutes.
Nah, ABC is just like the local channel.
Yeah,
All
I'm
right.
watching it on local. Yeah, same.
I'm watching on NFL Network. Maybe that's my problem.
Yeah, I did that last year, Gunny. I was way behind for everything. Way behind on everything. Man, Abby, shut up.
No, Dark, don't do that. No. Let us see it on TV.
I'm gonna like turn my computer around.
Shit. Who is it?
Just who do you think it is?
Joe Alt.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Ooh,
all. Don't mess around. Get all.
he was
And
never
then-
on my board as a thing that Giants do it. Take JJ. Take JJ.
Fair.
Oh, do it.
fucking
Danny Dimes
play.
ain't it.
Yo.
Oh, he can do it.
No,
Danny Dimes
listen.
ain't it.
This could fall the way we've
Dude.
been talking about it falling. This could really turn out. Because
Now,
if
but
the
now what do the
Falcons
Titans
stay
do?
there, if the
Yes.
Falcons stay there, they're going defense. I
Right, Turner.
guarantee that.
They're getting
They're going
Turner, for sure.
defense.
Yes.
I think here
What do the Titans do? That's
Neighbors.
the
they
question
need
here.
to go O line.
I think
But
they
but
go
the
wide
left tackle's
receiver,
gone.
To be honest.
Are you confident? Do you believe that Olu is good enough to be the pick at 7?
Yeah,
Let's
hell
hope they
yeah.
do.
Hell yeah.
Let's hope they do.
Do you know who their right tackle is? Who's their right tackle? Anybody know? Can he
for the
move to the
Titans?
left?
I just fucking seen this. God damn it.
It's Petit Frere. Oh, but they could easily just play
No, it
Dylan.
was Dylan Radins, wasn't it?
Yeah, but they have him listed at the left side.
Yeah,
I
don't know how
hope
long
that's
that
true.
holds up.
Man, Alt is just gigantic. Oh my god.
Dude, he's a massive human.
He is so damn.
I gotta
Let
tell
me get
this
out of
story.
here. I can't delay this anxiety anymore. I'm gonna get out of here. I'll catch y'all in the background
All right, brother.
on the
Say a
trip
prayer.
home. Enjoy. Fingers crossed, y'all.
Say a prayer. Say a prayer.
I'm going to tell this story while we're waiting to see if the Giants break our heart or if they keep us alive in the game, right? And so when I went for the week 1 game last year, right, on 9/11, it was my first ever Jets game that I ever got to watch at home.
Oh my
Went up
God,
there
that's
to
bad
watch.
too.
Yeah, I know. Hey, we won the game.
Right.
We won the
I
game.
know, but at what cost?
But when I was there, I was like, I got there early because I didn't have a hotel room. I flew in the day of. I flew in the next morning. I flew out the next morning. I was there for 18 hours. So I was walking around the tailgate, and who do I run into but Papa Ruckert? Because he's there at the tailgates. He's a Jets fan, and I was like, oh my God, I gotta go say hi to Papa Ruckert, right? And he's standing next to this giant of a human being. Like, I mean, when I need to look at him, I go, hello, sir. Gotta look straight up, crack my neck. Come to find out, that's Max Mitchell's dad. And I was just like, dude, these offensive linemen, they come from they're huge. Right. His dad was 6'8".
Oh my God.
Do you see the pic?
Yeah.
It's in.
I had a feeling this would happen too. I just had a little bit of a feeling.
All right, so it's got to be Neighbors. That's why.
Yeah, he ruined it. It's Neighbors.
Yeah, it's Neighbors.
Damn. But now, so like, they gotta go Fuaga. No, but this is good because JJ is still there. That means the team can come up for a quarterback. Crap, man.
I really wanted them to go JJ.
I did too.
I never thought they would, though.
Yeah, it was a long shot.
No,
it was either Neighbors or JJ for me. JJ or Neighbors for me, honestly.
Diana Rossini says that for them, they did try to get to 3. That's true, but for the Giants, it was Drake May or bust. They had Drake May as quarterback 1 on their board, and if they were going to take a quarterback, it was only going to be for Drake May. The moment May came off, they pivoted to weapon.
All right, so Joe just saw the top 2 offensive weapons come off the board. He's within reach now to trade up if he really wants a Dunze. What do we...
The question just has to be had. What are the Titans going to do? What do you do if you're the Titans?
Honestly, I thought they were going to go... 6, it was either going to be JJ or Neighbors for me. Now, for the Giants, and now with the Titans, I thought it was going to be Neighbors or Fuaga or Latham. I definitely not Olu.
I would do Olu. The guys I would take before Latham, guys who can actually play offensive tackle, right? Not guards, because that's what Latham is. But it would be like Olu. It's crazy, man. Olu, Fuanga. Sneaky pick is Amarius Mims. He might go higher than people are expecting. Yeah, it's official. Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
Okay.
All right.
That's fine.
Yep.
We knew those were long shots. We expected this. We prepped for this. So now it's whether or not Joe D wants to make a move up. And for the record, the New York Knicks are winning, and it is now halftime. Just wanted to...
What's the score?
58-55.
Oh, okay.
It's a close game.
The game's in Philly, right?
Yeah, they're in Philly.
Yeah.
I still can't believe the frickin' Chargers went alt, man.
Why? Why is that shocking?
No, I was thinking
Because
either
they don't have
MHJ
pass
or alt for
catchers.
Chargers.
That's what I'm saying. It should have been Neighbors. It's not anti-alt. It's alt is now your right tackle. You're not moving Slater to the right side.
Well, you got to think,
taking a left tackle and putting him on the right side.
I guarantee you in the second they're going to grab a wide receiver. Let's not forget this is one of the deepest wide receiver.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Of course. But Gunny, ask yourself this question. For the right tackle, remember, because this is what they drafted, is a right tackle, not a left, a right tackle. Is the gap from Malik Neighbors to whoever it is that you get in the second, let's say Xavier Worthy, is that gap bigger than the gap from Joe Alt to, let's say, Tyler Guyton?
I
I don't
actually
think it is.
Joe Alt is going to play left tackle. I think
You're
he's
not
going to
moving
win.
Slater.
I think he's gonna play left tackle.
I
as
think
well.
he's going to play left tackle. I think he's going to beat
Yeah,
out Slater
100% agree
in
with
camp.
No way. Slater's a top 15 left tackle in the NFL. Why are you
That's
going to
cute.
put the rookie there?
That's cute. I think Joe Alt's going to beat him out in camp.
He's not better than him, though.
Really,
Slater's better than, bro. Now you just because you love Joe Alt, you're saying some ridiculous stuff.
What does you just say he's a top 15? He's an average left tackle. How is that?
I didn't
not
say
feasible?
left tackle. I said tackle.
Okay, he's an average tackle. Why
That's
wouldn't
not
that be
average.
feasible?
Average would be in the 30s, left and right. I'm
No,
saying left
there's
and right.
32 teams, right?
So there's 64 tackles. I said tackle.
But he's a left tackle. He's an average left tackle. That's the position he plays.
If you're talking about left tackle and left tackle only, he's a top 6, top 7 left tackle in the NFL.
No, you're crazy.
Name 7 better left tackles than Rashawn Slater. I'll give you the list: Trent Williams, Tyron Smith when healthy, the guy from Houston, Laramie Tunsil. Who's better than at left tackle? Maybe the Lions guy. I'll give you the Lions guy. Forget his name. Decker.
Who's the guy on the Texans?
Laramie Tunsil. Already said him.
Oh, you said him?
Already said him. Let me ask you: Is this is an interesting one? I don't think so. But Stanley from the Ravens. I don't think Stanley's better than Slater.
No.
No. I'm just thinking of the best left tackles in the game right now. Mailata's better.
I think Mailata's better. Yeah.
Mailata's better. That's easy. That's not even. See what I'm saying? Like, just think about it. Slater's a dog. Like, I'm going through the teams and their left tackles.
What are we?
I can't find a left tackle from the list that we just made. Can't find left tackles that are better than him right now. Houston has a better one.
I think Houston does, yep.
Houston has a better one, that's for sure. We have a better one, that's for sure. In Tyron Smith,
I
whenever he's
would take Deion Dawkins ahead of him.
That's crazy. Deion Dawkins is the definition of average.
Tristan Wirfs. I guess he's in the top 10.
I wouldn't. Yeah, Wirfs. I'll give you Wirfs. I had to think about it, but there you go. So there's 5 guys that we came up with. So
What about Christian Darsaw?
Ooh.
Yeah, right.
Oh, that's a good one.
All right.
Okay, let me sit with that one.
What do you think it is? What do you guys think it is?
It has to be Talise.
Titans. What do you think it is?
OT.
I think they go Brock Bowers. God help us. Please take Brock Bowers. I want him off the board for the Jets pick.
The Bowers boys will riot.
All right. Fuaga, Latham, or Bowers? That's who I think.
Has to be Fuaga.
Yeah, it has to be a lineman. I'm going to go with... Man, ahead of Fashanu? I'm going to go with Fashanu, man. I think Fashanu comes off here.
The only reason I say
I don't think
Fuaga
so.
is because they need a right tackle, not a left.
Well, that's a good point. That's
the only reason
No.
I say that. It's the only reason I say that. I have Olu as my offensive tackle too, but the problem is I don't know if you can move him to the right side. But hell, I said that about I knew you could move Joe Alt, but I said they wouldn't, and the freaking Chargers just moved him to the right side. I thought about it, Darrisaw over Slater. That's a great find, by the way.
So,
I just saw the pick.
Yeah, I
Don't
did too.
say
Yeah,
anything.
me too.
I did
Me
too.
too.
It just popped
Me
up
too.
on my screen. I'm
Me
like,
too.
oh no, I had to
I
slide it
thought you guys
away.
had notifications turned off.
I
I
don't.
do.
I
But it's-
don't.
I've
I
got
still
3
have them on.
monitors, and Google hates me.
That's why I
So-
messed up. I have this monitor, this one over here, this one over here, and then that one. Apparently, my business line, this phone, just sent me the notification from ESPN. I just shut this one off too.
Problem is I have friends who also like football, and they're jerks. And our rankings were very similar. So the pick came in, and they were surprised. So my Discord just exploded. and I just got a bunch of notifications because they were all like, "Holy crap! What are the Titans doing?"
This is insane. Wow. Wow. Ain't no river wide enough.
All right, pick 7 is in. We're assuming it's offensive tackle.
Yeah.
I know that Gunny would roll over in his grave. He's not dead, but he would die and then roll over in his grave.
Jeez.
If Bowers was the pick.
I would be so elated if they did me this.
No. I'm talking about for the Jets. For the Jets.
Oh
for the
no!
Jets.
Oh God, no!
I know you would.
No,
you hate
here.
it. You hate it. You would die, and then you would roll over in your grave. That's what I'm saying. So not Gunny, because of his hatred of Bowers. You're staring down the barrel of 2 weapons. There's 2 picks left. They're both not gonna go.
Oh my God.
Do you go? Do you still go up? Do you call the Falcons?
Yeah. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. We can't hear you.
No, I think he's talking to somebody else.
Oh, sorry. That is insane.
Oh man. This is so interesting.
Let's see who. I still haven't seen it yet.
No.
I know, but
You'll see it in a second. And then once you react, we can all react.
What?
Right?
Yeah. Oh my gosh. What did I say though?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
What is going on, man?
Interesting.
Wow. That is very surprising.
What a move. See, now you're caught up though, Abby, because right when you reacted was right when, or at least I caught up, right when you reacted was right when Goodell got to the podium. So I was like 30 seconds behind you.
Wait,
yeah.
Hold
Before I
on. What
was
are you watching
minutes
it on? Are you,
I'm on
what channel are
YouTube
you
TV.
watching it on? What channel though?
Oh, NFL Network.
Yeah, I'm on the NFL Network too.
I'm on Big Thick Cable.
I'm on ABC.
Oh crap!
Yeah,
Dark
same.
Soldier just let me know we're very far behind on comments.
I got
Let me go
Talking
ahead
Jets on the
Yeah,
YouTube on my phone too. But they're even further behind.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
Sauce is at the draft. Of course, he was going to go to the draft. It's in his
Well,
hometown.
yeah, it's hometown. Yeah.
He's gonna announce the pick. That's why.
Oh my God.
Falcons. What are the Falcons going to do?
That's easy, bro. Either trade or they're gonna go defense.
This is an interesting spot for the Falcons because hear me out here. I did not expect JJ McCarthy to be available. Right? I didn't expect JJ McCarthy to be here. Tell me JJ McCarthy behind Kirk isn't to sit behind Kirk for 2 years to develop as a 21-year-old.
No, it's going to be JJ or Penix. Penix or JJ is going
To
to
the Falcons?
If they're going to go quarterback, it's going to be one of those.
I'm gonna stick with they're gonna go defense.
Interesting. I agree. This should be Jared Verse. This should be Verse. I have Verse as edge 1.
Yeah, they have.
I'm just with JJ. The only reason I bring up JJ, I love Penix and his athleticism, but he's 24, 25. I think JJ's going to turn 21. That's why I only brought him
is
up.
already in.
Yep. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go off screen and
Listen, if it's going to be a defense, Verse or Turner, if it's going to be a quarterback, Penix or JJ, that's what I think.
Well, of course, those are the next
I'm gonna go with
players.
Verse.
You got to pick one. What's the pick? What's Atlanta
Verse.
doing?
It's Verse.
Verse?
They're going Verse.
I agree. I think it's Verse.
Yeah, I don't think
I mean, all I know is Knoble is still available.
Knoble from college, still available.
Oh,
I mean, we're looking pretty. We're looking right? Like we might be able to go ahead and snag that kid. Don't forget, he plays both ways.
He plays both ways. Like most people in Jersey, they play both ways. Oh my God! I just saw the pick.
Yeah, me too.
Oh no!
When the Jets come up to pick, I'm literally gonna get off the screen and
it's Roma Dunze, isn't it? It is.
What are they
No. I don't know what they're doing. What are they doing?
Wait,
Geno, shut up. Just
ridiculous. God damn it, man! I need to go ahead and figure out why this thing's so far behind.
No, dude! I got the. My Discord exploded again. I'm gonna have to turn this monitor off when the Jets pick comes up.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Okay. Here. Odie. There you go.
Dude, that's a move by Atlanta.
One I have not seen yet.
Oh, he said he got it on his Discord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got it on my Discord, not on TV. Sorry, guys. Wow. The only word I can say is stunning. Stunning.
I'm shocked. Yeah.
Wow. Dude, I didn't want to say this. I'm gonna bring it up. Wait. Once the pick is in, I'm gonna get everybody mad at me, but I'm gonna get everybody mad at me. Let me know when you guys see the picks.
Oh, wow.
This is a wild draft. This is one of the crazier drafts I've seen. I think the last one was probably the Sauce one was probably crazy. How many people came up for wide receivers? We're 8 picks deep.
Oh my God.
Right?
Oh my God.
Dude, that's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Crazy. What are they thinking?
Wow. I'm about to text my friend right now. He's a Falcons fan.
What are they thinking? What are they thinking?
Wow.
Right? Now, okay, I know you're all going to get insanely mad at me, but I have to bring it up. The Bears are on the clock here at 9.
They're getting wrong.
If you're Jets, you got to call. You got to
Yeah,
you got to get to 9. You have to call.
Get wrong.
Now.
Wow.
Now. The Rams are trying to come up for Brock Bowers.
Right.
They're trying. They're calling every team. They want Brock Bowers. Dude, if JJ is there at 10, do you not take the 20-year-old quarterback to sit behind with all of the traits? I've been F them picks all year. I have been F them picks, F the future, go for the now, because I never thought JJ was in the picture. Jesus, what is happening?
I don't get it. I'm so
Everybody's mock draft busted.
But
everybody's
completely done. It's just completely done.
I don't even know. Wasn't Penix going like late first, early second in a lot of mock drafts?
I thought it was going to go like the Saints or something. I don't know. Like,
here's why. It's because of the physical, not because of the athleticism or the traits. It's the physical. I have Penix as QB3. It's just about.
I am as 4. Oh my God.
Dude, but here's the thing. This is a benefit. This is good for us.
This is great for us.
Because now they just take the defensive player. No, trade with the Rams. Chicago, just trade with the Rams. Let them take Brock. Chicago's pick is in. Oh my God, I can't. I'm so stressed out. I'm so stressed out.
Don't be over here like,
Oh, they traded. The pick is in.
So the Chicago Bears actually they picked. They didn't.
They picked. According to Dark
Yep.
Soldier.
everyone better turn off their screens and their notifications because ain't none of y'all about to ruin this Jets pick for me.
Oh man. I'm just so worried that my heart is racing.
Yeah, this makes me nervous. Are they going to really go wide receiver when they have 2 wide receiver ones in the building, or are they going to get an offensive lineman to protect this kid?
They don't need the offensive lineman or the wide receiver. They can't stop a nosebleed. Take the defensive player. You're a defensive head coach.
And Verse is still there.
Like, just do the thing. Just take Verse. Give me Rome.
Or Brock Bowers. They can have Brock Bowers if they want to go
No,
ahead
they
and
have
change
Cole
it up.
Kmet. Don't go on offense. You don't need the help on offense.
But Brock Bowers is a weapon. You got to think about him being a weapon, Tigo. You can't just – he's not just a tight end.
Be a weapon, yeah.
No,
Yeah,
look,
he's
I get
a
it. They
weapon.
could take Brock Bowers. I totally understand. But, like,
Dark Soldier wants to know why we're shocked because it was someone you mentioned. I'm assuming he's talking about the Penix pick. It's just you talk about it, right? We did say like quarterback it would be JJ or Penix, but
Ian Rappaport. Look at Ian Rappaport right now.
why are you on Twitter? Get off Twitter. The Jets
get off
pick is
Twitter.
up.
Mm.
Oh!
Mute yourself.
Oh, God, the pick. I haven't seen the pick, but I have. Can I say this, please? Because they're not going to announce it for a while. We're not picking at 10.
Oh.
We're traded out of 10. Minnesota is at 10.
Yes. What'd I
all
say?
right, I'm gonna like, shit.
Wait, did we get
No.
both first rounders?
No, of course not, dude. Relax.
I think we should have gotten both first rounders.
No.
11 to 10.
I don't
Johnny,
care.
relax.
I just think we should have got both first rounders. DK's like, I'm going to crash.
Fuck, man. This is the worst case scenario for me.
What
Rome being picked in here by Chicago. But we didn't even get 11. We went from 10 to 23.
What?
What the?
We didn't go to 11. We went to what?
What are we doing?
No, wait. No, wait.
No, I don't think it's
No,
23.
I'm wrong.
No. That's not
the bottom.
23. It's just no. They flipped.
I saw the ticker on the bottom. I was like, what the hell?
I knew it. Yeah, they're just
They're just trading up one.
Right,
What
there's
did they give up though?
That's what I want to know. All right.
Does it matter?
Did everyone
I don't
see
care anymore.
the Bears pick? Everyone see the Bears pick?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so upset.
Yeah, I knew that was happening. I knew it, 100%. So Vikings, who do you think
stupid.
Vikings are going with now? It's obvious, right?
Yeah, they're getting JJ McCarthy.
There you go. So what do we do so is it 11? We flipped, right?
Brian Thomas Jr.
Brian Thomas Jr. Okay, so can we talk about this, the Vikings and Jets, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's do it.
Okay, so Vikings are getting the 10th spot and 203. And then
Okay.
the Jets are getting 11, 129, and 157.
Wow.
Are those?
Where'd you see that?
That's a third rounder, isn't it? No.
What are the
So
picks
more
again?
fourths.
Say them again.
Mike and Ari. So Mike.
No, just say the
Garaf-
picks again.
Okay. Vikings are getting number 10 and 203.
So that's a first and a
Jets.
sixth.
And the Jets are getting 11, 129, and 157.
129 is in the middle of is at the end of the
The
fourth
fourth.
round,
That's
and
the
then
fourth, yeah.
157 is in the fifth. So now we have 3/4. We're going back into the second. That's what that tells me. We moved back to get 3/4. We're coming back into the second tomorrow. You package 2 of those fourths to come into the second. We're getting a second round pick.
So what's the move?
For
Right-
me, it's
right
Brian
now?
Thomas.
No, right now.
For Vikings, you mean?
Yeah, so it's got to be JJ, right?
No, I think it's JJ 100%. 100% I think it's JJ.
Oh, the Vikings? Yeah,
Yeah,
JJ's
it's
going to
JJ.
the Vikings.
I think it's
Yeah.
JJ.
Yeah, that's for sure. See, but this opens up this draft so much more. Let's say we do just stick and pick for the rest of the draft. Having 3 fourth-round picks now allows us to go, like in a perfect world, offensive tackle in the fourth, offensive guard in the fourth, running back in the fourth. Like, it opens up so much. You can now go cornerback in the fourth. You can go safety in the, like, there's so much more that you can do because you also have that 5th-round pick. You can get a 5th-round wide receiver now, which is kind of where I wanted to target wide receiver anyway. The Jets are now on the clock.
Oh, man, here we go.
I haven't even seen the Vikings pick.
I haven't either.
Even though we already kind
The
of
pick
know,
is in.
but
The pick is in, is what I mean. I haven't seen the Vikings pick either, but it's JJ McCarthy. Come on.
We're just guessing. I think it's going to be JJ. I'm just guessing. But who would we get? Is it Fuaga, Olu, Thomas?
Brian Thomas.
It's either going to be Brian Thomas or it's going to be Olu Fashanu.
It's
Yeah, Mike's got a point there. We couldn't trade up to 8, and I think the Falcons would still be able to go ahead and get freaking Penix.
Yep.
Get them for a little bit cheaper as well. Help their cap situation out. But I guess, they weren't thinking about that. They must have really loved this kid.
this Jets pick is going to
Fuaga
be.
is a JD guy, though. I think Fuaga is a JD guy for me. I would love.
I'm
Fuaga
hoping
right
we
here.
see another trade here. I'm really hoping the Rams come.
That's what DK said. DK thinks we'll trade back again.
I'm
Vikings and
hoping
Rams.
I'm hoping we move back again. I think if you can go to 19 and get a second, like do a double trade back
Like
in this
another-
scenario.
Like another second. Okay, yeah.
That's a good question, Dark Soldier. This trade was kind of dumb to me because we
The
weren't going to
Raiders
take
and the
freaking-
Raiders and the Broncos were calling.
Yeah.
You think so?
No, that's been reported.
Oh,
Yeah,
It was a
that's
three- it was a
right
bidding
now.
war.
That's report.
Yeah. That's why they came up. It was a bidding war.
I mean, honestly, you get a 4th and a 5th to move back one spot. That's they overpaid.
You took no.
dramatically.
So what happened is you gained a 4th and you upgraded a 6th to a 5th. 'Cause remember, we lost the 6th. It turned into a 5th. So by Jason from Over the Cap, the Jets gained 2,759 points on the Fitzgerald Spielberger draft chart. The Vikings gained 2,141 points. Works out that the Jets got a value added of the 109th pick to drop down one spot. So it's that quarterback tax, man. They wanted the quarterback. They had to overpay to get the quarterback. This is a great trade, though.
What are the chances that the Jets would now
like
feel
this
more
trade.
comfortable taking Brock Bowers outside of the top 10?
That's
Right.
the way that I look at it, and I know you're not a Brock guy. The way that I look at it is, you just got a 4th, and you upgraded a 6th to a 5th, right? I still think Brock is the pick here, probably. Like, if all things equal, Brock would be the pick for me. just because I think he is the bigger weapon than Brian Thomas. But I want the wide receiver more than I want the tight end. I think Brock is a better tight end than Brian Thomas is a wide receiver. But I want the value at wide receiver. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, man. Oh. DK makes a good point. The rumors early were Fuanga, but that was before we had brought in offensive linemen. That's the difference. Everything changed once we brought. Remember when the Trey McBride year? Every year, that second round pick was Trey. That every mock draft, that second round pick was Trey McBride. You go get not Kuntz. You go get what's it? The two guys, Conklin and Uzoma. Everything changes. Fun fact, the pick that we sent to the Vikings was the Zach Wilson pick.
That's funny. Oh,
Yo, my gut is telling me it's gonna be Brock Bowers, and I hate it here.
Yeah, I think I agree with you. I agree with you.
I am
It's
more
gonna
than
be
happy
Brock.
with it.
Oh my god, my chest got all annoyed and tight because I think it's gonna be Brock Bowers.
It's gonna be Brock.
I
I
might
really
have to
think
go
it's
with
gonna be.
Clark for a second.
Yeah.
I have too much anxiety right now. I'm all-
Why do you think my screen is in
I'll be
black
back.
a lot? Because I feel like it's gonna happen.
JJ McCarthy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no shock there. I
gotta
my
go
gut-
pee. I'm gonna go relieve myself.
I told my brother he was gonna go in the top 10. He thought I was kidding.
No, I can't believe that. If it is, Gunny, I said this yesterday to my friends. I said I really think we're gonna get Brock. I don't know what it is. I just have this gut feeling.
Yeah, I'm trying to mentally prepare myself for that.
I was thinking about this. The Jets pick still isn't in. JD's working the phones.
I hope he's traded.
He's got the
back.
Colts and the Rams in on a bidding war.
For who though? JJ McCarthy just left. He's gone.
For Bowers. Both of those teams want Bowers.
Yes, God, please do it. Jets pick is in. God.
Oh, the
damn
Jets.
it.
The pick is in.
Ah.
Oh man. Final guesses. What is it?
It's
Bowers.
Brock
It's
freaking
Bowers.
man. I
It's
know
Bowers.
it.
It's gotta be
I
Bowers.
freaking know it. It's Brock Bowers. It's gonna be Brock Bowers.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Oh my God, the
man.
Bowers boys are gonna come out in droves.
Oh,
Dude, my chest. My chest.
I've had a gut feeling all week that this was gonna happen.
Oh man.
I never thought we would choose offensive line. 2 weeks ago, I would have said offensive line. This week, I was thinking a weapon, and then yesterday, Bowers. Oh boy! Bet you Abby's cuddling her dog
Oh,
really
man.
tight.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable.
Oh man. No, it can't be Brock, dude. It can't be Brock. He went
Well,
on
then
a
who do you think it's
5-minute
gonna be?
tangent on Brock.
What?
There's no way the pick here is Brock.
Why is that?
You don't go on a 5-minute tangent on how a tight end is a weapon going into the draft. That's a smokescreen. It has to be. That would be a fireable offense if you're Joe Douglas. This
I hope
has
you're right.
to be the wide receiver of the offensive line.
I hope you're right. I hope the move here is
I hope it's
BTJ.
BTJ. I hope it's BTJ.
I hope it's BTJ. Or I'll take offensive
It's
line.
going to be one of the offensive line guys. It's going to be Fuaga or Olu. It's going to be one of those. One of those. Honestly. It's not going to be Thomas Jr.
It can't. Okay, I'm just going to. It can't be Verse, right?
Because, bro, don't even.
Please don't.
Why?
Please, Tigo, I'm
Why
not
would you even
The pick's already in.
say that?
I waited till the pick was in. I'm not putting that into the world.
Damn it. All right, I'm going to go. Fuck, man.
All right, hold up.
Final guesses. Go. The pick at 11 for the New York Jets is.
Bro, it's Brock Bowers. I think it's Brock Bowers. I'm hoping I'm wrong, but I think it's Brock Bowers.
I'm going to change it up. Fuaga.
I want to say Brian Thomas.
Please.
But I don't. In my heart,
Please.
I'm ready to get disappointed in him for to be an offensive lineman.
Oh, man, I'm about to be so hurt. I can feel it.
You said Fuaga. I'm going to say the other one. It's who's left? What's the other one? Sure.
Olu?
Why not? No, Brian Thomas. Goodell's walking up to the screen, guys.
Oh, my gosh.
Relax. Abby, we haven't got it yet.
Let's go! Fashanu, baby, let's go!
God, man, why?
Yeah!
Browers
Let's
boys.
go! The Bowers boys are crying. They're
God,
broken.
man.
Oh, yes!
I love
Protect
the
that dude.
player, but like, why are you drafting a guy in the first round to sit on the bench?
I love it. I freaking love it. Oh, man, thank you. Oh, thank God. All right.
Let me be very clear. Fashanu is a dog. He is an excellent player. But drafting a bench player at 11, he's not beating out Tyron Smith. He's not beating out Morgan Moses.
Don't care. I don't care because those guys are not going to last a full season.
I swear, I don't care if they don't last the whole
I get
season.
that.
They need to be ready for the playoffs. And Morgan Moses will last the whole season. Dude played with a freaking one arm last year and was still a top 10 right tackle.
Listen,
look. At least it's not Bowers. I'll never have to hear that name ever again. But I swear to you, Joe Douglas better package two of those fourths and come into the second and get a wide receiver. Because we are one Garrett injury. Garrett steps on a Lego, and we're steering down the barrel of Alan Lazard as wide receiver 1.
It's true. Even Mike Williams.
Because, dude, he won't be ready till week 4. Look, he's a great player. I love Olu.
Yeah, but I'm sorry. I wanted Fuaga. I really wanted Fuaga badly to me.
I love Fuaga. Olu became the right pick once we got Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. The moment that happened, Olu became the right pick if you were going to go offensive tackle. Because Olu behind Tyron Smith, dude, Tyron Smith is a master tactician. Like he's one of the best, if not the best left tackle in all of football right now. And the benefit of a guy like Olu, whose ceiling is, I would not be surprised if 5 years from now we talk about Olu being the best left tackle of this class. But the problem that I have with this pick is I don't care about 5 years from now. I care about next year, or I care about this upcoming year.
Yeah.
He's a great player, though.
I'm ecstatic. Listen, Fashanu to me, it was the number 2 offensive tackle in this draft class. You know, originally, I think a lot of us were mocking Fashanu to the Jets, but then, of course, you know, the whole weapons conversation started. I'll say this: I think if Rome Odunze was there, it's Rome. I don't think it would have gotten to this point, but I think moving back, you pick up Fashanu. You got a couple of extra picks to move back into the second, potentially. draft one of those day 2 freaking wide receivers, let's not forget there's a lot of guys who are currently right now being pushed further down the freaking draft boards. There's so much depth at the wide receiver position, man. I'm not mad at it. This is awesome. This couldn't have gone better for me. Well, it could have if we had gotten like Rome or an Anders or an MHJ.
Yeah.
It could
Oh,
have.
this will make you happy, Gunny. According to Connor Rodgers, the Jets were never interested in Brock Bowers at here.
I just
there
saw
was
that.
always a smoke screen.
I said it. I was just like, there's no way Joe D is gonna go ahead and start talking about tight end that much. You know what I'm saying? So unlike him. So I'm glad it was a smoke screen.
Lord. Thank you, Lord.
We got the left tackle of the future, and I'm with you. I'm with you on this one, Tigo. I think Fashanu could potentially be the best.
100%
in this draft class once it's said and done. I think Joe Alt has a higher floor, but I think the higher ceiling is Fashanu. So
I think I have Fashanu with the highest ceiling of all of the players in this class, and close second is Amarius Mims.
Amarius Mims is he's nice.
He's a monster.
He is. I'm ecstatic. I'm pumped.
I gotta warm up to it.
I think a lot of individuals are upset about this.
I'm not upset with the pick. I'm upset with the philosophy. Does that make sense?
I think that's where I'm leaning.
I love Olu. The way that the draft played out. Here's the thing. Tomorrow I'll be ecstatic.
Yeah.
Right.
Me too.
The problem is my heart rate is at 140 beats per minute right now.
Right.
I've got adrenaline in my veins, and I wanted weapon. I was cool with Brock Bowers. I was cool with BTJ. Like, that's what I wanted. But now that it's coming down, Olu Fashanu, for a long time this offseason, was offensive tackle 1. In summer scouting, the conversation was who was going to be offensive tackle 1, Alt or Fashanu. And we got him here at 11 in a trade back where we got another 4th round pick, and he upgraded his 6 to a 5th. It is a really, really good situation. The problem fundamentally comes down to last year we used the 15th overall pick for a player that played on the bench and played 18% of the snaps. And we did the same thing now, but at 11. Because even if we just assume that Tyron Smith has the same season that he had last year, that would mean Olu would play 18% of the snaps. And I don't like the idea of using the 11th overall pick for a bench player.
So my God, some people, everyone is just like on Twitter. A lot of people are just like, oh no, shut up.
No, I agree with you, Mike, the stat guy. This is the right pick. Objectively, when all things considered, Olu should have been farther up the board than Brock Bowers and Brian Thomas Jr. No doubt about it. That's a fact. But I'm not coming from a place of fact. I'm in my emotions, boys. Let me be upset.
I couldn't be happier. I couldn't be happier with the decision.
I wanted a weapon. I wanted someone who was going to be on the field week 1, and we didn't get that. And that's my biggest concern is what happens.
I'm with you.
Let's not act like Garrett got hit a couple times last year where you got scared, man, where he wasn't going to come on the field. And now Alan Lazard is the guy. It's a great pick.
Y'all gonna act like Alan Lazard with freaking Aaron Rodgers throwing him the ball didn't get this man paid like a motherfucker last year. Y'all keep forgetting, like Alan Lazard was trash with Zach Wilson. And I'm not excited about him being wide receiver 3. I'm not. But I've seen Aaron Rodgers make that man, he got him paid as a free agent. The guy has put up respectable wide receiver 3 numbers with Aaron Rodgers.
Holy crap, Broncos, what?
Yeah. You saw that too just now?
Bo Nix.
I know. What? I mean,
of all the spots for him to go to, that's the perfect spot.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's the perfect spot.
I mean, I had a feeling they were going to go quarterback here. I had a feeling it was either going to be
that is 6 quarterbacks in the first round.
Rattler, Travis, or Nix. Yeah, I had a feeling Broncos were going to do that.
What a pick! Again, going back to what you were saying, Gunny. The real reason I'm upset is because we didn't get Rome. I had my heart on Rome.
Yeah, I really wanted Rome.
All roads led to Rome in my mind.
No, 100%.
Seeing him go a pick before seeing him go a pick before hurt me, and then seeing us not go weapon and going offensive line hurt me again. This is the right pick. This is the right pick.
So
Don't get it
pick.
twisted. It's
the
just
right
I'm
pick.
disappointed that we didn't get Rome. I wanted a wide receiver. Garrett Wilson and Rome Odunze was going to set the league on fire.
I
He's
agree
going to
with
set
you.
the league on
100%.
fire.
100%. Just like you said, Tigo, tomorrow I think I'll be more excited. Right now, I'm in my feelings.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm excited now.
I'm in my feelings.
I'll be okay by the Colts pick. Once the Colts pick happens, my tune will
What
change.
do you think the Raiders are going to do? What do you think the Raiders are going to do, guys?
Well, now,
Jared Verse.
Jared, I mean, yeah, go defense. He's still
You
the best
have
defensive
to.
player on
Oh,
the
no,
board.
it's Quinion Mitchell. Quinion Mitchell. This is where I thought Bo Nix was going to end up. I didn't think that they would force the pick here. I thought they would come back into the first to get it. But
I thought Knicks was going to go to the Raiders, and I thought the Saints were going to get Penix.
So you're the Raiders. You don't have You don't have a quarterback that you can take in this draft, right? So you're gonna have to run it with. What's his name? Gardner Minshew, right? Do they have a wide receiver too? Is this maybe Brian Thomas range?
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
I could see that.
Right? Maybe?
Yeah.
Because now you would have an offensive. Maybe this is an offensive line pick. Like you go Graham Barton here or Troy Fatano because you need to fix the offensive line. But like you have Michael Mayer there. They drafted him in the first round last year, second round last year, first round last year. He's real good. You have Adams. You have Myers. Is there any? Is Jerjon Newton here? Maybe. Just build up one of the best, scariest defensive lines. They just paid a bunch of money to Wilkins.
Right.
They have Crosby. They have Kuntz.
Yeah.
The best pure pass protector in the class. Look how effectively, if you look at how effectively he gets his hands inside the chest here on every rep. And this is against good guys. Look, his hand is on the outside here. He could get called for holding this in the NFL, but look how just strong he is. Guy's full sprint and he just stops them. He is an excellent, excellent pass protector. Needs to work in the run game. Obviously needs to get better there. But he is an excellent, excellent player for the New York Jets. This is the left tackle of the future. The guy is technically sound in the pass protection. And then, the Raiders.
What do you think they did?
Bowers.
Unbelievable. What? Oh, my God.
Holy crap.
That is surprising.
Do they still have Josh Jacobs?
No. He went to Green Bay.
But they got Aaron Jones, though. No.
Vikings got Aaron
Vikings got Aaron Jones.
I'll say
right.
this. Their 12 personnel packages are going to be insane.
Yeah.
Because they have Mayer.
They do have Mayer.
They do have Mayer, yeah.
Dude, they're going to come out in jumbo packages and then motion Brock. Dude, this is a great pick.
This is a great pick by the Raiders. I think this is a good situation for them, for sure.
I'm very happy. I'm never going to have to talk about Brock Bowers ever again in my life after this pick.
Oh, yeah.
That's something I'm very happy about. But this is a
sexy pick.
That's what it is.
Pick.
Beautiful way to say it.
Sexy pick.
Sexy pick. It's the sexy pick.
Sexy. I like this.
But going back to the Olu, as we were watching those reps, watching that tape right there, the thing with Olu is an excellent pass blocker. He's got excellent hands. He's got great footwork. Really just fluid athlete. And the greatest part is that he's just huge. You know what I mean? And so and he carries the weight well. That's the best part about a guy like Olu. It's just an excellent situation for him. For the Jets, in terms of you have the ability to 6'6", 300. I believe it was how much did he weigh in at? 325?
320. Yeah, just shy of 330.
Yeah.
It was just shy of 330, right? I
Yep.
think his playing weight is closer to 320. But dude, he's got the perfect combination of of size, athleticism, of speed, the whole nine. Again, it's a great pick for the Jets. Like I said, I just needed to relax a little bit and get over the fact that we didn't get dude, he's probably the best athlete of the class, not named Amarius Mims at offensive tackle.
Yeah, I'd say second best because Amarius Mims is a freak.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I love this so much, man. Alu Fashanu he's got that
and
dog
here's
in
the
him, bro.
thing, and I know people are gonna sleep on him because they've been sleeping on him the whole time, but now your tackles for the future are set.
Facts.
You got left tackle in Olufashanu, you got right tackle in Carter Warren. You don't got to worry about next year. Brittany makes a great point here. No defense yet. Not a single defensive player taken yet.
Yeah, it's true. No defense yet.
And the Saints aren't going to be the first one, right?
No, they won't.
They have to go Fuaga here.
So. I don't think so.
Man.
6
Wow.
QBs in the first round.
That's
crazy, man.
Insane.
That's crazy. And this is probably one of the most mid QB classes we've seen in a while. I'm telling you, bro. I think when it's all said and done, it's going to be this QB class and the 2021 QB class are potentially the most overhyped and mid when it's all over. I
have 3 quarterbacks in this class, 3.5 quarterbacks in this class working out.
That's a lot of hope.
I like this.
A lot of hope.
I like this from. Sorry, go on.
Go ahead. No, go.
Antoine Sealy on Twitter said Joe Douglas says adding those extra picks from the Vikings give the Jets flexibility if they decide to move into the second round.
You better, Joe.
They have to.
You have to. Go get Malachi Corley.
100%. I think the moment you went this route, you made it clear that you're going to come back into the second round to grab one of those top 15 wide receivers. After Rome went down, guys, we can all agree there wasn't going to be the perfect wide receiver prospect. Everybody else from here on in is going to have issues here and there, but you're still able to go ahead and grab some studs. And the way it's panning out, they might wind up being pushed into the second round. So the second round might be just as fun as the first. I'm excited for it.
Agreed.
We didn't have a second round pick. I think Tigo's right. I think he acquired those picks with the intention of getting back into the second tomorrow. Yeah. The Alu Fashanu pick to me makes all the sense in the world. We've all talked about this when it came to the offensive line. This is the second best guy in terms of offensive tackle in this draft class. He's a Jet. We've already agreed. He potentially could be the best guy when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
After the first round of linemen, man, like everybody else is pretty much a project. You could have a couple of guys, wide receiver guys that can literally be wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3 in the second round of this draft class. What's up, Mike?
Hey, Mike.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Sorry, I'm a little bit late to the party here.
Nah, you're good,
What you think of the pick?
Oh, man. So if you don't know me by now, I was a big Odunze fan. At first I wasn't, but then he grew on me.
Yeah.
Dude, if we were there at 10 and the Falcons wanted Penix Jr., I don't know how Joe Douglas wasn't calling him or calling the Falcons and doing whatever he could to get up to 8. But I'm just so happy we didn't draft Brock Bowers. I am so happy. I was not a Bowers boy at all. The fact that we got Fashanu, I know a lot. Some of us like Fuaga. I think you really couldn't go wrong with either one of those guys. But Fashanu, yeah. But the thing is that Fashanu is probably going to be like the next to Brickashaw Ferguson. If you look up their metrics and everything, they're pretty much identical. Now Fashanu has a little bit smaller hands, but I honestly don't think that's going to be too much of an issue going into the league. But yeah, I mean, obviously we wanted the weapon first, but things happened. The Bears took Odunze, and it is what it is. But I'm pretty happy with Fashanu. I know he's not going to come in right away, but Tyron Smith missed how many games on average over the last 5, 6, 7 years. So I guess this is a pick that's going to be for our future, but he could be coming in sooner rather than later. So
the thing that happened is, the way that I look at it, because I totally agree with you, Mike. I'm Tigo, by the way.
I know
they did the smart thing, not the sexy thing.
Yeah.
The sexy thing would have been Rome. The smart thing is Olu, especially with Rome off the board. I was with you. I'm with you. I was so disappointed when Rome went off the board. To me, all roads led to Rome. All roads, the pick needed to be Rome. And when he went off the board, I got really, really sad. I was because he's on the Raiders now, so now I hate him. I was a Bowers boy. I was so cool if that was the pick. I just wanted a weapon. I just wanted someone who was going to start week 1. But we've been talking about this before. When it's all said and done, Olu might be the best offensive tackle in this class, hands down. He's just so good and so athletic. And the value of going into an offensive tackle room with, you guys might not like him, but I think he's a really good offensive line coach in Keith Carter.
Yeah, I like him a lot. I like him a lot.
Going into a room with excellent mentors in Morgan Moses, who just played a top 10 right tackle season with one arm, with Tyron Smith, one of the best, if not the best left tackle in all of football. You know, the value that's here, the development that we're seeing from our guys and guys like Olu and Carter Warren, this is it's a smart move, especially when you add the trade back. Now, let me ask you this. Oh, New Orleans pick is in. Everybody guess. What is it? I'm guessing it's Fuaga. Yeah.
Yeah, I would say Fuaga.
Yeah, it's got to be Fuaga.
Now, let me ask you this. We still got a lot of draft to go.
Big facts.
Let's say, and we got a lot of first round to go. Let's say things start playing and the wide receivers don't come off the board. Say Brian Thomas makes it all the way to 20. So we're at 15, and you start. Would you consider trading next year? Oh, what's the pick?
Fuaga.
Yeah, it's Fuaga. It's Fuaga.
Yeah, figured, yeah.
Makes perfect sense.
Would you consider packaging next year's one to come back into the first round this year? Is that something that you would consider? And if so, for what player?
Yes, for Brian Thomas Jr.
Yeah,
if it's going to cost me next year's one and one of those fourths that we have right now to move up, it might cost more than that, really, if you're really thinking about it, because we don't have a second to offer them now.
No, you'd have to offer 72. It'd be next year's one and 72 to come back into the first.
It'd be more than that, I think.
Well, yeah, probably. You probably throw in next year's third or one of the fourths. I don't think you give a third, a fourth, and next year's one.
I think BTJ is worth it. Again, where the expectation is that it's going to be a late first round pick anyway. So you, in essence, might be giving up a second rounder to go ahead and move up back into the first round to grab a guy like BTJ. Next year's draft is looking all of a bunch of mid. So I don't really see the value of next year's draft being there like we're seeing right now in terms of the quality of players. Yeah. If I'm JD and he can go ahead and get back into the first to grab a guy like a BTJ, who I think goes back to that high upside potential. Again, 6'3", 4'3", 40, man. The dude, I think the biggest knock on him is that his route running is limited, but when you look at like how violent he is when it comes to his like stop and go, the guy has violent acceleration. He's a very fluid athlete. His change of direction is also fluid. He needs to work on some nuances to disguise the route that he's trying to get into. But at the NFL level, you can work with that. You can work with those tangible skill sets that he brings to the table. I think Brian Thomas Jr., again, I wasn't really this high on him early on, but, talking to guys like Mike and Joe Blewett, watching Steve Smith analyze some of these guys too, you start to go back and rewatch the film and you're like, how did I not see this before? I was only looking at the limited route tree, Vice looking at what he could potentially become. I think he has potentially one of the higher ceilings of the wide receivers in this draft class.
17 touchdowns, man. 17 touchdowns.
Insane.
Yeah, I completely agree. And I might be in the minority here. I would have been okay. Actually, I would have been happy if the Jets took Brian Thomas Jr. at number 10, given that Odunze was gone. And here's the thing. Brian Thomas Jr., as of right now, is a one-trick pony. And guess what? That is completely okay because that one trick that he does is freaking phenomenal in terms of the NFL potential. If you look at all the like a guy like Tyreek Hill and stuff, screaming down the sideline, that's something that the Jets could have right now. If we got somebody like a Brian Thomas Jr., and to answer your question, Tigo, I would 100% give up a future first to come back into let's say the late teens or the low 20s, especially when the wide receivers now are getting paid $30 million a year.
Same.
We can have somebody like a Brian Thomas Jr. paying him a few $1 million a year for the next 5 years. Like that'd be awesome. And going back to his skill set, he would instantly take away 2 defenders on every single play, meaning him going down the sideline. A safety is going to have to follow him every single play, meaning Garrett Wilson is going to be open in the deep middle there. We're going to have Conklin open in the flat, and we're going to have Breece Hall open in the flat or a check down. So I feel like someone like Brian Thomas Jr. would completely change the game in terms of your team. Now, is he a fit for every single franchise? No, he's not. But a quarterback like Aaron Rodgers would completely, elevate his game, and he would be a huge asset on a team like ours. So I would 100% trade back up if it were possible to come and get Brian Thomas Jr., which probably isn't happening, but I would 100%.
Unlikely. It's unlikely. But I just posed the question. Dom, what's up?
Dom, what's good, man?
What's up, boys? How you doing? How's everyone feeling?
Feeling great.
Dommy's
Feeling
better.
really good.
I wasn't
How
happy.
you feeling?
I listen. As I said, coming into this thing, I wasn't gonna. I thought we were set up in such a good way that we could go a plethora of different ways and still come out good. And Olu was one of those that I felt good with. Was he my favorite tackle in the class? No. He was my tackle 3, and guess what? My 1 and my 2 went before him. So he was for me the best tackle I had left on the board. I said. Going into this, I had kind of leaned towards, I kind of warmed up to the idea of Rome Odunze, but I questioned if he was going to be there or not. He wasn't. So I said there's a couple guys that I would be comfortable with that 10 if we stuck and pick. And that was Latham first, Olu second, and Bowers third. So we ended up with Olu, and I ain't going to complain, man. I'm good.
What about your thoughts on Brian Thomas Jr.? I'm kind of curious to get your perspective on that.
Well, you know what? I might be a little naive here because I haven't really looked into this part of it, but somebody said that he was taking off a lot of boards because of some injury flag during the during the workout. I guess he's got something going on with that shoulder that might have to get worked on. So there's I guess a little bit of injury concern. Again, I don't know how much smoke around that is. So my whole thing with Brian Thomas Jr., I think he's he's a very good player. I think he's a little one note. That one note that he excels at. I think he's excellent at it. Like he'll take the top off the defense, so on and so forth. I think there's route runners. There's more nuanced route runners in this class. I think there's probably receivers that have better hands, but for the one thing that he can offer you right from the get-go, I think he does it very well. Would I be upset if he was the pick? Maybe here at 10 or 11, but if you had traded down and you had honed in on him, because like it or not, I love the Mike Williams edition. We don't know what he's going to be back from that knee injury. And again, he's on a 1-year contract again. So however you look into the whole, this is a win now year. I think there's still some possibilities that he could have been on the field. Do I think now he's out of the question? Probably. I just don't see the Jets moving back up into round 1, but crazier things have happened. Yeah. So
I just posed it as a question.
Yeah, no, listen, Brian Thomas was my wide receiver 6 in my class. I happen to, and Tigo knows the whole cycle I've been, I fell in love with, and I really like the prospects of A.D. Mitchell. I know he's, his attitude and character has kind of maybe hurt his draft stock a little bit. But I'm also a big fan of Xavier Worthy. Obviously, we know what he can do with the top end speed.
First defensive player off the board.
Yep.
To who?
Indianapolis Colts, Liatu Latu.
Latu.
Wow.
I'm on. I guess I'm on a
surprising.
delay because I don't have that pick yet.
Oh, I'm
my
sorry.
bad, my
It's all
bad.
good. No.
We were
Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. I just
Earlier,
put
we were
down.
30 seconds.
We
We were
were-
like
we were
30
way
seconds, a
behind.
minute way behind. I thought we were going to be the farthest behind.
Yeah.
And just to confirm what you were saying, Dom, Dane Brugler is the person who reported it. This is a Bleacher Report reporting what Dane said yesterday, that Brian Thomas has been flagged with some sort of left shoulder injury.
Yeah.
By several NFL teams. This is quoting the article. It is an article by Paul Kasabian. Several NFL teams have reportedly flagged LSU wide receiver Brian Thomas for medical reason in advance to the NFL draft, which begins Thursday. In report, Dane Brugler of The Athletic relayed the news on the Athletic Football Show at the 50-minute mark. There have been teams in the top 10 that have brought him in for a top 30 visit, could fall out of the top 18 picks, and that's that.
Which is crazy because Michael Penix Jr. tore his ACL twice and he went 8th overall.
And
the
shoulder.
medically retired for 2 years.
Yeah,
right.
I can't believe that happened. But y'all heard about the letter he wrote to all the 32 GMs. He wrote a letter to all 32 GMs,
Michael
Penix. And pretty much explaining, you know what I'm saying, all the ordeals he's gone through, how he's always fought to come back. And he says that I can take all the MRIs and all the freaking x-rays you want, but at the end of the day, the real thing that matters is what an EKG is going to tell you. And I'm not going to lie to you, I was just like, that's smooth. That's smooth.
Move.
And hey, he was a top 10 pick. I did not see that happening.
No,
but he was able to go ahead and be a top 10 pick.
Yeah. Yeah, but Brian Thomas, and I'll finish off with this. Like I said, there's no denying, like, you know, the height, weight, speed measurables. Actually, I shouldn't say the weight because he probably needs to bulk up a little bit.
Slim.
He's a little bit light, but I mean, the length and the top end speed that just take the top off of defense. I mean, that's real. Is he my favorite receiver in the class? No. Would I have been unhappy if the Jets drafted him? Also, no, I don't think he was worthy of a top 10 or 11 pick where we picked. But, you know, if we had dropped back down and he ended up being the pick at 20 or 19, you know, say we traded down the Rams, you know, I would have welcomed him with open arms, to say the least.
So I think they're going to be a trade, obviously, into the second round. Dom, what kind of options you could see potentially maybe late second, mid second round that in terms of wide receivers that could potentially drop that the Jets can target?
Man, first off, I mean, it's gonna take a lot to get into that second round. I mean, I know they added a fourth and a fifth, which is nice. Personally, I can possibly see them adding another pick in the third round with that extra capital to get up in the second round. I'm not sure, but you know, when you talk about, like, say from the middle of the middle to the end of the second round, you're still going to have the guys like, you know, Roman Wilson, who I think will be there, who is somebody that the Jets brought in, you know, that he can give you that, you know, that slot presence that I think this team still is craving. He's also shown that he has, you know, again, ridiculously good hands, can you know, win off press coverage, so you can play him outside, a little bit inside-outside versatility. You got Tigo's guy, Javon Baker. I think
you can sit and pick at 72 and get him.
You think? I don't know.
Goes in the second.
Yeah, listen, that from the middle of the second to where the Jets pick in the second round, guys that I think that could be there, from the middle of the second to where the Jets pick, those two guys. Maybe guys like Malachi Corley, definitely a guy like Malik Washington. Maybe even see, you know, I mean, this might be pushing a little bit, but maybe a Jalen Polk can reach that territory. Those are all targets. Now, the question is, and you know, I don't know how much of an advantage trading up to get one of those guys is to just holding on to your capital and sticking whatever's left come pick 72. You know, if you like Malik Washington a lot, if you like Malachi Corley, they might be there at pick 72. So
I agree.
You know, those are you know, if that's the target, if you want to get up into the Roman Wilson and the Ricky Pearsall range, you know, you're going to have to probably fork up some capital for next year, and that's just I just don't know if they're in that market. Who knows? You know, who knows?
So we got a third round pick coming up at 72, and then we have three fourth round picks.
Now we have 3 fourth
and
round
a fifth
picks.
round pick.
Correct.
Yes. Okay, so we can really, you know, so here's what I think we should do. I think we need to, out of these next 4 picks, we have to get 2 receivers. I think we have to get 2 receivers.
Oh, 100%.
Sign one.
100%.
Tyler Boyd is still out there.
Yeah.
So now you
Yeah.
got to go either draft 2 receivers, like a guy in the third. 72 needs to be a wide receiver if we're sticking and picking, and then one of
I
the
agree.
fifth. Then your new 5th has to be a wide receiver.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, listen, I think at some point they're going to have to get an X build. They're going to have to get a boundary receiver to kind of back up and be there in case Mike Williams is not ready to go, or to have in place for Mike Williams next year.
Wow,
Again, only on a
Seattle.
1-year contract. And then we talked about the slot guys, but I think there's a lot of those. You know, I think you're going to, if it's a slot guy that you're focusing on, from 72 on into the 5th round, I think you'll be able to land one and land a good one. You know, there's names like Jamari Thrash from Louisville. There's names like Jacob Cowing from Arizona. Got Luke McCaffrey. I mean, you know, I doubted. Yeah, I doubted McCaffrey's ability to transition, but you know, he's just shown nothing but, you know, the ability that he can play at the next level. Had a great week down in Mobile at Senior Bowl. Tested out a lot better than I expected him to test out. So, you know, guys like that are names to watch, man. It should be interesting.
Yeah, if we can get someone, if we can get like a Corley or a Washington in the 3rd there, or if we can get someone like a Pooney or Mahogany, hopefully, you know, falls to the 4th. You know, we can get some pretty good guys here in the 3rd and 4th round. So
So
absolutely.
who's this year's Puka Nacua?
Oh man.
Yeah, I mean that's almost impossible to
See, the thing with Puka, the problem with Puka was that people slept on Puka because of the injuries at BYU. That's why he fell down boards. It wasn't what he showed on tape. It was that he never finished a healthy season at BYU.
Well, listen, let me push back on that just a little bit, Tigo. I'm not knocking Puka Nacua, but when it comes down to it, he was and he still is really limited you know, like as a physical athlete. But you know, sometimes it's just a matter of where you land, right? The Rams can somehow turn that kind of player and kind of turn him loose. They did the same thing with Cooper Kupp, right?
I will not stand idly by with this blasphemy.
Cooper Kupp.
I was
Cooper
a Puka guy.
I'm not knocking him, man. But
yes, you are, Dom. This is an attack on me and everything that I believe in. We're fighting next time we see each other.
Hey, listen.
It's on site.
Puka Nacua was like a 4.56 guy, you know. So limited athlete, great hands and great hands in college, but limited athlete. In this day and age, you know, you're not going to last on the outside if you can't get off press coverage and you can't take the top off the defense for the most part. If you struggle in those areas, you better be the most sophisticated, nuanced route runner that there is. Puka's not any of that stuff, but you know, obviously, you know, with the right coaching in the right system, they've done it now with Cooper Kupp. They do it with Puka Nacua. Who's the other guy who came out of the Rams? Why am I thinking he went? He was with Josh Reynolds. Was he there? Did he have his best years over there at the Rams as well?
Yeah.
You know,
That's why I got him paid.
They find these guys, that look like Jags, and they turn them into gold, man. So, you know, good on them. Good on the Rams.
Blasphemy. He never looked like a Jag.
There's something in that LA water or something.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah, a lot of heroin and cocaine. You see how he added point. He added like 0.2 to his 40 time, man. It's all that cocaine in the water.
Yeah.
I'll say this. I think now you have a really good opportunity to get both your slot and your X in this draft. And you don't you could in the 3rd definitely do that. I would love a guy like, I don't know if he gets that far. He's not going. I'm not even going to say his name. But you can definitely start looking at your X type, go up and get it kind of guys. And then your slot guys, I would probably do the X guy later, but like a guy like Brendan Rice now really becomes an option.
He'd be nice.
Out of USC, 6'3", 210, you know, nice athlete, legacy name, obviously. Dad was Rice. No, uncle? Dad? No, it wasn't dad. His dad? His dad? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he wouldn't have to come in and you know, he can kind of take some tutelage, take a little bit of time, you know what I mean? And sit and kind of learn and become more of a professional wide receiver. So Brandon Rice is a good name. That's a good that's a good toss out, Tigo. I like that. But
Just
I don't know
because
at
I think
72.
No. I'm saying you get that later because at 72 you could target the slot guy. At 72 you could get a guy like Baker who could play the X. Don't get me wrong, but he would probably do better in the slot.
He does both. He does both.
Yeah.
Listen, I could see Javon Baker running those slot fades and catching those back corner.
Dom, did you
touchdowns.
call this?
I
Yeah, I think he wanted
to the Saints, to the Hawks.
In our draft, I did. Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say, didn't you make this pick?
I did.
Well done.
So Wild Wave wants to know how we all feel about our pick.
Now that we're 5 picks later, it's a great pick.
I love it, Wild Wave. I thought it was the right pick when it happened. Fashanu to me was the one I was mocking to the Jets for a long time, and then I got into the Roma Duze train as well, just like freaking Dom did, and yeah, I would have been okay with Rome as well. But for me, this whole time, man, I've been really keen on offensive line. I felt like offensive line was the move. I think it's really important to keep Aaron Rodgers upright, and I just have a hard time believing that Tyron Smith is going to go ahead and give us a full season. And because of that, I was keen on this being the direction that they took. So if they had gone Roma Duze, I would have been excited about that as well because I think he's an exciting weapon. He would have added another layer to this offense. Mm-hmm. But they went the smart pick, the intelligent pick, and they're going to make sure they protect Aaron Rodgers for the next couple of years. So I'm excited about it. I freaking love it. How about you, Mike?
I like this pick. I'm gonna love it about 14 games into the season. when Tyron Smith does 13 games, then he's got to be out for a few weeks. All right, Fashanu, here we go. This is gonna be kind of like your extensive preseason action here. Let's play for 4 games, and then Tyron Smith's gonna come right back in there for the playoffs. so I like the pick.
Yeah. So listen, you got to remember the guy just turned 21 years old too, so he hasn't reached. He probably hasn't reached his physical maturity, but he already checks the boxes in a lot of things that you'll like to see. A+ athlete. He's got the height. He's got the weight. He's got the height. He's got the length. All that stuff. Plays like Gumby. If I'm being honest and I'm being forthcoming, like there were times where you would want to see him dominate in some of his reps and some of his games in college. Like, to me, I think he didn't play, he played up to the competition, but also played down.
What are the Vikings doing?
What happened?
They traded up.
They just traded up?
They're at the pick at 17. The pick is in.
I think
Goodell's walking to the stage.
I think this is BTJ.
Oh my God.
No, the Jaguars pick is in. I'm confused.
Traded. Goodell is on the screen right now. The pick is in. The Vikings are selecting.
I'm confused. Oh, it is the Vikings. They look like
Dallas
they traded
Turner.
Up.
Oh, Turner.
Nah. Is it?
Dallas Turner to the Vikings.
Wow. He's going to do wonders over there, man. That's exactly what they need.
You just lost Daniil Hunter. Replace him with Dallas Turner.
They still need some defensive backs, man. They need some defensive backs, but Fashanu, like I said, he played up to his competition, but he also played down to his competition. There was too many reps. I just watched him get dominated from the Rutgers of the world and so on and so forth. The hands are a thing. Not only the hand size. I'm not a professional athlete, so I don't know how much those 8.5 inch hands are going to matter. I do understand latch and I do understand grip strength, and that will play a part in that. He definitely needs to get a little bit stronger and become more of a finisher as a run blocker. He definitely needs to work on those strikes. Those hands come in a little bit low and wide at times. But all in all, I think the positives outweigh the negatives, and Olu could be he could finally be your long-term answer at left tackle for the next 10, 12 years. 100%.
The Vikings traded to get the Jacksonville pick. Number 23, which was their other first-round pick.
Mm-hmm.
Their 167, which is their other fifth-round pick. In next year's 3rd and 4th.
Wow.
Is it just me, or does it feel like the Vikings are getting fleeced today in terms of value? That seems rich.
That's a lot.
Well, they gave up a 4th and a 5th for us. They got a 6 back. They got 204 back. That's the pick I think we got in.
Yeah, and on the points
Zach Wilson
chart,
trade.
the points chart, they gave up a total value of a high 4th rounder. That's how much they paid in terms of overall to move up one spot.
I mean, that kind of makes sense. That I mean, that's the going rate, right? That's the going rate to get in the top 10. To go one spot, a 4th rounder, that seems legit. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, yeah. It
from
seems,
23 to 17, he's saying Tigo, right?
But you go from 23 to 17. That seems rich.
I
could be wrong.
If Turner can, get double-digit sacks, and then it's I guess it'd be
it's a moot point. Yeah,
of course, of course. But I don't even think that. Like, do you think the Cardinals are upset that they traded with Houston last year? And do you think Houston is upset that they got the defensive rookie of the year in Will Anderson Jr.? No, but that still doesn't change the fact that they overpaid, that it wasn't overpay to go get Will Anderson Jr. Like, they got fleeced. You can get fleeced and still feel like you win because the player's good. You know what I mean? It can give you the warms and fuzzies. It doesn't change the fact that if you paid $2,000 for the new iPhone and you love it, doesn't make the new iPhone worth $2,000. You just got fleeced. It's like the people who remember, like the PlayStation 4s were being scalped. Just because you paid $1,000 for a PS4 and you're happy that you have a PS4 doesn't make it worth that.
It was the PS5.
Whatever, same thing.
Not at all.
No, I get
what I was actually talking about was the PlayStation 3. Because that was also a mafia to get when they came out.
That's
true. Remember that far back.
That was rough. I got mine
$1,000 on eBay. But going back to Fashanu.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Oh no, I was saying about Fashanu, Dom C. I completely agree with you. But so the thing about Fashanu and how Jets fans can get excited about this is that he's kind of like in my opinion, he's kind of like the anti-Mekhi Becton here. Yeah. I think of the top offensive tackles, I think he has the highest floor. So I think this is going to be a guy that's going to come in. He's going to put his head down. He's going to work hard. He's going to, hopefully, stay out of trouble. I think he's going to be able to come in and, hold his own. Like you were saying, he's not going to just be super overly aggressive and go after, and pretty much sell out on every play. But you know what? That's okay because players like that, in my opinion, are good to have. Because they're not going to be flagged every single time. They're not going to be playing past the whistle and those types of things. So I think Fashanu really is a good pick for us here. Obviously, in year one, most Jets fans would have wanted a weapon, but this really was a pretty safe pick. And Douglas was known for going out there and being aggressive in the majority of his picks, but this one is pretty safe in my opinion. So.
Yeah, I comped him when I wrote up his scouting report. I comped him to Charles Cross. When Charles Cross came out of Ole Miss, it kind of like a very similar profile, right? You knew that he was going to be able to pass protect at the next level, at the NFL. But there was questions about how he was going to be able to handle the run game. And I think there's just a lot of the same things being said about Olu Fashanu. Now, the one thing about Olu is if he had come out last year, he might have been the first tackle off the board. He can't, and he was eligible to do that at 20 years old. He just turned 21. He's the third tackle taken off the board. There's still a lot of room to grow. A lot of time to get stronger. And now he has he's got the ability, which I think that a lot of us forget about because you think pick 10, you need to come in and start right away, but he can actually learn. Right. That if you got to play him in a pinch, if Tyron Smith gets hurt, the drop off isn't going to be Max Mitchell-esque. You hope that you're going to the hopes are that he's going to be able to come in and he's going to be able to, hold the fort down. Will it be all pro right from the get-go? No, I think Mike said it best. This is the anti-Mekhi Becton, right? This is Mekhi Becton. You lined up and you swung for the home run. You swung for the fences. This is two-strike hitting, choke up and put a single in between first and second base, and sometimes those are the best hits that you can hope for. Really high floor.
Sometimes
really
you win a
safe.
game on a walk-off single.
That's right.
Yeah, true.
My son did tonight, as a matter of fact.
There you go.
Shout out to my boy Marcus. Yeah.
Walk-off single. You split the gap, just drop a little gapper right in the hole, and you can still win a game.
Yeah.
To answer your question, Brittany, yes, he was a captain, I believe, in actually this last year.
Yeah,
He was
his
deemed a
first
captain
year.
this last year. Yeah.
The captain streak continues, huh?
Ooh,
And they do say I will tell you this about Fashanu is that they say that he is super intelligent, like a real high IQ kind of player. And you know that you're not going to have any of the peripheral stuff bothering him. He's not going to be getting in trouble. He's not going to be out there late night at the bars like the kid. You know, he's going to come in. He's going to go to work.
He's got a great head on his shoulder.
And the
Exactly.
in the words of the great Robert Saleh, he's a kid that you want your daughter to date.
That's right. So
I'm going to drop the link in the chat if you want to jump on here, Jets fans, and kind of give us your thought process and what you thought about the Jets' first round draft pick. The link is in the freaking comments. Feel free to go ahead and jump on.
Amarius Mims to the Cincinnati Bengals.
Is that the pick?
Is that the pick?
I'm
That
behind
is
you guys.
interesting. No,
No,
I
man.
got a spoil on Twitter, and I didn't think you guys would care, so just
No. It's all good.
Nah,
dude.
you're good.
blurted it
Yeah.
right because it's obviously it's not us. That's an interesting fit. Obviously, you have to do something with the injuries that Trent has, right? You got to get somebody to come in and back that up, kind of like what the Jets did with Olu and Tyron Smith. But
Well,
is that
you know what?
tallest offensive tackle room in all of football?
Right.
Orlando Brown is 6'8". Trent Brown is 6'8". Isn't Amarius Mims 6'8"?
6'7".
Or is he 6'7"?
Yeah, he's
6'7".
I think.
Yeah.
Like, is that the tallest? How is Joe Burrow going to hit his wide receivers if you can't see over him?
Yeah. Well, at least he'll be
Just
able
lob
to
it up. One of them will catch him.
stand upright, right? But hey, this tells me something, and I don't know. Like, I think it tells you that Fontenot's knee might be a little bit more serious than people think. He's another guy that got flagged, or that both Fontenot and Fuaga are seen by the majority of this league as guards, instead of tackles. Which I thought Fuaga was a guard through and through. I thought he could maintain at tackle, but he would be an outstanding guard. But you're seeing these tackles. You're seeing these true tackles come off the board first and foremost. Who did New Orleans take, by the way? Who did New Orleans take?
Fuaga.
Oh, they did take Fuaga. See, I missed that. I missed that pick completely.
Guys, we're witnessing history. The Los Angeles Rams are on the clock in the first round for the first time in like 6 years.
Wow.
We
That means
still
the
don't
Jets
have
won the
7
playoffs.
years. 7 years. I'm sorry. The last first round pick was Jared Goff. And that was 2016.
Damn, that's
we still
insane.
We still don't have a cornerback
Nope.
taken off the board, right?
Only 2 defensive players, I believe. No, 3. Because it was Turner, Latu,
And Byron Murphy. Yeah.
Mhm.
So this could be Jazon Newton. This could be a cornerback. This could be another offense. This could be Fontenot.
Go, John. You have to take Johnny Newton, man. You have to. You just lost Aaron. It's written in the stars. Replace the interior defensive lineman with the other interior defensive lineman.
Yeah, I've got Fontenot or Fatano, however you say his name. I got him as a guard.
Yeah.
I got him as a guard in the NFL. And so if you look at the top, in terms of tackles, if you look at the top 10 tackles in the NFL, if you average their height and weight, the average height is 6'5", and that average weight is 325. And so Fuaga, I think, is like 6'5" or 6'6", 330-ish. So he's right around there when it comes to like the the correct size for tackle. But isn't Fontenot like 315, a little bit under that? Like
Yeah, he's a little
Six-
light in the ass.
Yeah.
6'4", 315 is what he's listed at.
We got
So he's like an AVT kind of size.
So I had last week I had Joe Blewett and Kyron Samuels, who's a former D1 football player, a guy I knew through the scouting world. He and I used to write for the same company, so I got to know him very well. He's an O-line guy, obviously. He was a D1 O-lineman. The nephew of Chris Samuels, a former guard for Washington, and they both Kai thought he could stay at tackle. Joe and I both said exactly what Mike said. Like I see him as a guard. You put him in a West Coast, like an outside zone spot with his athleticism, I think he'd be a phenomenal guard. Little light in the ass for me to play tackle. Although he does have the measurables, his arm, he tested out 34.5 or measured out 34.5 inch arm. So maybe he's the fit here. Maybe, they need a left tackle there in LA, but I got to think cornerback. I got to think corner. They have nobody in that defensive backfield.
I have a feeling it's going to be on the D-line. I think it's going to be on the D-line. I'm hoping it's Johnny Newton, just because, one, I love Johnny Newton, and I think it's written in the stars.
Yeah.
But I think you got to go somewhere on the D-line there. I think that's ultimately where we end up.
Yeah.
You're probably looking at, I think the pick is Newton or Verse. Verse hasn't gone yet, right?
He has not.
He has not.
I think it's Newton or Verse, and I'm leaning heavily to Newton.
Well, we got Trent Star who's asking if we should go for another offensive lineman.
Oh, absolutely. We need a guard. For sure.
What
Yeah,
round
I
are you
want
thinking?
Pooney or Mahogany in the
Fourth.
in the
fourth.
Yeah.
I love Pooney, man. I love
I
Pooney,
love
man.
Pooney. He can play any position on the line too.
He's legitimately all five of them. Legitimately.
Yep. Now the thing about Pooney though is like he's not going to do one thing great, but he can do many things okay and solid. So which is phenomenal. So
yeah.
VR, what's good, man?
Hey, what's going on? Let's go. What's up? How we like this draft?
So far, so good, brother.
I'm loving it. How about you? What you think about the Jets pick?
I love the Jets pick, man. I think that this whole draft went really safe and it went really vanilla. It pretty much just kind of matched the all the mocks, all the safe mocks, all the way up to the Falcons pick, and then the Falcons pick just like blew everything out of the water. It was like Michael Penix, and you're like, what's going on here? Why did they pick Michael Penix when they just signed Kirk Cousins to a $150 million contract?
180.
Yeah, I mean, like I mean, that just like blew my mind. And then the Raiders picking Bowers when they already picked Michael Myers last year. So in terms of our pick, hey, we went safe. We built the wall. We got the left tackle 2 in this draft, basically, and I'm happy about that. If you guys play chess, the object of the game is to protect your king, and you protect Rodgers, and that's what we're doing. And we Joe Douglas has done a over the top job with the offensive line. We've got arguably the best left tackle in the game. And now we have somebody that can learn from Tyron Smith and, be a plug and play tackle on the right or the left side, for years to come. So I think that, it was.
Called it.
Yep.
Sorry. The Rams.
No. The pick is in. Jared Verse.
Good pick.
Yeah.
Great pick.
Good
They needed the help on the defensive line.
They do.
Somebody mentioned that. Yep. Jared Verse. So yeah,
I agree. VR.
Yeah, I think we did great. We did excellent. Now, is it the sexy pick? Is it Roma Dunze? Is it for the Bowers boys? Is it Brock Bowers? No, but it's safe. It's a reasonable pick. It is something that they're saying like the Brickashaw Ferguson, like reborn. So I mean, like I'm good with that, most definitely. So those are my thoughts.
Those are great points.
DK, welcome back. What are your thoughts on us going offensive lineman? And first of all, you called me a liar. Listen, I would have gladly traded up for Roma Dunze. I would have done that. I would have understood that. But I was definitely still team offensive lineman when it came down to it. So just want to clarify that if we were going to make the move up.
Yeah, I know. All jokes. My kids are celebrating the pick as much as I am. But
there it is.
Yeah, man, I love it. Fashanu was my guy from like the earliest mock drafts, even though I only did but like 2 or 3 this year. But I pegged him early, pegged him often. The way I look at it is, as much as we wanted the weapon, right? We wanted the sexy pick, as he mentioned. Realistically, how many other teams have the weapons that we have? Two arguable top 10 players at their position, Garrett, Brees, an arguable top 12 player at his position in Tyler Conklin. That should be more than enough for any team to go out there and succeed, let alone some of the interesting players we have behind them, like Izzy. Alan Lazard was a bum last year, but we've seen what he's been able to do with Aaron Rodgers. So, I mean, realistically, I look at it as though you're still satisfying a need right now because, again, nobody expects Tyron to play a full year. Also, next year, you don't have to pencil in all offensive line automatically for once in a blue moon. So now if you do get another Malik Neighbors, Roma Dunze type guy that's out there, you can have your pick of, whatever flavor it is you're looking for. So I think it's satisfied, as we've all talked about plenty of times, the right now, the midterm, and the long term with the guy that we should see in green and white for the next 15.
Any counter to that? And I know Tigo's still trying to adapt to the pick.
No, it's again the Olu pick is it's the smart pick, right? Like it's not that it doesn't make sense. Of course it makes sense. It makes a ton of sense. You all of the things that DK said aren't not true, if that makes sense. You can't rely on Tyron Smith for the whole year. You are worried about next year because you're going to lose Morgan Moses and Tyron Smith, so you would be right back in this situation. My view always has been, I don't care about next year. I don't care about it. We don't know if Aaron Rodgers is going to be here next year. So who do I care who the left tackle is and the right tackle? The team is like, it's not going to, we don't know what's going to happen next year. And so my stance was always at 10. If you're going to pick at 10, and we picked at 11, but same thing stands. I want a player that's going to be on the field week 1. I want a player that's going to impact the field week 1. I said it earlier, and this still stands. And now the position changes, and now you need to find value in rounds 3. This is something that Joe Douglas hasn't done yet. He hasn't done it yet. And this is one of the things that I had, which is you need to find value at wide receiver in the later rounds. You need to. Denzel Mims didn't work. Elijah Moore didn't work. He has not found the value at wide receiver in the middle rounds. And so the way that I looked at that was always, like I said earlier in the stream, all roads in my mind led to Rome. The moment the Saints, once you got to 8, you had to go to 8. You had to go to 8 to go get him, in my opinion, because Joe Douglas has shown that he can find offensive linemen to fill in the holes. Because your Nate Herbigs and things like that. We've seen that. And there are guys that are still available in free agency that I feel comfortable with. And the problem that I had with it was always, if freaking Garrett Wilson steps on a Lego, Alan Lazard is now wide receiver 1. And if you look at except for last year, because again, Patrick Mahomes is the outlier, not the standard. Most teams that are having success in the playoffs and making deep runs, it's not because they have one superstar pass catcher. It's because they have 2. It's the second superstar pass catcher that helps them. Most of the teams that are having continued success in the playoffs are not because of the first one. It's because of the second one. And that's where my concern always came in. But like I said, Olu's awesome. The Olu pick is a great, great pick because now you have no concern. You have no concern about the offensive line in front of Aaron Rodgers, or at least you shouldn't, because when Smith goes down, you have a first-round pick coming in and taking his spot immediately. And he better play like a first-round pick, right, when he comes in. And I expect that he had. I had him as offensive tackle 2 in my class. To get offensive tackle 2 as the third offensive tackle taken at 11 is insane value. So it's a great pick, but now make it worth it. You have to find value at wide receiver in the mid rounds, which is something that JD hasn't done yet. And that's what worries me.
But this year, wouldn't you say this year, out of all years, is a very deep wide receiver class?
Yes.
And there's a big possibility that we can find a valuable wide receiver that's going to fit that mold. Like for me, I look in the third round and I see Devontae Walker possibly lasting there, and who has the same measurables as Roma Dunze. Very fluid in and out of his breaks. He had Drake May throwing to him in North Carolina, and could be a piece there that we may have replaced someone that Odunze could have given us.
You're absolutely right. But the same argument, in my opinion, could be had about the offensive tackle class. The same thing that you said. This is a deep offensive tackle class. At 72, you could be looking at guys like, if they make it that far, you could be looking at guys like Kingsley Suamatia. You could be looking at guys like Blake Fisher or Roger Rosengarten or Patrick Paul or Dominic Pooney, who is a big fan, Isaiah Adams, Christian Jones, Javon Foster, a guy that I'm a big fan of. So again, the pick is in. It's already happened, so there's no point in arguing it. Olu's a great pick. I am now just saying you need to find value in the third, and in my opinion, it should be third and fifth. You need to take 2 wide receivers, and you need to find the value in that spot.
I look at it this way, right? And I'm seeing Hawk bring it up too, right? Rodgers winning 2 MVPs with 1 wide receiver. Mark saying
Didn't
you
win a Super Bowl.
You kind of need, but he's got more than the supporting staff he had with Green Bay now. Has a better defense. I'm going to argue a better running game. He now has probably one of the best offensive lines in all of football. And you got like Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams, Alan Lazard is your wide receiver 3. We all know he loved Browning last season. Gibson might be on the come up as well with a legitimate quarterback. I'm just saying, in terms of, Mark said it nicely here, you really need a quarterback to be able to judge these wide receivers. And don't get it twisted, I still want a wide receiver in the third. But I think when you take into consideration the most important component to this season, it is Aaron Rodgers. The moment he went down last year, the season was over. It was over. So for me, keeping that man upright by any means necessary is the priority. And I'm kind of curious as to what a legitimate quarterback like an Aaron Rodgers can do for our receiving core. Yes, I still want to add to it. But ultimately, I think we might be belittling this wide receiver room a little bit, because we're comparing these guys based off of what Zach Wilson, Trevor Siemian was able to go ahead and accomplish with them, and that's just not right. that's just not right.
Not to be lost in all of this, we dropped back. We dropped back 1 spot, and we picked up some extra draft picks. We can go back up into the second round. I mean, JD's known to go back up and get people too. So sorry, I just wanted to mention that as well.
Yeah, we're not done yet. We're gonna get some more talent. 100%.
Oh, for sure. We talked about it earlier in the draft in the stream. I don't know if you guys saw it when you were if you guys were around. I brought up the idea of, it's probably not going to happen, but like coming back into the first round, using next year's first round pick and a package of picks to try to get back and really go all in. Like, this is the thing. Oh,
Fatano was gone.
Yeah, Fatano to the
Steelers.
My buddy who's a Steelers fan and a Steelers reporter is not happy.
Yeah, both my brother-in-laws are not happy.
You just go into it and to argue against myself in that whole situation. Patrick Mahomes won a Super Bowl last year with not a single pass catcher worth a damn. Other than Travis Kelce. Yeah. I forgot about the tight end, but I'm talking about like in the wide receiver room. Like, there wasn't a single person that was worth anything in that wide receiver room, and he won a Super Bowl. And behind a broken offensive line. So, like, this is totally right. Olu was the smart move. And what I was campaigning for was the sexy move.
Yeah, and Tigo, going back to when you were talking about week 1, I'm 100% with you in terms of, we wanted that guy week 1 who can step right in, either kind of be a Robin to Garrett Wilson's Batman. But the thing is that what if we went into week 1 and, let's say, God forbid, Tyron Smith went down in the middle of the game, then we would have been saying, "Oh God, like here we go. We did, Joe Douglas failed to get that top tackle there, and we could have been able to have someone jump right in." And I'm not saying that's going to happen, right? But saying that he could be ready for week 1, which is 100% a possibility. If anyone were to go down on that left tackle or right tackle spot, Fasciano can jump right in. And the whole thing about AVT moving around, now we don't have to rob Peter to pay Paul, move him out of position again, and risk that whole thing. So yeah, this was a very good pick here. Obviously, hindsight's 2020.
That's a great point that I didn't even think about. Is the fact that, like, obviously it's a good pick. It's a great pick for the New York Jets. Like I said, initially I was upset, but I like I said, I had him on offensive tackle too. I had mocked Olu to the Jets a lot before we got Tyron Smith and Morgan Moses. That being said, one of the things that you brought up is a great point is this removes the possibility of Elijah Vera Tucker moving at all. Period. Yeah. Elijah Vera Tucker's right guard all year. No doubt, if, ands, or buts about it. He's right guard from week 1 to the Super Bowl. And that's a great point.
Dolphins pick is in. Who is it?
Oh,
anybody? What are your guesses?
Brian Thomas Jr.
I think it's Barton.
I would have guessed Verse. I would have guessed Verse.
But Verse is gone.
Yeah,
if Verse had been there, I think it would have been Verse too.
Yeah.
Ooh. Who's the next edge? Who's the next?
Watch. Here, I'm gonna put one out here. Watch Xavier Worthy in this spot. If it's not an offensive
I was just
line,
gonna say that.
Yeah. Dude, imagine. I mean, they're speed merchants. You put him on the field with Devon Achane and Tyreek Hill. Holy jeez, they don't have a slot receiver right now. I mean, if you count Braxton Berrios as a slot receiver, they do. But
I'm gonna say Chop Robinson.
Okay,
I like Chop Robinson.
Wow, defensive line. They did just lose Wilkins.
Yep.
But they got to. I don't know. They should go offensive line here. I don't know how many of them are left. They got.
Oh no, they
Jackson,
should
Connor
go
Johnson.
offensive line.
They got JPJ.
Yeah.
You got Graham Barton
JP.
on the interior.
Graham Barton is a good one. Yeah.
They should go O line. They
Yeah.
won't.
I think it's Barton.
They won't. They're not smart. They're not going to.
Barton's my number 1 rated interior guy. I know that's a little bit of a hot take because of how everyone loves JPJ, but Barton's the truth, man. Probably the best film. The cleanest film, I should say, of any line prospect I watched this year. Not a lot of bad, bad L's taken rep after rep after rep. Maybe not the athletic ceiling of some of these guys, which is why he's down here. And plus, he's an interior. With 32-inch arms, he's got AVT arms, so he's probably going to be an interior guy. But man, he can move. So if it's not Barton, I'm going to say Xavier Worthy.
Yeah, I agree, but I think they have to go offensive line because
is there
with that offense
take a corner?
I wouldn't.
They just did last year. They took Cam Smith last year in round 1.
They got Ramsey.
They got Ramsey. You assume Cam Smith is going to step in for.
So that means the Eagles at 22
are going to get Quinion.
Are going to get Quinion Mitchell.
Yeah,
that's insane.
Or Arnold, or Terry Arnold,
or Arnold, or McKinstry, or the Great White Hope.
Cooper DeJean.
Geno coming in here with some facts, man. Zach Wilson became a 4th and a 5th rounder today.
Wow.
I didn't even think of it that way.
Yeah.
You can use that.
Yeah, literally.
Wow.
Gift that keeps on giving, man.
He does, bro.
Gave us Aaron. Gave me 2 number 2 jerseys I need to figure out what the hell I'm going to do with.
I'm just going to give those to my dogs.
I was thinking about putting one up in a shadow box over here, but I don't know if I got the testicular fortitude to put a Zach in a shadow box.
Zach, I was about to say, Dom, Zach Wilson jersey.
I'm not gonna wear it, so I don't know what. Like, it's damn.
Yeah, what do you do with it?
What do you do with it? That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I have one.
In the graveyard.
So what I'm gonna do? I came up with this idea, and then I saw that Italy had done it, and I was like, So I'm gonna hang jerseys back here. I'm gonna put 2 back here. So I'm gonna put this Aaron once I get the new one. And then I'm going to put my old sauce. So I'm going to have Aaron and sauce. But I was going to do it for tonight's draft so that I can start filling up the wall with some art and with some things on it. And I was sitting here and I was thinking about it. I was like, dude, I have 4 jerseys. 5 if you count the one that's at my dad's house, because it's the only jersey that I let him keep. I have a Keyshawn at my dad's house, which I could steal and I could hang up, but I'm going to leave that over there. Or I could put this Rodgers, a white sauce, a Zach Wilson, or a Geno Smith. Those are the 4 jerseys I have right now. It's just
Here's what you could do too. You can rip off the 2 there, turn it upside down, and now you got a Garrett Wilson jersey. You're good.
They got Chop Robinson.
Wow. VR called it?
Wow.
VR
VR. You called
VR
it.
did say Chop Robinson. Wow.
I like Chop Robinson. They're crazy though. They're out of their minds for not going offensive line there.
Yeah, 100%.
They need time to
Who's
throw.
gonna
They need time to throw the
die?
ball.
They just paid him half a bajillion.
But you know what?
dollars, and then
Yeah,
he's gonna
but,
get KO'd and
both of those
retired.
edges.
Wait, did
in
they resign
Phillips-
to him?
Yeah.
No, Phillips and oh my God, who's the other guy? Who they get from Denver a couple years ago?
Chubb.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bradley Chubb.
They're both hurt, right? I mean, they're both coming back off
Yeah,
of
they're coming
injury.
off
You don't know if they're
injury.
going to be
Coming back, yeah.
healthy. So that the edge room makes sense here.
Did they not resign Tua?
Not yet.
I thought they resigned him.
I was about to say, I just started looking. I'm like, I would
I
have
thought they
definitely
re-signed him.
seen that. Talking make fun of some
Yeah,
people.
Chop on that defense is going to be, if they can figure out how to get him to like really just highlight his athleticism at the next level. He is a crazy athlete. I don't even know how to describe him. I don't know how to put it in a word. Like, he's just sudden.
Yeah.
You know what I
He
mean?
crushed the combine. Yeah.
He just
Yeah.
the kid
But
just moves in
here's
ways that
He has a
shouldn't
very
move.
low center of gravity,
Yep.
and he really gets around that corner very quick and low. So I mean, he's going to be really, really good off the edge and on stunts. Yeah, I see him doing really good with. I mean, unfortunately, because he's going to be with the Dolphins, but you know.
Well, here's the thing, and I wasn't as high on Chop as consensus. He doesn't bring it the get off is real. I mean, but there's certain plays, like 2 out of every 5 plays, where he's just completely out of position, dominated. He doesn't understand how the nuances it takes to kind of play defensive end. Forget about like sealing an edge and stuff like that. He, if you want him to be your pass rush specialist and line up and get out the quarterback, he can do that.
Yeah.
But as an every down player, I think he's got a lot of room to still have to grow. Like, maintaining, sealing the edge or maintaining, your gaps and so on and so forth. There's a lot of those bad plays from Chop Robinson on his tape. So
I think he's going into a good situation because, even coming in as a situational pass rusher, he's going to be behind like Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips. So he'll be able to learn and they could tutor him. And, he does have a good motor. I mean, and like I said, he's low to the ground. I like him. I do hear your points. And I think that could possibly be an issue with him in the future. But
I think you use him early as a third down rusher. Early on, that's how you use him. Bradley Chubb and Phillips first and second down. And if one of those guys needs to come off, just use his explosiveness and his speed and that bend, and that low center of gravity to just try to get sacks so that he doesn't have to worry about the run. Take things off of his plate in terms of things he needs to think about and just let him be the athletic freak that he is.
Yeah, I agree. Let me ask you guys a question. It's not Chop Robinson related, but do you guys see one of these teams late here going ahead and trading for like a Brennan Ayuk or a Deebo Samuel at the end of the first round?
I'm trying to think of the teams here that are still like super wide receiver.
The Bills?
Yeah, but here's the thing with that.
Chiefs?
Well, you need to have the space. You need to have the cap space to kind of take on his salary cap, which the Bills don't have. Because before you extend him, you have to have the space to take on his contract. So I think and it's interesting, I think the only team that might have the cap space to fit him, that end is possibly in need of a wide receiver, is Jacksonville. Could they have traded?
Oh my goodness, I was just thinking that because they lost
Calvin Ridley.
Yeah, really.
Could they have traded him down?
The Chiefs have 17. They can fit him.
The Chiefs
Not only that, but I think I know Ayuk's going to want a lot of money, but in terms of Deebo, I think if Deebo gets traded, I'm almost positive. The last time I looked up his cap number is that the trade cap for the 49ers will have to pay some of that. So it's not. I don't think it's as bad.
$4 million. If they trade Deebo, it's a $4 million cap hit for the team taking him. Here is the problem that I have with that. Mike, is you are one defensive stop away from a Super Bowl if you're the San Francisco 49ers. You're one defensive stop away from the Super Bowl. Why are you going to change anything? Why are you going to send
I'm not saying that they should do it. I'm just saying
or Debo away. If they're unhappy, let them be unhappy. The NFL is the NFL. I have franchise. He's not going anywhere. And when he realizes that, that's the whole thing. He's not going anywhere. He's gonna play on this like that's the point, I think, is if you're the 49ers, the package needs to blow me out of the water. Like I'm talking multiple ones for me to give you Ayuk. Like multiple ones.
Nah, you're not getting multiple.
And
ones.
you're not getting multiple ones.
You're not getting multiple ones for a guy that you're gonna have to pay $30 million for.
No, right.
That's the point. Yeah. The point that I'm making is you need to blow me out of the water because I just made the Super Bowl with this guy as my number one weapon. Number one wide receiver. Christian McCaffrey was the number one weapon. Yeah. So
okay, would you trade, let's say, like a third or put together a package for T. Higgins then? Now that we missed out on Odunze or one of the top guys.
Dang, what's up? I also don't see Cincy. I don't see Cincy moving on from him. They finally fixed the offensive line.
Okay,
and they have
Cincy's gonna have. Cincy's. I will say this about Cincinnati is that fiscally, like financially, they're one of the better, more responsible teams out there. So they're going to figure out a way not to put themselves in a spot where they're paying, they're overpaying at positions and or have a lot of dead cap space. They play the cap very well. I don't know what they're going to do though. Like
finally, sorry, the Eagles made their pick.
They could just let him walk and take a third rounder in the next year. So. You know what I mean? They could just take the comp pick. They play him out and take the comp pick, but
I think
they need to replace him.
The comp for him.
So who is like the surprise of the draft so far? In your guys' opinion?
Penix.
No.
Penix without question. That was insane to me.
Brock Bowers to the Raiders is pretty surprising.
It is surprising, but it's not Penix to the Falcons after $180 million to Kirk.
Yeah. That's
how did they split up his contract? I thought he was getting like $80 million the first 2 years or something like that, right?
Who's that?
Kirk.
I'll pull it up right now.
I'm trying to see if it makes sense to where reasonably maybe they're expecting them in year 2.
Kirk got a $50 million signing bonus, and then he has a $12.5 million salary this year.
Quignon.
25 Mitchell, yeah.
Quignon.
He's a $25 million cap hit this year. The earliest they can get out of his contract is in 2026, and they would save $32.5 million if they cut him. So they could keep him for 2 years, but he would also carry a he's a $57.5 million cap hit in 2026. If they cut him, they save $32.5 million.
This only sounds crazy because we're so used to trying to maximize the value of the entire rookie contract. Realistically, if they want to wait 3 years to let Penix start and then still give him like a Green Bay's kid, they want to give him 2 years to try to see if he can prove himself. They're still coming out relatively on top. 2 cheap years, 5th year, maybe a franchise tag or an extension to kind of lower the cap hit. Like I mentioned earlier, if it's the guy they love and they think they can make it work.
But isn't Penix older than Kirk anyway?
Say it again.
Isn't Penix already older than Kirk?
Boy, Kirk's
the same age, yeah.
It's him and the kid from Georgia from last year. They're all the same age.
I mean, they got the same amount of injuries.
Ego's ignorant, yo. I can't stand it.
It's him, Bo Nix. Who's the guy in LA? Who's the? I forget his name.
Golf?
No, Stetson Bennett, Tom Brady. They're all like 48.
Bo Nix.
Look, nothing's worse than who was the? I think me and Gunny talked about this before. Who was the dude the Browns had drafted not so long ago that was like 36 already coming in? Brandon Wheaton or something.
Brandon Wheaton, yeah, that bum.
That Carolina drafted him at 20, 27, 28 years old.
You know,
Yeah.
the pandemic years added a couple of years to a lot of these
Facts.
college players. And so Bo Nix is going to be the first quarterback that's going to come in and retire, draft and retire in the same year.
Shout out to Hawk. That was Hawk's joke, by the way. I'm going to give him credit. Hawk was the one who made the joke. Penix is like 38 already. I give credit where credit is due.
Hey, that's twilight years for a quarterback, man.
Did you guys see the last pick?
That's the right pick.
That's the
Yeah,
prime.
Quinion.
Well, talk about Denver's quarterback room. They got Bo Nix and Zach Wilson. They got Jarrett Stidham and Ben DiNucci. I mean, like what?
Yeah, that's the definition of a mid-off right there.
That is the definition of
Let's ride.
Sean Payton thinks he's the smartest guy in the room.
Is DiNucci
I'm
the
gonna
guy
make
that
mid
was,
quarterbacks work.
running with the Giants last year?
Dallas a couple years ago.
Who's the mafia guy that was with the Giants? Not the same guy?
Tommy Cutlets?
Tommy DeVito.
Tommy DeVito.
Tommy DeVito. Hey.
Tom, in case you leave
just
before
planning
the
a
pick
massive
gets announced,
quarterback coup in the NFL.
I'm gonna give
Does
credit to
anybody-
Dom here. Real quick,
Does it-
because I know Dom is leaving soon.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give credit where credit is due because Dom has been on the train of Jaguars are gonna take a wide receiver since forever. They're taking Brian Thomas here. Well done, Dom.
Is the pick in? Is the pick in?
It's in. It's on Twitter.
I don't
The
see
pick
it.
is in. They're taking.
What'd they
Brian
get for that
Thomas.
slide back? What'd they get for the slide?
5th. And
Uh,
3rd and a
fifth?
4th next year.
Okay.
Sorry, Dan.
I think-
know Dom.
No, you're good.
Hey, listen, guys, I gotta peace out. I appreciate y'all. Y'all my boys. Gunny, thank you, man.
Appreciate you,
your
Dom.
time, dude.
Thanks for coming on, brother.
Tigo,
Appreciate you.
Mike,
Thanks.
Everybody, DBX, Dano,
Peace.
VR.
boss.
Be
Have a
good,
good night
man.
now.
Go Jets. All right.
Be
Go
good. Go
Jets.
Jets.
Dom. Take it easy, man.
Later.
Salute.
Sorry,
Yeah,
Dan,
I think that was a
didn't
great
want
pick
to
by the Jaguars there.
just.
I like Brian.
I
There's
just knew he
just-
was leaving.
No, good call, Tigo. There's really only one thing I really want to say, and that's that we would be crazy to think that it's not a coincidence that it was that 6th round pick that we sent away and upgraded into a 4 and 5. I think JD was very specific with upgrading that so that he could recoup more value for Zach Wilson. Does anybody
The
else think
trade. You're right, Dano, because there's this video idea. So I hope none of you guys steal it. That like of something that I'm working on that I'm going to do next season. It's
Already,
called
baby.
trade trees. And it's supposed to be what did these trades ultimately end up looking like? Because you can look at like a great one is going to be the Sam Darnold trade, because there was a ton of picks that we sent for Sam, and then the Vikings sent, and all of those things. And what did they turn into? And this trade tree is ultimately going to look a lot nicer because it was Zach for a 6th, which we then turned into a 4th and a 5th, which then turned into Max Melton and freaking Brendan Rice, who are both big impact players and so it's this whole domino effect of what happened. So I think that's a great shout. I didn't even think about that, Dane. That is a great shout.
there's no way that's a coincidence. Like he has a little bit of egg on it. He's very aware of his, like, what do you want to call his history, like what he's done so far. And if he can get a little bit back for that busted pick,
there goes Brian Thomas Jr.
He's parlaying.
He's a Jaguar.
It was a sneaky need for them, man. You're really telling me that you're going to go into a year and Christian Kirk and Gabe Davis were going to be your wide. This is, by the way, this is me parroting Dom C's points, because every single time we were here, I took Cooper DeJean. Every time I took Cooper DeJean. And he was like, you can't do it. And this year is the most important year in Trevor Lawrence's evaluation. You need to see if he's the guy. You know what I mean? This is it. Can you win? We've got you the weapons now. They're 3 deep. They got a slot, they got a big body X, and they got a deep go get it kind of guy. And Brian Thomas, they've got everything. Now go win some games.
the Jaguars, down here in the South, they're seeing the SEC games, they're seeing LSU, they're seeing the Floridas, they're seeing, all these players and stuff like that. So they know, I mean, like, this is like basically in-house, taking a pick like this. So they know, and they've seen them. They have like familiarity with these type players. He's a good player. About the only thing that I would say is that his hands, he can be on the dropsy side every once in a while. So that's the only thing I'll say about Brian Thomas. This is what you need to look out for with him.
Yo, I'm curious, by the way, because Gunny was kind of chatting about this earlier. For the people that would have been comfortable in back and getting a Brian Thomas, what would you guys say ranks Brian Thomas so much higher than a guy like Troy Franklin, who also broke out with arguably a lesser quarterback and still put up elite production as well for a more sustained amount of time, I would say? Because I don't see it being that much of a gap. But, Gunny had him, I think he said number 3, for example. I've seen some other people have him essentially locked in as number 4.
I liked Franklin, too. I thought
Franklin was wide receiver 5. Yeah, I had him as wide receiver 5, not that far off from Brian Thomas. So it's not like it's a massive gap between Franklin and Brian Thomas. The difference is about 13-ish pounds, 15-ish pounds. Brian Thomas carries more weight. I thought Troy Franklin was 190 and Brian Thomas was 205.
Well, Troy Franklin measured in at the combine at 176.
Jesus Christ. So it's about 20 or 30 pounds, right?
Yeah.
And an inch. I think that matters when you're looking at overall size and profile and stuff like that. But it's the on-field product in terms of contested catch rate in the 50s, which is exactly where you want it to be. And that is actually a concern about his game, that he doesn't play contested catch all that well. Not that he doesn't do it all that well, but he isn't asked to do it all that much, which is an element of his game that can be added to his game. But he when asked to be a contested catch guy, he did it relatively well. In 13 games, he got 17 touchdowns, 17.3 yards per reception. And just because a team uses a player as a one-trick pony, right, which is what LSU did, doesn't mean that player is a one-trick pony. A perfect example of a guy like that is Taj Washington out of USC. He's a small, short slot receiver that you might be able to get in the 5th or the 6th round. Taj Washington, or even Brendan Rice, were asked to do one thing at USC last year: run as fast as you can, as far as you can. That's it. That's all they were asked to do, because Lincoln Riley runs a 4-vert system. But what we saw at the Senior Bowl, and more importantly, people didn't go at the Shrine Bowl because that's where Taj went. You could see that he has the ability to cut. He can run a route tree. He just wasn't asked to do it. And that's how I feel when you look at Brian Thomas and how he tests and when he's running his routes. We didn't get to see the full picture of Brian Thomas. So the big thing that separates Thomas and Franklin for me, 1 inch, about 30 pounds.
Yeah, I think for me, Brian Thomas is a true X receiver. I mean, he if you're looking for that, it really depends on what you're looking for. I mean, like eye test, he has the measurables that is very close to Rome Odunze, so he's closer to Rome Odunze than he is to falling back to like Xavier Worthy, Lad McConkey area. Like I'm thinking DK Metcalf when I'm thinking, looking at that type of player, true X. And also, I mean, just to bring it up, but, some people, I might not be popular with some people depending on who their CFB, lies, but where they play also to me makes a difference too. So he plays, in the SEC, he's playing against the best corners and stuff like that. Whereas Franklin is playing in the Pac-12, and there's a little bit of a drop off in terms of like who they're playing as well. So that's I just kind of eye test what I see, and then the level of who they're playing against too makes a difference in terms of how I grade out wide receivers.
Just in case y'all missed it, Cowboys traded up. Cowboys are making the pick.
Yeah, on the top.
Who
They got 4 seconds. Yep, they got 40 seconds.
What is this? The switch with the Vikings? Oh, I'm
Yep.
way off. Hold on.
So I'm just so happy that the Bills missed out on Brian Thomas Jr. here. I'm just so happy that we don't have to worry about him in the AFC East.
Awesome point.
That's a,
Breach.
Great point. Love it.
yeah, because Dan Mitchell's been opening up his mouth for like months now. Yeah, we're gonna get Brian Thomas Jr. So over with AFC East roundtable.
Just real quick. Well, this is a great comp by the 33rd team. Brian Thomas gives them shades of George Pickens from the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Nah, I think that's
a good comp.
I don't
That's
think
a great
it's the same-
comp.
I don't think it's the same skill set.
Yes, it is. It's identical skill sets. That's a great comp. I never thought about it. I'm not a comp guy. That's a great comp.
George Pickens was like
that's a great
boundary catching.
He's a take the top off, boundary contested catch guy. Brian Thomas is just faster than George Pickens, like by
I'm
a lot.
thinking, who did they pick? Who did the Cowboys pick?
Oh, we have no idea yet. I have no idea
yet. Yeah. Did they trade too? Because why am I seeing the Lions?
That's what I was
because
saying.
the Cowboys went up 1, and they waited forever to put the picket, and then they put the Pickens.
Yeah, I don't know. My ESPN thing is tripping right now.
Yeah, so Brian Thomas Jr. at the combine, 6'3".
Oh, I'm sorry. It was the other way
and
around.
ran a
The
4.33.
Lions traded up to the Cowboys pick. I said it wrong. I'm sorry.
Got you.
So it's the Lions pick now?
Traded up.
Okay, it's the
So
Lions.
the Lions came up to the Cowboys pick at 24. They're making the pick, and the
They're
pick is
making
in.
the pick. Gotcha.
And this is interesting. I didn't feel like they needed to come up for this guy.
Who they pick?
Who do you think they're picking?
I know. Do you want me to tell you guys? I know who the pick is.
I'm thinking Terrion Arnold, the cornerback.
Probably.
Yeah, that's the pick.
Damn,
Oh,
I'm
he
good.
needed secondary help badly.
Damn,
They
I'm
did,
good.
but did you really need to come up for him?
Well, if you remember, a lot of people were thinking Quinyon and Terrion were going to go on like between like 10 and 15.
10 and 15. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
So well, for one,
Don't get it
'cause I've already
twisted,
seen
but I'm
some of
just
the
like,
stuff.
Cooper
We've never
DeJean
had
was
a
the one
draft
that
class like
dropped.
this where you're going offense for what, the first like 19 picks? What, 16?
No, Latu went
15?
to.
First 14 picks, all offense. Like that doesn't happen. So
I don't think that's ever happened.
Bro, 6 quarterbacks in the first round.
In the first round.
14 picks, 14 straight offensive is the most since 2021, and we only had 7 in that draft class.
I
So
want to say the record is 19, right? In the first round.
I think so, something like that. I know the over and under for offensive players in the first round was like 21 and a half, so they expected this to be a high number.
I don't think there's ever been less than 2 defensive players taken in the top 10 like this century.
Facts.
Like I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure.
That's guaranteed.
Dude, I thought the Falcons are the one that surprised me.
Yeah.
Honestly, the Falcons and the
Anybody
Bears.
was gonna
The
go
Bears
deep
passing
with
up on a defensive player really surprised me.
Yeah, the Dallas Turner not going to the Falcons was the big one, right?
Well, I
And
thought
it's not even
because they wanted them a
not even them going quarterback, but then going Penix on top of it. That really
Yep.
helped us.
Yeah,
We
and
slid
that's
back,
the thing.
and
Like
5 quarterbacks went in front before we picked 5. Like,
the thing is, like I don't understand why the Falcons want to trade back a little bit because I don't think anybody. Do you really think that the Vikings were going to take Penix if he was there at 11 and JJ McCarthy was there, as well?
I think
I don't know.
I think the argument is there because as of right now on paper, Penix is a better quarterback than JJ McCarthy from what we've seen. I think he runs that offense, having Jefferson out there extremely well.
Yeah.
So I don't know. It's an argument for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I did not see that coming at all. I don't think anybody really did because JJ was talked about top 10 for at least since the combine. Like once he came in and he was weighed in at like around 220 pounds, like people were talking about him going top 10. I mean, obviously he did go top 10, but we thought that he was gonna be picked before Penix.
Yeah,
You know,
Penix,
Penix, if he didn't have those injuries and stuff like that, I think he would have been top 5.
He would have been QB3 in my book.
Oh, for sure.
He would have been pushing for QB1 if he didn't have the injuries.
Yeah, but I I see it this way, like the modern the marvel of modern medicine. Knee injuries are like an oil change these days for these athletes. You know what I mean? Like they clean up the knee or whatever, they scope it out, or whatever. It's like an oil change, and change out your tires and rotate them and put you back on the field. Having those 2 injuries and stuff like that. I mean, I think they're getting like 70 cents on the dollar for that quarterback, and he's going to be a good one for years.
Girl knows what she's doing, man.
Hey, you guys. Put him in the battle realm, Gunny. He needs a timeout. Send him to the bathroom.
Wait, who's going to this room?
This girl can sniff out a prospect, man. I'm telling you.
Gunny, if you can go back like 15 seconds.
I completely missed it. I'm like, oh
Go
man, I
back
missed
like
a good
15
one.
seconds and look at the girl who's putting the pick in. Dane's out of pocket. He's not wrong, but he's out of pocket. The best part was
a good one.
VR was saying like really like genuinely good stuff. And I was trying to take him seriously, and I saw his comment in the chat, and I couldn't. And I was like, "No, stop!" Because VR, you were saying things that were very intelligent. I wasn't laughing at you. It's just
I saw the comment after you started laughing.
Dane just out of nowhere goes, "This girl's nose, bro." Jesus.
I'm assuming her nose is massive. I gotta rewind this.
Dude.
You wait till you see her profile, man.
Dane's nose, bro. It's messed up. This is messed up, Dane.
From one profile to another.
Holy crap! The Packers in the first.
What did they do? Oh, shit.
You wait. The girl in the red jersey.
Yeah, on the left.
Oh my, yeah, with the burgundy jersey. My God.
I'm gonna have to watch the playback and catch this.
Going to hell, Dano. You're going to hell.
One-way ticket.
It's okay, we got front row seats with you right there.
That's why plastic surgery is popping, huh, Dano?
That's big facts.
This single cause of the rising market.
I mean, we've been in Jets for 14 years.
I'm guessing Tyler Guyton.
Who?
JPJ still available? Did Barton get picked up yet?
Yeah, JPJ
still there.
For Dallas.
Barton did not get picked up.
Available.
What?
You guys care if I spoil the Packers pick?
Go ahead.
I don't think anybody else cares after.
No, go ahead.
I don't really care.
Yeah, go ahead.
This is the crazy part, Gunny. JPJ and Barton are both available. Both of them are available. The Packers took Jordan Morgan.
Wow.
What?
Oh. Okay.
Packers are good on the interior, though, aren't they? I don't know their roster by heart,
No.
but I thought they were set there.
No.
Who
That's
did
a
they?
little bit
Oh,
of a
they
reach.
did. They did just lose Tunyon, right?
Back to Yari.
Well, it depends on how you feel about Sean Ryan, right?
Nobody knows who the hell that is. Stop playing with us.
Whoa, relax. Sean Ryan was a good prospect coming out. Just put him at guard, and he was shit last year. But yeah, but no, they needed the inside help. The conversation was always about possibly moving Zach Tom inside and getting a right tackle.
Morgan is like a second round player, though. I don't understand.
That's
why
my
you
point. Why would you take
first
Morgan
year,
over
that-
Barton and or JPJ? JPJ is falling down boards because apparently there's an injury. Teams found something wrong with something.
Apparently,
That's what I heard.
with Patanu, there was an injury as well.
The thing about centers too, because JPJ is gonna be, he's probably gonna be a center first, right? The thing about that is because we all thought that John Michael Schmitz and Tittman would go first round last year, and they didn't. So, or at least he because we picked Tittman first right before John Michael Schmitz went, or did yeah. So I don't know. These centers have been dropping recently.
But you know why? It's because of the rookie wage scale. Let me finish chewing first.
And if you saw that bogus chart that was put out too, it's like center is like the number one, hit rate right now apparently. The whole like they signed the second contracts with their team and all that stuff.
But the reason that teams are shying away from taking these interior offensive linemen and centers in the first is because of the rookie pay scale. The rookie pay scale doesn't differentiate where you play on the offensive line. It's just where you pick. True. So if you're a center, you're going to be making offensive tackle money in your fifth-year option.
Great point, yeah.
And that's why a player like JPJ, who I'm a big fan of, isn't going to go that high because you're not going to pay a center $18, $19 million in his fifth-year option. So you're going to wait. You're going to push it back. You're going to take him in the second round. For example, a great example was Creed Humphrey. I had Creed Humphrey going in the first round every single mock draft I did that year. Every single one of them. And the Chiefs got him in the second.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I wanted Humphrey that year.
And I wanted him for the Pats really bad.
Yo, has anybody guessed correctly what any team from the AFC East was going to do?
Hell no.
Yes, I got the Pats right.
I got the Dolphins right.
VR got the Dolphins right.
Mm-hmm. Wait, did you put that in the comments, VR, for the giveaway?
No, not in the comments.
No, I said it in the
stream. We were talking about it. And he said,
gotcha.
Without missing a beat, he was like, Chop Robinson. I was like, damn. Also, a lot of people aren't taking this into consideration. Back-to-back years, Detroit gets Dallas cornerbacks. Last year, remember, Brian Branch fell really far, and then Detroit went and they took him in the first. This year, cornerbacks fall. They come up and they get Terrion Arnold. Detroit is really, really investing. They said, we've got an offense to win. Let's just get that defense. And they're building one hell of a unit, in my opinion.
You know what? Philly and Detroit going corner. I find that interesting. You know, if you want to cover San Francisco, you need dogs.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that makes sense. Those are
Green Bay too.
Beating the NFC.
Yeah.
Who do you guys think the Bucs are taking here? I'm sorry, Green Bay. Green Bay's up. Yeah. Who do you think?
Green Bay took Jordan Morgan.
Yeah, they took Jordan.
That's right, Morgan. Who do you guys think the Bucs are taking here?
Has to be Graham Barton.
Yeah. It's got to be Barton or JPJ. There's no way these guys keep dropping like this. This is surprising that they're even dropped this far down.
If they don't take him, it's a crime against humanity.
Todd Bowles might want another defensive guy.
Bro, I'd be worried about my safety. I'm too close to Tampa. They're going to riot. They're going to burn the city.
How are they doing at safety? Yeah. Cooper DeJean?
Is Cooper still on the board?
Cooper DeJean, yeah.
Yeah, he is.
A great white hope.
Yep.
Bro, the first corner went at 22.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
This was defense got pushed down to the boards a lot in this draft.
Mm-hmm.
You know that earlier they were saying that all of these corners, including the Alabama ones, Nick Saban actually said it himself. He said that all these corners, they can project as safeties in the NFL because they have that skill set. And I wonder if a lot of these teams are thinking that too.
That's what happened to Brian Branch last year.
Yeah, exactly.
The corner came in to play the nickel.
Mm-hmm.
I have Arnold as I think he can be an outside guy.
So Dano was able to go ahead and give us a little snippet of Fashanu's thought process on being a Jet. Yeah, man, this young man is already tugging at the heartstrings. He said what it means to him to get to learn from Tyron Smith. Jets, it's perfect. It feels like I'm in a fairy tale. Tyron Smith, he's my first football inspiration from the day I started. Wow.
Get his next comment. It keeps going.
Yeah, there's a part 2.
Wait, there's more. Playing offensive lineman, he was the first person I started really watching film on. And for me to have the opportunity to really learn from him, ask him any tips, questions, advice, it means the world. Look, I'm falling in love with this pick more and more, man. This
a great pick.
This kid is going to be a dog. He gets to learn behind Tyron Smith, man.
His hero.
He gets to learn behind. It's what we were hoping was going to happen with Zach Wilson for Aaron Rodgers, but Zach Wilson just can't play NFL football, so that was a moot point. Fashanu.
Yep.
This is the first time. This is the first time that Joe Douglas, who was an offensive lineman himself, this is the first time that I feel that he took a situation and really thought like an offensive lineman as well as a GM, but thought as an offensive lineman to say like, hey, I'm going to get the best tackle and then I'm going to draft a tackle and let's see what happens. And, they can learn from each other. I'm going to mix some veterans in and I'm going to bring some draft picks in as well. I mean, like, this is the first time
you can say that VR.
That.
He's taken an offensive lineman in every single one of his drafts.
He has, but
they just haven't panned out.
They haven't panned out, but I mean the learning process between those linemen and the veterans has been a stark contrast between the two and where they've been at. I mean, like putting 38-year-old offensive tackles in with like wet behind the ears, linemen from the 6th round is just not a great mix, and that's what's been happening in the past couple of years.
4th round.
Yeah, 4th round.
Yeah, I agree. So check this out, right? Olu Fashanu came in at the combine, 6'6", 312 pounds. DeBrickashaw Ferguson, his combine metric, 6'6", 310 pounds. Ooh. So they are 2 pounds off. They're pretty much like clones, and they play very similar as well. So that's why the DeBrickashaw Ferguson keeps on getting thrown out there. It's not that we're throwing it out there because they both play the same position and they were drafted around the same pick. Like there is real parallels between the two players here. So that's why
size, athleticism, the way that they play, it's a true player for player comp. Not like I always found it very lazy, the JC Latham, Mekhi Becton ones. I wasn't a JC Latham guy. I had JC Latham as my offensive tackle 6. I had him outside of the 1st round, but I always felt it so lazy. It's like, oh, he's a big guy, so he must be Mekhi Becton. I was like, how you carry the weight matters. Absolutely. But this is a real good comp.
Give me a 310 too. Like we tried the 360. Like
310's light. 310's light.
Yeah,
come in at 318.
To be fair though, playing weight was closer to 325. So I'm assuming he dropped some weight to go ahead and do that combine. Playing weight, he was at about 325. So I think he'll put that weight right back on. But you want him in that nice, comfortable 320 to 330. Still allows him to be mobile, athletic, and big enough to go ahead and pretty much anchor when need be. I love the Fashanu pick, bro. Like I'm so excited that this is the route that we went, and Aaron Rodgers will be covered. Blindside is taken care of for this season, and that matters a lot.
A lot.
Yeah, I don't. So if you look at the, go ahead, Dano.
I was just going to say to get a 5th rounder now because we didn't have one, and then to get a 3rd, 4th rounder. Like, I'll sign for that all day.
Oh well, 100%. I agree. And when it comes to the top 10, if you look at the top 10 tackles, the average height is 6'5" and the average weight is 325. And I don't think there's a single top left tackle in the NFL that is more than 335 pounds. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know of any left tackles in the NFL that are over 335 that are elite.
Oh, I was
right tackle might be a different story, but left tackle, I don't know.
I was about to say, I don't think he's good, but Orlando Brown is a left tackle at 350 or 340.
Okay,
he's not good. I don't like Orlando Brown Jr. as that. I think he's better suited to be on the right side. I've always felt like he's been overrated, but he's the only guy that I can think of that's that big. Like, because he's legitimately huge.
Couple drafted today, but they need some time.
No, but they're all right tackles. None of those guys are left tackles. Like the big boys, Latham can't go to the left side. Latham can't play on the outside, period, in my opinion.
I think let me pull up his, but he's like 6'8" and 320-ish,
really
I think.
Tall.
Yeah, he's tall, big boy.
He's tall,
big boy.
He's under 3.
He's like Tipman tall.
Yeah. He's big. He's 6'8", 360. I know he came into the combine.
No, he's not that.
He's 6'9".
No, he played at 360 last year. He lost weight for the combine.
345.
What the hell are we talking about?
Was the heaviest he was weighed at last year.
Yeah. He was at the combine. He was 321, 6'9".
Yeah, there's no way he dropped 40 pounds, bro.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. He was like 490. Easily 800 pounds.
What?
Dude. Easily 800 pounds.
No, you're mistaking that with Knoble.
That's what
Knoble was at 800
That's
playing
what you're
both ways.
confusing, bro.
Oh,
Oh,
I
my
hope
bad.
I don't have to hear that shit again, man.
All right, that's where
I know, right?
I'm out of here.
Knoble from college.
There's your
Yeah,
Graham
I'm so
Barton.
glad that's over with. Yeah.
Okay.
The Cardinals, interesting. I don't like it, but interesting.
Oh, did we say who the Bucks got?
Yeah, I was right. They got Barton.
Yeah.
Barton, yeah.
And then Morgan went to Green Bay.
Which was,
Before, yeah.
makes
Yeah,
no
Jordan
sense
Morgan,
to me,
yep.
but
Chargers, Darius Robinson out of Mizzou. It's like
Wait,
it's a
Chargers? They
need.
traded
Wait,
back.
Chargers?
Traded up?
Cardinals.
Wait,
Oh,
I was like,
okay.
what?
I was
My
like, what?
bad.
Oh, okay.
2C teams.
Graham Barton's off the board.
That's a good pick, Graham
That's a
Barton.
really
Tigo-
good pick. That's
Tigo,
great
who'd you say
value
the
too.
Cards took?
Darius Robinson, edge, Mizzou.
Oh, okay.
It's a good player, but I didn't have a first round grade on him.
Yeah, same.
Man,
Who do you
there's
guys
gonna
think
be
the
some-
Bills are going with there?
They got to go wide
Has
receiver.
to go AD Mitchell, right?
It's going to be a Donnie Mitchell. It's either going to be or maybe McConkey.
McConkey, possibly.
Yeah. Yeah, I was
No,
thinking.
it's AD or it's Troy, in my opinion.
You put Troy ahead of McConkey?
Yes.
I wouldn't.
Troy single-handedly put Bo Nix in the second in the Heisman conversation. He's light.
don't think-
If you're worried about his weight, he is light. But I think I hold him in a very high regard, just like I do with Brian Thomas Jr. I have those players very close. And I have Brian Thomas. I talked to DK about this when you were taking a piss or a dump or whatever it is that you were doing. That Troy Franklin is behind Brian Thomas because he's like 38 pounds
Like 30
lighter.
pounds. Yeah, I heard everything. I had y'all in the old earpiece. But no, I mean, I think Lad McConkey is a better prospect, bro. You're talking about he's faster, he's bigger, he's a much cleaner route runner. I don't know, man. If
The slot
they-
only guy.
You
You're
know,
not really
in all
gonna
actuality,
play Lad on
if
the
they-
outside.
You said Lad McConkey bigger?
Lad McConkey is. I think he weighs more. He's only like he's an inch shorter. You know what?
He is 3 inches shorter. He is 6 foot. He is a year older, and he weighs about the
186.
same.
6 foot,
No.
186.
He is 6 foot 185. Troy Franklin is what, 6'3", 177?
Troy Franklin is 6'2", 176. And
So
Troy
2
Franklin ran a
inches.
4.4, 140, while McConkey ran a 4.39.
Yeah, I was looking
So
for
they're the
a
same
comp.
speed?
I was
So
looking
all the
for a
things that you
comp
said,
for Lad McConkey, and the person that I thought of was remember Danny Amendola?
Yeah, Danny. Yep.
That's who I
But
was
with
thinking
wheels.
as a comp for him.
That's disrespectful to that man.
I think
Danny
he's
was only
faster than
special with
Danny.
kickers. He never really stood out in any other way.
I
He
think
had a
Garrett
good year
Wilson
with
is like
the
6
Rams
feet,
right before
185,
he went to
isn't
the Patriots.
Yeah, Lad McConkey and Garrett Wilson had almost identical measurables and all of that.
he? Yeah.
Bills are trying to trade the pick at 28.
according to who?
Schultz. About a minute ago.
Becton is still a free agent.
Oh, Chiefs are trading up.
No way. Here.
Wow.
Wide
They have
receiver.
one lad.
Which wide receiver?
Worthy?
It's going to be Lad.
McConkey
I think it's
Watch him
McConkey.
take Worthy. Watch him
Mitchell.
take Worthy.
Oh, no, it's AD Mitchell. They're coming for AD Mitchell.
They're coming from
Oh,
Mitchell.
he's still.
Yeah.
Wow,
I don't
Yeah.
have this high of a grade on AD Mitchell, but when you're talking about a guy who was built for Andy Reid, it's AD Mitchell. AD Mitchell is the guy who was built in a lab for Andy Reid.
Let's draft another wide receiver that can drop balls.
Makes sense.
Well,
Makes
the-
sense.
well, the-
Mitchell had one of the best hands over the last 2 years, if I remember correctly.
Nah, he had like I think it's like a 9.7% drop rate. It was actually quite disturbing in regards to his drop rate.
So he came in at the combine 6'2", 205, ran a 4.34. AD Mitchell.
Damn,
That is
He's
solid.
fast.
that's fast.
Look, I'm not an AD guy. I don't have a first round grade on AD. But everybody that I've talked to who's like in the know says that the Chiefs are in love.
Okay.
You want to hear some blasphemy? He's not in here, so he can't defend himself. So I can basically just say whatever I want about him, and then you guys can go talk to him later. But he did say this. This is recorded. This is out there on our podcast. Dom C had the balls, the cojones, to come out and say that he believed that when it's all said and done, A.D. Mitchell will be the best wide receiver in this class.
I'm sorry, what?
By the way,
Better than Marvin Harrison, better than Rome, better than Malik, better than all of those guys. He said that AD has all of the skills and the ability that if he goes to the right spot, and the Chiefs are the right spot, if we're being fair to Dom, that he would be the best wide receiver in this class. I had the same react, Gunny. What you're about to say, that's what I said.
That's cap.
He could be.
That's not just cap. That's just one of those like hot take things where you say that Donnie Mitchell, best wide receiver in this year's draft class, just so you can click on it and
eventually
kind of
will be, not is.
I don't
will
think so,
be
bro.
the best wide receiver in this class. I'm not saying that he
He
had him as
reminds
wide receiver 1,
like of
but
Christian
he had him as
Watson.
wide receiver 4.
He reminds me of Christian Watson. You know, those measurables, the DK Metcalf measurables, the speed and everything. I mean, maybe in the right situation he'll do good, but I mean,
DK Metcalf is way bigger than
Yeah, I got to stop throwing around DK Metcalf so casually.
Yeah,
he's like
DK
Metcalf is
built like
built
a tank,
different, bro. Yeah,
built like a tank
that
and runs
dude's
like
not
a fighter
normal.
jet.
All right,
That
did
dude's
you
also
see
built
that? You see the
Adonai's
Chiefs got?
6'4", right?
I think DK's 6'4", 6'5". He's not 6'2". though.
DK is
I think Adonai's
6'4" and
6'2".
some change, and he's like 230 something pounds.
I got
I'll
him
tell
like
you right now. I'm pulling it
6'4".
up.
Yeah, I want to.
So what?
Adonai is like 6'2".
Official measurables on DK Metcalf: 7'5", 350 pounds, runs a 2.5 40. No, I'm kidding. 6'3", 230.
6'3", 230.
See, I got 6'4".
I have 6'3", 230.
And I got 6'3".
What?
You know what? The first thing I said was right.
You
He's
go short
7'3",
thinking.
350 pounds, runs a 2.45 40, has a 9-foot vertical leap on 1 foot using just his toes.
And Bo Jackson DNA.
Okay.
Whoa!
He's listen.
Who
He's
said it?
6'3", 3/8 of an inch. He's 6'4".
Who called it?
Yeah.
Was it
Yeah.
you, Italy?
What?
Which part?
Who called it?
The Chiefs
Well,
pick.
Yeah,
McConkey?
they got up and got. Yeah, you saw what they got, right?
Yeah, I saw who they got.
Who is
What?
it?
Someone,
They
one
went-
of you guys called it.
Who is it? Can
Who
we get
what?
the name?
Who is it?
It's
I
Worthy.
think Matt, you got
Worthy,
it. Matt, who did you
Oh, I
say?
called it. I said Worthy.
Yeah,
Matt,
Yeah,
no.
Matt got it.
The
Xavier
name.
Worthy.
Who was it?
Wow.
Xavier
I said
Worthy.
Worthy. They went
Okay,
for
but my question is, why do the Bills do that? They're in direct
The wide
competition with the
receivers-
Chiefs.
Because the
Why
wide
do you
receivers
let
that
the
are
Chiefs
available-
come?
I don't think they're in direct competition
gap-
anymore. They are
Not
they are-
anymore.
The
They're in
gap
I guess-
between 80
I
Mitchell,
guess that
Troy
proved
Franklin,
it. I
Ladd
mean-
McConkey.
I mean,
guess
I
that
imagine
proved
that means they still like somebody. I
Oh,
would say
you know what it is?
They
I'll
still
tell you
like-
what it is. They upgraded a pick 40 spots. They went
Yeah,
from pick
way-
133 to
way
pick
down the board.
95.
Yeah, that's way down the board.
No, but they got
Yeah,
they
just to
turned a
move up.
fourth into a third
Just to move back 4. Yeah, that
to
makes
move
sense.
back 4 and still get a
4
really good
or
wide
5
receiver.
or 6. How many slots they go down?
They went from 28
went
to
4.
32. They went from
Yeah.
27
Yeah,
to
that's
32. They
more-
went back 5 spots.
That's you said 4 spots.
four
It's like
spots.
6.
It's 28 to 32. So they
It's
went from
28 to 32.
I'm here
Yeah.
right now. I'm not playing.
It was
with
4
you.
spots.
Five spots. 5 spots.
Why do I have to keep telling you just
No.
stop?
No,
I'm
Dano,
out.
that's a great point, though. Why would you trade if you have the same need? Yeah, why would you
Get back
trade
over there.
away?
I'm not done talking to you.
Well, because again,
Yeah,
if
like,
you don't,
Ow.
if
how
you're
are the
not
Bills
in
fans-
on Worthy, if you look at your board and say you have the same grade on
Go.
A.D. Mitchell, Troy Franklin, Ladd McConkey, and Xavier Worthy, not all 4 of those guys are going to come off the board. So if the Chiefs can upgrade and they're not going to take, let's say, your guy, I would do that trade. It's just
Yeah,
weird
but
because the
I
Bills
feel like
think
Worthy
they
would
can
have been
win a Super
perfect
Bowl.
for Josh Allen, though. Like, just I'm not saying
Yeah,
he's going to be
I
good,
agree.
but I'm saying like he could just fly down. Like, there's only certain quarterbacks that type of receiver is good for, and that's like a Mahomes or Josh Allen or an Aaron Rodgers, like those types of quarterbacks that could just let it throw or let it rip deep, throwing bombs. So
Like Tyreek Hill.
like a Tyreek Hill, exactly.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
Isn't Worthy on the smaller side though? I imagine they're
no,
trying to
he's small. He's a
He's
little
like-
man.
like a
He's
full
165.
easily-
Yeah, he's a little
165,
man.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, I'm
gonna
sure
get
they don't
broken.
want Cole Beasley being like their top receiver again for like the next 2 years. So I can see why they might pass that up.
Again, I don't think
Yeah, but
Worthy
stick
was
and
on their
pick your
board.
guy.
Yeah, but
I don't think Worthy was on their board, but I don't think you risk a guy like A.D. Mitchell or Troy Franklin being the pick if those are the guys that you're picking, or even like Ladd McConkey. Well, you can't go Ladd if you're Buffalo. You can't get another slot guy.
I want to see
it's
3
Rice
receivers
is-
go in a row
Rice
now.
is
Just
a
to
receiver
Yeah.
now, so
I agree. I want
Right
3
now, who's
receivers
the
off the
top
board
guy?
right now.
they just signed
Exactly,
Hollywood
like,
Brown too.
for getting
They
cute.
signed Hollywood. They
Well,
signed Marquise
and we don't
Brown,
know
so-
what's gonna happen with the Rice thing, so it makes sense for them to get
He's
a wide
done,
receiver right
dude.
here. Yeah, forever.
Yeah, I agree.
That's sad.
Worthy, they're saying he's the fastest guy in the draft. Is he? I think he one of them.
yeah.
History, isn't it?
No,
He ran
he's
like a
4.21. It's
yeah. He broke the
Yeah.
record.
the
He broke the
fastest
record,
guy
yeah.
in NFL history.
But I will
So,
say this: the
he-
previous like 3 guys that broke the record sucked in the NFL.
Well, trash. They were trash in the
Yeah,
next level.
yeah,
So it didn't
yeah,
even matter.
yeah.
Can he get off
Cowboys.
the line?
I like this pick.
Oh, I like this kick. Yeah, I like this
Nobody
pick by the
wants
Cowboys.
JJ
Yep.
What are we talking about?
Who they
Cowboys
pick?
pick was a nice one.
Guyton?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. I'm surprised he.
That's what I
you know,
thought.
he's
I said
totally
that
down there.
earlier. I said they would pick Guyton.
Man, it's like
I don't see it.
Cowboys. They
I don't
look
see a
like keep
single
building that
big
line.
board.
They have
I don't
to.
know
They
what
have to
networks
replace
you're watching,
Tyron.
but-
They have to replace Tyron Smith, right?
Yep,
Yeah, but I think Guyton is more of a right tackle.
he is.
I mean,
He is.
They
Who's
have
the-
their left
who's the-
tackle. They have their left tackle. They moved the other Smith to left tackle.
Other
He's going to
Smith
play
to
left tackle.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
they're moving him. They're going to put Guyton, or probably they're going to put Guyton at the right tackle.
Donovan Smith. What was his
No,
name?
it's not Donovan Smith. It's
Oh,
Tyler
what-
Smith, their former first-round pick.
That's another thing too about going back to our pick and Fashanu. Now we kind of don't need to desperately go after like a Bakhtiari or like a Donovan Smith to kind of
No.
be that second fiddle to Tyron Smith if he goes down.
Now we
So-
just need to desperately
Honestly,
go after T. Higgins.
I prioritize Connor McGovern now.
Or
We
Tyler
need
Boyd.
interior depth now more
Yeah,
than
That's
tackle
what I
depth.
meant to say was Tyler Boyd,
agree.
not T. Higgins. My bad.
Give me Connor though.
Yeah, no, I like McGovern. I think we should re-sign him on the cheap.
You
Yeah.
can't,
As soon as the
you
comp
cannot tell
formula
me
is
that you
done.
go. Here's why they didn't sign McGovern is because they're waiting to see what they can get in the 3rd or the 4th round. That's why they.
That-
Yeah, I mean, if you can
the
get
comp
Pooney,
pick.
if you can get Pooney, yeah, that, like we're not, we shouldn't get McGovern.
Isn't the
Because Pooney
Huff
can play
thing,
center
like-
guard?
Isn't the Huff comp like teetering on the edge? And
Well, yeah, but
Like-
what I mean is it's also like you have Schweitzer. I don't think he's going to go anywhere. I don't like Schweitzer. To be specific,
I don't
to,
like him
to be,
either.
To be clear, you have Hansen, and Hansen played good enough last year for me to feel good enough for him being the backup offensive line, interior offensive lineman. But I want to bring in a high level interior offensive lineman. That's what I would like to do.
Fellas, I'm about to drop off. Enjoy the rest of the draft. Great talking with you guys. Maybe we'll see you next day or the next day.
Have a good one, man.
Have a good one,
Take it
VR.
easy,
You
VR.
too.
Later, brother.
CFV.
Later.
If a guy like a Christian Haynes or a Cooper Beebe or a Christian Mahogany, any one of those 3 guys make it to that 4th round pick, that's a stretch.
Yeah.
But if any of those guys make it that far, I have a hard time passing on them.
Yeah, I think Haynes and Beebe are most likely going to the 2nd round, but 100%, I would love Mahogany in the 4th.
I think
But I
it's
mean,
fair
the
to say we're
next-
definitely trading again. Though I'd almost book it.
Yeah, we're
100%.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
coming
have-
back.
all
You
these
don't
guys
pick up
aren't
all
making the
those
roster. We need to trade up.
Yep.
Here's the thing, though. I think a lot of people are looking at it and they're like, oh my God, I love this player that's currently on the roster. And it's like, no. That player's cuttable.
Mhm.
That's the thing that people need to remember. They're
Mhm.
all cuttable. I love X and I love X. I love Jason Brownlee and Irv Char. Those guys are cuttable. Every single one of them. Kenny Aboa, Zach Kuhn. Those guys are cuttable. They're not
Spot
so
on.
good that you can't address that position. You know, I like Israel Abanikanda, not so much that I'm going to sit here and not draft or not address the running back room. I like Tony Adams and Chuck Clark and Ashton Davis. Not enough to say that those guys are 100% going to make the roster, or JBC is a better conversation. If we can get an upgrade, go get an upgrade. Just because the guy is on the roster right now doesn't mean he needs to be. We just saw that with the drafting of Olu. That this more than likely means that either the New York Jets are going to carry 10 offensive linemen or Max Mitchell's getting cut.
Yeah.
It's the reality.
Or Carter Warren has to step up too and show something.
Huff was the first guy that we lost that was good. There's going to be many more. Many more.
Teams lose good players, and the people are having a hard time flipping their switch in their brain to realize that the Jets right now are a good team, or they're built well. We don't have good health.
Yeah, exactly. Durability.
Absolutely.
Oh, and Jet Life Stadium turf. That's another thing too.
Yeah, I think as a franchise, if you're not trying to upgrade pretty much at every single position like constantly, then that's just what we should do. And I understand like the whole good feel story about like Xavier Gibson and Brownlee making the team last year, but dude, if we can get like a Malik Washington in the third, or like the third or fourth, or like a or like a Corley or something, like we have to go after those guys. We need 2 more receivers, I feel like, in this draft. I really do think we need to get 2 more.
Yeah, exactly.
I want a running back too, because I don't know. For me too,
value, man.
Xavier. Well, later I'm talking, but for me, Xavier Gibson, I don't think should be the kickoff return. Like, I would rather have Izzy returning kicks, Xavier doing punts. I mean, that's just me.
With
but
the new rules, I disagree.
Yes.
I think X is going to be better at that. X is a better cut.
I think it's going to be less cutting involved.
No, because you're gonna have to sprint east to west to find the hole. It's not going to be straight line speed. That's the problem. If it was the previous rules, I was on board with you. I had Izzy penned in as my kick returner all year until his thigh blew up, and then they started using X. I had Izzy penned in as my punt returner all year.
Did you guys see what the Ravens did?
I have not.
What did they do?
No.
Wiggins.
Wide receiver has to be right.
Wiggins.
Wow. It's a great pick. Nate Wiggins at 30. Jesus Christ.
I completely forgot about
I forgot about him.
I
ain't gonna lie.
Oh, yeah.
Completely forgot about him.
But who do they bench? Probably Brandon Stevens, right? Because you're not benching Marlon Humphreys.
No.
Jeez, what a pick.
Who's their nickel corner?
Their nickel is a guy by the name of Arthur Millette. You probably bench him.
Oh yeah.
You can move Stevenson inside, and then Nate can.
Didn't Wiggins run like a 4.28 something or a 4.26 something? I know it was 4.2s.
I'm pretty sure he flew.
Flying.
Yeah. What a pick.
He was projected to go like in the teens, wasn't he? Or like low,
like in the mid-teens, he was supposed to go.
Yeah.
I wonder why a lot of people dropped in this draft.
Bro, Johnny Newton and Cooper DeJean are about to fall out of the first round.
Wow, I think you're right. Yeah.
Who's going to take him? Is Kansas City going to take Kansas City? Is San Francisco going to take one of them? No.
Actually, yeah, why not?
Watch him pick a receiver here.
San Francisco is interesting because what do they do?
Watch him take a receiver.
Is it Kool-Aid? Is it Kool-Aid?
Kool-Aid, yeah, he's still out there.
Kool-Aid Cooper? If you believe in the Great White Hope playing on the outside, that might be a good spot.
I'm just flabbergasted by the Bills trading back to 32. Yeah. I mean, hey, I like it. As a Jets fan, I like it, but
I don't. If I was their fan base, as a Bills fan, I would be highly, highly pissed off.
I would be pissed because now 100%. If Worthy actually can play, like let's say if he could actually be like the next Tyreek Hill or something, just blaze past everybody.
Right.
Like, oh my God.
You're always going to come back to that. Like, Bills fans
exactly.
are always going to come back to Brees Hall being insanely good. You know,
Yeah,
they're always
great
going to be, well, why
announcer,
didn't we just
yeah.
take him in the first? Why did we take
Not just
Kyrie
worthy,
Lam,
though,
who's not even
like,
starting?
the people picked at 30 and 31. What if they're good? Like,
Well, they were
Right,
never
you're
going
right.
to take a corner or a tackle.
Well, we don't.
We'll
I
see
mean,
what San Fran's going to do.
I can see the 49ers picking a receiver here. I don't know. I think I'm pretty. You know, I wouldn't count them trading away either like a Debo or a Ayuk. I really wouldn't yet.
or does Buffalo
yet.
slide
I
back
understand what you're saying,
again?
though.
I could see Buffalo it being a small slide to a bigger slide,
I can see that. I can see that.
then doubling up. You know?
Yeah, I think I could see that. I thought that's what
Yeah.
we were gonna do.
Mhm.
Yeah, so did I.
I think pick 32 is like one of the most traded picks ever. Like year over year. I'm pretty sure 32 is like one of the most traded picks.
It makes sense. Teams coming back
I
up to
think
that
you're
50
right.
option.
Right.
Did anybody watch McAfee and Belichick?
I watched
Oh,
McAfee with
yeah.
Rodgers.
Yeah, I watched a little bit of it. I watched a little bit of both.
This ABC one I'm watching, it does not have a big board. It shows you. It's annoying.
You're on the ABC channel.
None of them have a big board like that.
Yeah, either
That's
NFL
so, yeah,
Network doesn't have it
why?
either.
Why?
I
Like,
guess
I'm
they
used
went
to
away
like
from that.
seeing. I'm
Yeah,
visual,
maybe they're
man.
saving
Like,
money. They're saving money. No, I'm kidding.
San Francisco's pick here is so interesting. I honestly have no idea what they're going to do.
Yeah.
Because like you
So
could
what-
convince me wide receiver. Like you could like get a slot guy like a McConkey here would make a lot of sense.
So if you had to give us a letter grade here, what would you guys each give the Jets picking Olu
I think it's
over
too-
anyone else that was on the board? Obviously,
A
think
plus.
I think it's too soon. B minus.
A plus.
okay.
And I'll tell you why it's an A plus. Because one, you got one of the best offensive tackle prospects on the board, and you were able to trade back into it and acquire more picks. That's going to go ahead and allow you to move up in this draft to go get yourself a wide receiver. I'm giving them an A plus.
Okay, I like it.
I wanted to slide back and take a tackle. I wanted to recoup a third, but I think a fourth and a fifth is damn near close. I'd like to see their board though and know where they had Fashanu at on it, but because I feel like they could have dropped a few more picks and still got him. Because what was it after us? Like weapons or who went after us? I forget, but I feel like we could have got.
Bunch of tackles.
Yeah. Did they?
Yeah.
Okay.
Bunch of tackles.
Bowers went to the
The
A
Raiders.
plus.
The
Then.
Raiders.
A plus.
Fuaga went to the Saints, and then
Yeah,
that's when pretty much the run.
Fuaga, yeah, Fuaga.
I really wanted Fuaga. He's one of my favorite players in the draft. I do like Olu's high ceiling, but I think anything better than Evan Bowers in that situation is an A for me. So I'm gonna go with A, but I did want Fuaga really bad. Or when they've talked about Roma Dunez. We really wanted to jump up. I'm glad we traded down though. I wanted that trade down, and I wanted to trade down again. But the fact that we didn't trade up, I'm actually okay with that. But I'm interested in what we're going to do in the second round. But I do like it for now. But I just really wanted Fuaga.
Yeah, I say it's a B minus, and it's not because the player's bad or anything like that. It's just a matter of we know we can say pretty confidently that week 1 he'll be on the bench. And that's to me.
Well, yeah.
That's the problem I have with the pick. It's a great pick. It's a great pick. I love
Knock on
Olu.
wood.
I gotta
Yeah, there
say
you go,
it.
Dane. There you go, Dane. Knock on all that wood.
But he's gonna be on the bench,
There you go. There you go.
and that's
Yeah.
my biggest problem.
I mean, our need was for a winter tackle. You know, not a week 1 tackle.
Oh, you guys see that?
No.
No, what happened?
49ers just
Oh,
got
God.
Cooper DeJean from
There we go. Okay.
Iowa.
There we go, baby.
Great
That
white
is-
hope
Damn,
is off.
the NFC
Man.
playoffs.
Now
are
the Bills.
going
Now the
corner.
Bills need to get everybody mad. They need to get their whole fan base mad. Take Johnny Newton.
All the corners are going to the NFC. I like it.
Take Johnny Newton.
I like it.
I know Bills fans are pissed right now. They have to be.
Yeah,
I like it. I love
dude.
this
I'm on.
guy.
I'm on Bill's Twitter right now. It's hilarious.
Oh, I haven't even.
After
jumped
them
on
losing
Twitter.
like all their players in the offseason.
Yeah, they
Oh, man,
they lost
this is
everyone,
awesome.
and Bills fans are freaking out. I was like, how? Why in the world did we just make the number one rival because they still think that they can win a Super Bowl because they still think they're
Yeah.
Oh,
the window is
Tigo, are
open?
you coming around to that being a bad trade now?
No. It is. I understand the thought process. I don't think it's a good trade.
Yeah,
I understand
You
the
said
thought
they
process
improved
of this
50
trade.
picks. You had this whole spiel. They brought their
Hey,
pick
no,
up
hey,
50 slots.
Never
and-
But it's
mind.
all
Never
true.
mind.
It's all
Twitter's
true.
being stupid. It's wide receiver Ricky Pearsall. For it.
Ricky?
Oh,
Rookie.
wow.
Ricky Purcell in the
That's
first.
a reach.
Okay, this is from
Wow.
Albert Breer. Albert Breer. Breer, or whatever his name is. Breer.
Yeah.
Albert.
Mm-hmm.
It's not Dijon.
Wow, Ricky.
That's
Yeah,
a
That's even
reach.
more surprising,
Facts.
actually, to be honest.
Jordan Schultz said it, and Aaron Wilson said it as well.
Aria Mirov just said it.
We
Pearsall.
broke Mike's internet.
Yeah, that's surprising.
No, I'm
that
very sorry
might,
about that.
That might be competing with the whole Penix pick.
That's a reach, man.
Wow. Here's the
a
thing:
massive reach.
we're all saying it's a reach, but
We could be
to play
wrong.
devil's
man.
advocate. To play devil's advocate here,
That's a good
Kyle
pick.
Shanahan is still Kyle Shanahan. So
I agree with that.
I'm going to
Adam
agree
Gase
with
was a
that.
Kyle Shanahan before Kyle Shanahan.
incorrect.
I'll just.
I
one
will
step
say. I will say that I will. Whew.
Oh my gosh, again?
What?
Is it not
What
right?
happened?
No, it's
Jordan
Cooper.
Schultz. Jordan Schultz. So the Bills are trading back again.
Okay.
Oh, wouldn't it be
Their fan
funny?
base is gonna freak out.
Wouldn't
Wait,
it
so
be
that-
funny, guys?
So
If
that,
the
Jordan
Bills
Schultz.
traded,
Jordan Schultz said it, that they're trading back again.
it'd be
Yeah,
hilarious if
it
the
made
Bills were
sense.
like, "Yeah, we're gonna get Ricky Pearsall. We're just gonna trade down and get him," and then all of a sudden, Ricky Pearsall.
It's gone. like he was the pick, and then they just
yeah,
realized,
yeah.
oh, well, there goes Plan A.
There
Let's
goes
just
plan
trade
A,
down
plan
again.
B, plan C, plan
Oh,
D.
wait, there's more.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Oh,
So
man.
who do you think's gonna trade up then?
Carolina? Because they're 33?
Oh, that's. Do they have 33?
Yeah, because
they
they have
should, right?
33. Yeah, they
Yeah,
have
they
33.
That
The
would be interesting.
Panthers.
Is it? Did I get it?
Welcome to the first round.
Wow, Tigo called it, baby. Good job.
Jordan Schultz, Panthers are coming up to pick number 32 with the Bills.
Wow.
they want that 50-year
gonna-
option.
And they're gonna get a receiver. What are the Bills doing?
Yes, and now they're gonna take AD Mitchell.
What are they doing?
Oh, yeah.
This is
Bro,
nuts.
that-
Bill's Twitter is in shambles.
Dude,
And
Also,
I love it.
I will say
Wow.
this about this. I will say this about Ricky Pearsall. I like Ricky Pearsall a lot. I feel like he was plagued by some of the worst quarterback play in his while at his time in Florida, with both Anthony Richardson being not all that great and whoever's there at Florida now being not all that great. This is still a reach in my eyes, but the player's overall potential, I think, is there. I think he's got it. I think he's got what it takes. I don't know about the pick at 31, but I will always, in my opinion, I will always default to Kyle Shanahan. He is my Lord and Savior when it comes to the NFL on the offensive side of the ball. And so,
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I had Pearsall as like a mid to late second round pick.
Me
in
too.
Yeah, same here.
On my
Same
board.
Yeah, I had him late second.
Yeah.
I'm shocked that he got drafted in the first.
So
Ahead of guys
Buffalo,
like Mitchell, Franklin, McConkey. Like, I'm shocked that he was the move.
Yeah.
Interesting.
What were you gonna say, Italy, about Buffalo?
I'm trying to gather what.
oh
the trade
crap!
was. I'm trying to gather what.
Do
it
you
was.
trade
No.
for Ayuk and or Debo now?
Well, I was also thinking that. Like that's what kind of the
The
speculation
Panthers?
is. Right? Oh, the
Yeah.
Panthers got South Carolina. Xavier, welcome. Leggett.
Oh,
Leggett in the
They
first,
went
Yeah,
Leggett in the
Leggett.
first, bro. What?
Pearsall
You think
and
it's South
Leggett.
Carolina, Xavier Leggett.
dude. The Bills just traded
second.
back and lost out on Xavier Worthy, Ricky Pearsall, and Xavier Leggett. What are they doing?
Yeah,
Like
that
their
was-
fan base
Mike,
still thinks they can win a
Mike,
Super Bowl.
we said it.
I know. Well, it was mainly you that said it.
Yeah.
What was that wide receiver the Panthers took way back when? Funchess?
Benjamin. Oh,
I was
Devin
thinking-
Funchess? Yeah.
Yeah. Leggett, I'm not a fan of, man.
I am.
Not
In the
here.
first?
Not here.
Not here, bro.
Not
Not
here.
Yeah.
Not here, dog.
No, not here at all.
Wow.
I'm talking
Not
like
here.
second, third round. But
I was
not-
thinking
not
third
here.
round for Leggett, if I'm being honest, man.
Maybe third, yeah.
I'm baffled right now that he went this high.
You know why he went this high? We said his name earlier in the draft. You know why Xavier Leggett went this high? It's
Why?
because someone in Carolina saw the comp, and this is a real comp for him, is DK Metcalf. Someone
Is
went,
it?
Oh my
yeah, because he's
God.
6'3", 227.
Hmm.
Xavier Leggett's huge
He
and
is
fast. And same thing, what was DK doing in college? He was a one-trick pony. He ran
That's
3
facts.
routes. Xavier
Yeah.
Leggett at South Carolina ran 3 routes. It's a post, an in, and a seam. That's it. That's all he ran. It was just go beat the corner and get the safety to chase you. And if they don't, expect the ball. That was his game plan.
Yeah. So Buffalo is now going to be the start of the second round. They're going to be
They're on the clock.
Yeah, and
They got the
second
most.
round.
They got the
then
most
they
valuable pick, though.
They flipped 141 and 200. Buffalo and Carolina. So
But
Buffalo at
do you-
200.
Now I need them
Now
to
it's
take
141.
Jajon Newton. Just the nail in the coffin for Bills fans. For
That
me,
would be so
Mitchell-
great.
for my
Mitchell's
heart.
Still
Oh my
available.
God.
And some people thought Newton was going to go in like the top 15, right? Yeah, you did, Tigo. And,
I love
and so
Newton.
here's the
I still
thing about
do.
here's the thing about the Bills. Didn't they already start out with like 11 picks in the draft? And now how many do they have? Like, what are they doing? I don't
Yeah,
understand.
they've got like 14 now, 13, 14.
Like, I know they have holes and stuff, but sheesh. Like, I'd be
Wow.
pissed if I was a Bills fan.
The Bills now have
Oh,
1,
100%.
2, 3, 4, 5,
Yeah, they
6,
got
7, 8
5.
picks in the draft.
Damn.
They have
Eight?
60.
Yeah.
They have I'm sorry, they have
They're
33,
required.
60,
I could have
128,
sworn they had 11.
160, 163,
Yeah, I thought they had a lot.
200, 204, and 211.
Including looks like Buffalo's PR team that said they acquired 33, 141. 141 and 33. But I don't know about the other one.
They have
What was the other
9.
one they trade down?
They have 9 picks. So it's 33, 60,
Okay.
128, 141, 144, 160, 163, 204, 221.
Wow. They're going to get a lot of number 4 receivers.
And they have 2 seconds next year. They have Minnesota's second next year.
Who they taking at 33 tomorrow?
Jajon Newton.
It's got to be receiver, man.
Cooper
A.D.
DeJean.
Mitchell.
Yeah.
Did A.D. Mitchell ever go?
No,
Nope.
he's still
No,
on the
he's
board.
still there.
Nice.
He's still there.
Crazy.
Jackson Powers Johnson.
Oh my
Yeah.
god.
So what's crazy is the
It's
Jets
hilarious.
picked Shanu, right? And
Right.
a lot of these guys who had first round grades have fallen down to the second round, and a couple of guys that had late second, even early third first round pick grades have jumped into the first. Joe D might have just had a genius freaking draft here if they picked the right wide receiver.
If they come back into the second. Because a lot of the
think they
guys
will.
that we expected to be available for us now aren't. And the run on wide receiver is going to be earlier than it should. That's the thing. This is the thing that we have to remember. Arizona could take another wide receiver. The Bills are going to take a wide receiver. The Pats can take a wide receiver. The Chargers are going to take a wide receiver. The Titans can take a wide receiver. So at the beginning, at the top of the second, you're now going to see this run on wide receivers possibly
I agree.
because of the fact that the
Right.
Texans can take a wide receiver. And so while, yes, some of these second round guys jumped into the first and some of these first round guys jumped into the second, that doesn't help us in our favor if we wanted a wide receiver in the third. We're going to have to come up into the second if we want to get a wide receiver or at least a quality one because of the fact that, well, now all of these super value guys are here. You have to take them. The Bills are going to take a wide receiver, the Cardinals and all those people.
Yeah,
It's either you
agree
can
with
have
that.
1 second or you can have
Wow.
2/3. Take your pick.
Hmm.
In my opinion.
I'll take the
Yeah, I
1
mean,
second.
You got
Yeah, if the guy's
Yeah.
there, yeah,
I think I'll
if
take
you're
the 1 second in this situation.
if your guy's there, yeah, what Mike said.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Hmm.
So speaking of which, so
Tomorrow's
I'm looking at the
crazy.
list of the guys who are still available. So it looks like
I'm sorry, Mike.
No,
Connor
you're good,
Hughes,
you're good.
30 seconds ago, the Jets made attempts to trade up in the NFL draft. Multiple sources told SNY they were unsuccessful. The Giants and the Bears were locked on Malik Neighbors and Rome Odunze. So the
There it
Jets,
Right.
so that
right.
makes me feel
I mean,
better.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
makes me feel better. They wanted Malik Neighbors and Rome Odunze. They tried to go up and get him. They were unsuccessful. And then they made that's okay.
so they were trying to get up to the Bears, and the Bears were locked on. But why couldn't they get up to the Falcons? Who,
No. They tried. They called from my
It
understanding
sounds like
of
from
this.
the Giants on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From my understanding here is that from the Giants to the Bears, they called.
Mhm. Okay, I thought it was they called the Giants and the Bears. Okay.
Yeah.
Nick, did you send the tweet? Oh, Nick sent the tweet. I got a notification. I have Connor Hughes notifications turned on. But sure, I guess Nick sent the
Same.
tweet. Wants credit.
That's Jets fan 101, Connor Hughes.
So it looks like Keon Coleman, Malachi Corley, Leggett is gone now.
And then you have the other
Roman
Washington.
Wilson, Jalen Polk. I'm naming all the receivers here that are like the top ones that are left. Troy Franklin. There's quite a few.
A.D. Mitchell,
receivers
Troy
here.
Franklin, Lad
A.D.
McConkey,
Mitchell.
Keon Coleman, Roman Wilson, Jalen Polk,
That's
Malachi
crazy.
Corley, Jermaine Burton, Devontae Walker, Javon Baker, Jalen McMillan, Malik Washington, Jamari Thrash.
Yep.
There are wide receivers still available. We're going to get our
Yeah.
hands on a good one. Don't get me wrong.
Oh
We're
yeah.
gonna get our hands on a good one. I'm just very curious to see what the run in the second round is going to look like. That's the interesting part, right?
Yeah.
We're going to see a run in the second round. Who goes?
It
and who
already
goes where?
started. It already started.
Exactly. It's going to keep
Yeah.
going.
There's gonna be more
Well said,
trades.
well said, Dano.
So
Yeah.
many trades.
It-
There's
It's
gonna be more
already
trades.
started.
There's gonna be
If
more
we can come
trades.
out of this, if we can come out of this draft with a future number 1 left tackle, a future number 2 and number 3 wide receiver, a future and another future starting guard, that would be phenomenal. And
Yeah.
running back maybe late, like that would be awesome if we can do all that.
For running backs, okay, because now we have multiple fourths. I'm open to the idea of a running back. Who are the guys? I watched 2 running backs this year because I tried and I couldn't sit there through it. I watched Jonathan Brooks and Blake Corum, and that was it, like in depth. And I through osmosis watched Bucky Irving because I was watching Oregon games for Troy Franklin and Bo Nix, right? In the 4th round with one of those 4th round picks, who are some of the guys that you think we could target and look at that you think would bring in value immediately in the 4th round with the running back? And I'm genuinely asking because I watched 2 running backs.
Garendo.
The only
Crazy athlete, right? That's what he
He's
did.
a beast.
Just graded out insane.
Go ahead, Mike. Mike, you got more into. I just know I watched Garendo and I love him.
I'm not like too up to snuff on the running backs, but the one guy that I'm thinking of that crushed the combine, he's probably gonna go in the 3rd, is Bucky Irving. I think he's probably gonna go in the 3rd. But if he slips to the 4th, I would take a look at him. But our picks here with the 3rd and 4th round, I feel like we should focus on 2 receivers and then an interior offensive lineman that could
Totally agree.
like a Mahogany or a Pooney.
100%.
And see, here's the thing, because you say that, and I totally agree with you, Mike. So, like in the 3rd, I would go wide receiver. Whoever the wide receiver is that's available there, that you like, I would go, right? Whoever that is.
And so all these guys too, the guy like a Pearsall and Leggett that we just saw go around early. So all of us saying like, let's grab Malik Washington in the 4th. Well, he might not make it to the 4th, so we might have to pull the trigger at 72 for Washington.
But like that's the thing, right? So you go and you play it out. You get to pick 72. I'm gonna totally be biased on this pick. And let's say we take Javon Baker, UCF Boyz, right?
Even better if he makes it there.
And you take Javon Baker. I hope he makes it, right? And you take him voice crack. I call my own voice cracks out. You ain't gotta. I caught it. So you go there. Now you're in the 4th, and now just like you said, I totally agree with you. Let's go get an offensive tackle. Let's go get an interior offensive lineman. Like, let's see what's available there. And let's just say I'm doing a mock draft simulator. They have Hunter Nurzad out of Penn State as the guy who's available in the 4th. Nobody else made it. Christian Mahogany went 1 pick before us to the Chargers. Right? So there you go. You go interior offensive line because you need the help and you need the depth there. Now you're in the 4th. You probably want to go wide receiver again because you need somebody. So
we need a safety, man.
Let's take Luke McCaffrey.
Yeah, safety.
And now you're in the 4th, and you're steering down the barrel of like Cole Bishop, or, and it is a need, like a cornerback. And again, I'm not sure about the value of who's there and who's not there in that term of the cornerback. But like even in that safety, because I agree with you, we need a safety. You take Cole Bishop. Where does the running back comes in the 5th round? Right?
Yeah,
That's
I don't know
have to go.
I don't know if Douglas is going to go safety in the 3rd or 4th. I mean, obviously, he could. We drafted Ashton Davis.
Could, yeah. But again, it comes back to that mentality, right? What do you do about like Jared Bernard Converse? Is he so good that you can't draft his replacement?
See you fellas, got to hop off. Have a good weekend, guys.
Take it easy.
Have a good one, Geno. Yeah, I'm about to jump off too here. I got a question for you guys. I didn't see anybody in the chat that left a comment that had anything right as to what was going to happen today.
I don't think. Yeah, I don't think
Does
anybody.
Does it show you the live chats that happened before
other than
you
May
started?
Yeah, I rolled all the way up to the top
because there was like 3 before my first comment.
Other than May, I got one in early. Like other than May, there isn't much.
Did you?
Yeah,
did you
I don't
say,
think anybody got it.
Nah, I don't think it.
No,
nice.
I got the Pats.
They
pick
got to
right.
bring those receipts.
I got the Pats pick right. I know that for sure, but that was it because I had Pats going May, Jets going. Odunze, Finns going Brian Thomas Jr., and then the Bills going A.D. Mitchell. That was and then 7 wide receivers in the 1st round. No to Brock Bowers going in the top 10. That was mine.
How many receivers went in the 1st round?
I'll tell you right now.
It had to be more than 7.
I'll tell you right now.
Where's my? Okay, here we go.
Yeah, I don't think at the end of the day, I don't think
3.
I don't think we keep 3 4th rounders.
No way.
4.
No, but I could see
5,
us putting the
6, 7. I nailed it out of the park.
I could
7
see
wide
us
receivers.
keeping 72
You and Nick Shine
then
both had
creating
7.
another 3rd.
Yeah, I agree, Dano.
I don't know that we come into the 2nd. I think we stick with 72 and then merge the other stuff.
But he said yes, Brock Bowers is going in the top 10, right? I said no.
Who said that?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I got that tie break there.
But those are the tiebreakers.
Well, no one got anything right. Everyone got the Pats right. Did someone say May Olu?
No. Everybody had us going to Dunze or Bowers.
See?
Did anyone have the Jets Fashanu pick?
Nope.
Okay.
Not a single person had us.
I'm just saying. I need
I
stuff from my wall.
I think it might go to Tigo.
Actually?
Yeah, because you're the only one that has one of the main 4. You correctly got Drake May to the fucking Pats. I got people that had JJ to the Pats. I had freaking Daniels to the Pats, so I'm wrong. And let's see, we've got a lot of people thought Brian Thomas Jr. was going to be a freaking Buffalo Bill. That was wrong.
I'm so happy he didn't.
So many of us had the Dolphins going either JPJ or Barton.
Nobody's is going to be right because everybody had a pick for the Bills.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Technically, who did I say for the Bills?
For the Bills.
Because I could technically still be right if they go tomorrow and they take AD Mitchell. Because I think I said AD, right?
Speaking of tomorrow,
you got BTJ.
I said BTJ to the Bills?
Yeah.
Yep. Damn. Who did I say to Miami?
Miami, you got Barton.
Oh, okay. So, okay. Never mind then. I thought I sent BTJ to Miami.
What the? Okay. If you're in the freaking chat right now, and I'm wrong, because right now I'm looking at it, and only Tigo was able to pick one thing right for the AFC East teams, and he also got the both right for the freaking tiebreaker. So
Tigo doesn't count though, he's an insider.
Did you get Johnny's that was like first?
Say it again.
When I scroll back, I can only see like half the comments of the whole stream. Will it let you go and see like Johnny's that was before you went live?
Yeah, I can see it here.
If you can see Johnny's one,
I think was one of
Johnny was the
that
first
was
one. He's the first comment.
Yeah. Just to make sure you
There's
got
nothing
all of
before
them.
that. I know I was like the 7th or 8th comment.
I was like 5th because I said, where do I put my comment at?
Johnny has JJ for the Pats, Neighbors for the Jets, JPJ for the Dolphins. He also has Bills, BTJ. And then he said yes for a tight end and 6 wide receivers.
As long as you see
I
his,
don't remember what he said. As long as you see his, you have the whole chat.
Yeah, just scrolling through the overlay now. I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody else as I'm scrolling down because it's a lot.
Did you have any on Twitter? Or did it have to be here?
It had to be here. That was the thing, but I still went on Twitter just to see if anybody did it because actually, let me see if anybody did it on Facebook.
Let me go over there and beat you to it.
It would give me a timestamp.
I'm kidding.
Gunny, are you having a show tomorrow as well?
Oh no, bro! This was rough.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie to you.
4
This
hours.
was rough, man. 4 hours. I don't know how some of these guys do this, man. Like around the 2.5 hour mark, I was like, "Oh God, I'm dragging. This is tough, man." To go ahead,
especially because you stopped caring.
Yeah, truthfully, once the Jets pick was done, I was just like, hopefully they come back into the first. I was hoping, but we all knew it wasn't going to happen.
The moment they sat down for the press conference, they were done.
Pretty much. Yeah, it's looking like Tigo won this thing.
I win something.
Where's it?
Congrats, Tigo.
Is it going? Please tell me it's going on the wall behind you, Tigo.
Of course. That's the whole point.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Hawk Sanch 48-hour stream.
Yeah, there's no way.
There's this crazy thing, right? So like I'm into like gaming and stuff like that. So I watch Twitch every once in a while. They do these subathons where as long as people sub, it keeps adding to the clock and they have to wind the clock all the way down. So there's one guy who's doing it right now that I follow on Twitch. He has been live for 11 days.
What? How's that even possible?
Just 11 days. Well, he sleeps on stream.
Oh,
He pulls a bed out.
Wow.
And he'll play a VOD of a different thing because you have to be doing something actively on Twitch according to the terms of service. But it's just in like half of the screen is the VOD, and he had an air mattress on the floor that he would just sleep at.
Wow.
Crazy.
He must have made bank.
Yeah. It ended today. I think the guy's going to go pass out for a couple of days.
Well, Tigo, congratulations. Yeah.
Congrats.
Yeah, Tigo. Congratulations, bud. You won yourself an Elijah Vera Tucker autographed jersey.
That's awesome.
I will need you to text me your address, and then I'll have that in the mail for you tomorrow. Wow.
Look at that. I never win anything.
Yeah, I'm surprised. So I mean, I got them all wrong. I got every single thing wrong except for
Bowers out of the top 10.
Yeah, out of the top 10. That was the only thing I got.
I'm surprised I got when I typed 7 wide receivers, I was like, this is ridiculous.
Only you and Nick had 7 wide receivers going. I saw 6. I saw a lot of 6s, a lot of 5. But only you and Nick had 7 wide receivers, and y'all
I
hit
put
that right on the
7,
head.
and then I hit enter, and I was like, "That's wrong. That's crazy." 7,
And yet,
and
it
then I was right. Freaking San Francisco saved me. Kyle Shanahan looking out for his boy.
So you had 3 quarterbacks go 1, 2, 3. You had a quarterback go at 8 to the Falcons, 10 to the Vikings, and then Bo Nix at 12, right?
12.
So
There's
that's
6 quarterbacks in the top 10.
Yes. Yeah. Wow.
How many offensive linemen went? 1, 2. Holy crap.
Congratulations, Tigo.
1, 2.
I'll be sending this out to you
4,
tomorrow.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 offensive linemen went. 9.
Wow.
Jesus,
9.
man.
So,
All right, boys, I actually have to hop out because
Yep.
I need
I'm
to go
out.
take a dump.
I'm tired.
And
I'm
Hey,
giving-
listen,
I need to go to sleep because I have 2 babies that are
I'm
gonna wake me
giving
up
Gunny
screaming.
the stage to
I
wrap.
appreciate you guys for hopping on, man. Listen, man, y'all have a good one. Dano, tell the people where they can see your show because I know you got your show kicking off. You got to go ahead and drop the plug, bro.
Yeah. It's very informal. That's kind of the vibe. Tigo later. Very informal. A lot of viewer contributions, but it's at Dano Jets. So late night. Anytime someone else isn't streaming, I'm gonna just try to pepper myself in there. So thank you. I know you're going to be an asset to me, but I plug your stuff all the time when I get a chance. So I appreciate you, Gunny. Mike,
Been
I'll
waiting
get
for
you
the
on
invite.
too at some point.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
take care, Dano.
All right, brother. Have a
Later.
good one. Mike, tell the
Too.
people where they can find you, brother.
Yeah, no, I don't have my own show. I'm just a fan of yours, Gunny. But yeah, you can find me on X or Twitter, Mike the Stat Guy. But yeah, any time that you ever want to invite me, Gunny, I would love to be able to come on and talk Jets. So thank you for
100%.
having me. It's been an honor.
Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. You have a good night. And that's
You as
that.
well.
That is the first annual NFL Draft Watch Party. I'm tired. I'm going to bed. I appreciate you all for hanging out this long. Y'all some real ones, man. 4 hours. We still have right now 137 people watching this. Y'all are crazy, man. Insane fan base. Love you guys. Think the Jets did right by going the Fashanu route. I think, making sure that offensive line is I know a lot of some are upset because of the fact that it wasn't a weapon, but you got one of the best players in the entire NFL draft this year. And his job is to go ahead and keep our quarterback upright. I think we're going to go ahead and make a move to get back into the second, potentially get that wide receiver that we all really want, that weapon, so to speak. But that's it. The first round is done. And now we get to go ahead and watch the rest of it and enjoy it. Good night. Again, y'all are crazy for hanging out. 137 people still here watching this, man. Y'all are next level. Y'all have a good night. Until next time.